Chapter 145. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the second day, the sky had just turned bright when the sound of the teleportation formation piercing through the air could be heard in the temporary base of the House of Aries. Then, a large group of people descended from the sky and slowly appeared in the teleportation formation. Dozens of huge teleportation formations shone brightly and continuously on the plains in front of the headquarters. Orderly groups of cultivators walked out of the transmission array and began to silently line up on the plains. These soldiers were selected from every city in the House of Aries a year ago. They were sent to Dragon City to train for a year, then trained on Battle Island for a month. Finally, they were teleported to Nether Island for the final battle. After 2 years of training, he looks impressive and vigorous, but I wonder how his real combat strength is. Fengzi stood on the base and looked down at the tens of thousands of soldiers. She nodded and said to Yi Qinghan, who was beside her. Looking at the tens of thousands of people who were equipped with swords and armor, Yi Qinghan felt a powerful and masculine aura surging towards him. He squinted his eyes and said, "The army trained by Institute Master Long is definitely not bad." Back then, his 108 Iron Guards, which are the current Dragon City Iron Guards, followed him to battle the world and have never been defeated. Yes, the troops trained by House Master Long must be good. Let's go down. Flowers and grass agreed. When they saw Long Sinan nod at them, they quickly gestured for Fengzi and Yi Qinghan to follow them. The three of them quickly followed the team leaders to welcome the troops of the House of Aries. After more than an hour, the teleportation formation finally stopped flashing. 20 teleportation formations continuously teleported more than 90,000 people to Nether Island. More than 90,000 people occupied half of the plains in front of the base. They were so densely packed that they looked like a dark cloud that covered the sky. The 90,000 people were divided into a few square formations. All of them wore serious expressions. Their white sabers and black armor shone dazzlingly under the morning sun. 90,000 people stood there silently, their gazes fixed on the group leaders who were gradually walking over. It made them feel as if they were being watched by a huge monster with a cold gaze, and they felt a great pressure pressing down on them. Long Sinan seemed to be very used to such a scene. She smiled faintly and pulled out the Dragoncry sword in her hand. She waved it towards the sky and roared, "The House of Aries is invincible! The House of Aries is invincible!" At Long Sinan's command, 90,000 people responded at the same time. They raised their sabers and roared in unison. The deafening roar shook heaven and earth, resounding through the clouds, causing everyone behind Long Sinan to feel their bodies go numb and tense up. "Greetings, Commander Long, greetings, lords!" With a clang, 90,000 people knelt down on one knee at the same time, bowed their heads, and shouted in unison. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. "Soldiers, rise. You have all worked hard. After this battle, there will be rewards." Although Long Sinan was a woman, Long Bastard had always raised her as a man. Although she was born of a girl, she was not worse than a man in any aspect. At this moment, her voice was sonorous and powerful, and her temperament was extraordinary. It made the group of men behind her blush with shame. Long Sinan put away the Dragoncry sword, raised both of her hands, and slowly pressed them down. She spoke again slowly. "This time, I want to tell you an exciting news. Not long ago, we defeated the elites of the 2 clans at the foot of Duanren Peak and killed thousands of them. We even killed Yao Kaka, the son of the Demon Clan's saint, in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. Now, when the 2 clans face us, they retreat 3 feet away and do not dare to be enemies. And the one who did all this is our hero, the young master of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. Everyone, Cheer for him. Long live Yi Ching Han, long live the Yi family. The invincible Yi Ching Han, the invincible Yi Ching Han. The invincible house of Aries, the invincible Yi Ching Han. When Long Sanan's words stopped, the 90,000 soldiers were silent at the same time. Some were surprised, and some were suspicious. However, when they saw Long Sinan pointing at Yi Ching Han and all the elite troops pointing at Yi Ching Han at the same time, they no longer had any doubts or suspicions. All of them burst into an earth-shattering roar. The 90,000 soldiers belonged to different clans and cities, but the masters of their clans and cities were all there, and they were all pointing at Yi Ching Han with serious expressions. Although they still had some doubts and shock in their hearts, at the same time, they believed this exciting, shocking, and unbelievable truth. Although the 90,000 people came from different places, they all knew that they carried the honor of the House of Aries and the honor of their respective clans. Therefore, they had to fight, and they had to win. In Dragon City, after 2 years of training on Battle Island, almost all of them were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the honor of the House of Aries. They were prepared to die for the House of Aries' victory. However, as soon as they entered the Nether Island, they were informed of a great piece of news. The House of Aries had almost won. They didn't have to die, and their mission was almost completed without sacrificing their lives. How could they be happy? How could they not be happy? How could they not roar? Air. Looking at the 90,000 people's fiery gazes, Yi Ching Han touched his nose in embarrassment. He felt a little uncomfortable, and he blamed Long Sinan for pushing him out without asking him first. Looking at the 90,000 people, he was filled with admiration. Looking at the mocking gazes of the people beside him, he sighed helplessly. Go say a few words. This is the honor you deserve, our hero. Long Sinan didn't seem to care about Yi Ching Han's reproachful gaze and laughed in a low voice. Humph! Yi Ching Han humphed softly and walked to the front helplessly. He imitated Long Sinan and raised his hands, then slowly pressed them down. Looking at the 90,000 people who were immediately silenced by his simple action, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he remembered the scene of the bureau chief's military parade in his previous life. He coughed lightly and said, "Hello, comrades, you've worked hard, Air?" The people behind and the 90,000 soldiers in front were collectively dumbfounded. What did this comrades mean? Air. Yi Ching Han looked at the people in front of him. He didn't expect them to respond with a "Hello, Bureau Chief." Instead, they were all dumbfounded. He hurriedly came to his senses and felt very embarrassed. Of course, he didn't show any trace of it on his face. He immediately opened his mouth again and said, "What I mean is, soldiers, you've worked hard." "Hello, young Master Han. Young Master Han has worked hard." This time, the people in front heard it clearly and hurriedly cheered loudly. At the same time, their impression of Yi Ching Han became even more favorable. See, an expert is indeed an expert. Not only did he fight against 10,000 people alone, he actually didn't put on any airs and even started to comfort us. Yi Ching Han nodded, very satisfied. Didn't this group of fools look stupid? They were very cooperative. Thus, he opened his mouth again and said, "The great battle is about to begin. Fight well for me. Kill all those who can win, and if you can't, tell me. I'll go and destroy them." Chapter 146. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Ching Han is invincible. Long live Yi Ching Han. Yi Ching Han's encouragement raised the morale of the 90,000 soldiers to the peak. These words were well said. They only needed to find some soldiers to kill. General Yi Ching Han would be able to handle all of them by himself. This was the first time in history that this had happened. Of course, they were excited. Moreover, they were looking forward to the upcoming decisive battle. Yes, set up camp here and set out tomorrow. Our target is the Scarlet Plain. At last, Long Sinan gave the order. The whole army moved quickly. Soon, many big tents were set up on the plain. Smoke from kitchen chimneys shrouded the whole temporary base camp. On the second day, when the sky was still bright, the smoke rose again. The army quickly buried the pots and made a meal. Under Long Sinan's order, the whole army set out, heading for the Scarlet Plain. The Scarlet Plain was in the center of the Dark World Island. It was surrounded by the psychedelic forest. In the psychedelic forest, there were 3 roads leading to the Scarlet Plain. The roads were very flat and wide. Of course, there were no teleportation formations. The 3 roads allowed the soldiers of the 3 tribes to reach the Scarlet Forest quickly. The fast march began. The army only used 5 days to reach the Scarlet Plain. Because there were no delays on the way, they didn't find any alien tribes. Of course, this had something to do with the high morale of the whole army. When they saw the blood-red plain, the whole army was shocked. Although they all knew that the Scarlet Plain was red, they were still shocked when they saw the endless blood-red grassland. The Scarlet Plain wasn't called the Scarlet Plain before. It was because too many people died here for thousands of years. Too much blood was shed. All the green grass was dyed red. It mutated. Yu Qingcheng stood beside Yi Qinghan and said sadly. Yi Qinghan also felt a little sad and indescribable. It had been thousands of years. The prefecture battle happened once every 30 years. The elite prefecture battle had 300,000 people. The chaotic prefecture battle had 600,000 people. Almost every generation of warriors in the Fire Dragon continent had to fight and bleed on this blood-red plain. Was there such a deep hatred between the 3 races? If they continued to fight and kill like this, their hatred would only grow deeper and deeper. More blood would flow, and the Scarlet Plains would become redder and redder. What was the point of this? Was the honor of a high-class mansion really that important? Was that little annual tribute really that important? Was killing people really that fun? Let's go. According to the rules set by the Divine City, those who did not participate in the prefecture battle would be annihilated by the Divine City and the other 2 prefectures. We can only win. Yu Qingcheng looked at Yi Qinghan's indifferent eyes and gloomy expression. She seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said in a low voice, "The bugle horn had already been blown." The figures of the foreign races seemed to have started to appear on the 2 ends of the Scarlet Plains. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly and laughed at himself. He followed the army towards the center of the Scarlet Plains. The Grim Reaper Formation and the Underworld God Formation were actually not the same piece of land. To be more precise, they were called the Grim Reaper Mountain and the Underworld God Mountain. Although the 2 formations were only slightly higher than the plain by a meter, the Grim Reaper Formation and the Underworld God Formation were more accurate. The triangular formation on the left is the Grim Reaper Formation, and the circular formation a few hundred meters away is the Underworld God Formation. An hour later, the army arrived at the center of the Scarlet Plains. Yu Qingcheng began to explain to Yi Qinghan. After several months of talking and communicating, she knew that Yi Qinghan had been disliked by the Yi family since he was young. She also knew that Yi Qinghan had been cultivating all the way and hadn't had the time to understand and check out this information. When Yi Shisan and Yi 17 saw that Yu Qingcheng was carefully explaining to Yi Qinghan, they were happy to see him chatting leisurely with the playboy Feng Meng. On the contrary, Yi Qingwu, who was next to Yi Shisan, looked a little lonely. However, she couldn't do anything or say anything. There was only a faint trace of bitterness on her pretty face. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to the two formations with a radius of a few miles. Instead, he looked with interest at the two densely packed groups of troops not far from the Grim Reaper formation. Those were the troops of the barbarian race and the demon race. Obviously, they were ready to fight for the Grim Reaper formation. However, for some reason, they didn't dare to occupy the Scarlet Triangle at this moment. They just watched from the side. Ha! Tell Miss Long that we will go to the Underworld God Formation and set up camp there. In addition, send someone to tell the barbarians and the demon race that we won't fight for the Grim Reaper formation. However, if they dare to attack us, I will be the first to chop off their leader's head. Yi Qingwu smiled and said to Yi Shisan, who was next to her. A trace of slyness flashed in her eyes. All right. Yi Shisan chuckled and quickly gave instructions. Soon, two soldiers who were proficient in the languages of the two races left the main force and headed towards the barbarian race and the demon race. Long Sinan also received a message from Yi Qinghan. He instructed the army to move directly towards the Underworld God formation and ignore the barbarian race and the demon race on the other two sides. The entire army began to move quickly. They moved towards the Underworld God formation in a mighty and arrogant manner. They directly occupied the Underworld God formation and began to build defensive measures. The temporary leader of the barbarian race and the demon race, the fox race woman, were dumbfounded, seeing the people from the House of Ares walking straight towards the Underworld God formation and setting up camp there. They were all puzzled and surprised. They were even more puzzled when they received the message from the people from the House of Ares. In fact, the two mansions were just putting up a show of preparing to attack the Grim Reaper formation. They did not have the guts to attack the Grim Reaper formation in front of Yi Qinghan, even if they were beaten to death. Yao Kaka's corpse was still preserved in the demon race's base camp. Their real goal was the Underworld God formation. They were putting up such a show to wait for the people from the House of Ares to arrive. Then they would retreat immediately to give the House of Ares enough face so that the people from the House of Ares would not attack them. You see, I retreated when you arrived. How much face did I give you? You are a magnanimous person. I believe you will not kill us again, right? But the House of Ares did not attack the Grim Reaper formation. Instead, they occupied the Underworld God formation and asked the two clans to fight for it. What was going on? Would they dare to fight for it? Both barbarian race and the fox race woman were deeply puzzled and worried. Of course, they did not dare to fight for it. They could not fight for it. When the time came for Yi Qinghan to mobilize his army again, they would have to suffer in silence. They would not even be able to complain about it. Therefore, they did not dare to move. They could not advance or retreat. They could only stay where they were and defend. Chapter 147. A few days later, the Scarlet Plain was still blood red. What's going on? Why aren't the two races fighting yet? Are they here to play house? Feng Zi yawned continuously as she looked at the quiet barbarians and demons in the distance. Hua Zi was also listless. She wanted to watch a good show, but the Scarlet Plain was quiet for a few days. It was as if hundreds of thousands of people were here to admire the moon. Yes, should I send someone to cause trouble? Let them fight. Don't waste your energy. Although there are many idiots in the demon and barbarians, there are still smart ones. They probably guessed our intentions and didn't dare to make a move. It's okay. Let's just wait and see. In a few days, they'll be anxious. If we can't do it, we'll occupy the Death God's territory and let them take the Underworld God's territory. Yi Qinghan said lazily with a blood-red grass in his mouth. On the right, Yi Qingwu saw Yi Qinghan holding a blood-red grass in his mouth. She frowned awkwardly and said, "Little Han, can you not always hold a grass in your mouth? It looks disgusting." Air. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly and spat out the grass. He thought to himself, "Sister Xiao Wu, don't always call me Little Han. No matter what, I'm an expert now." Moreover, this form of address often reminded him of the pale-faced, beardless eunuchs in the imperial palace in his previous life. "Sigh, I'm not watching anymore. I'm going back to cultivate." Feng Zi and Hua Zi looked at each other and returned to the camp dejectedly. They were both defeated by Yi Qinghan. If they didn't cultivate harder, they might not even be able to raise their heads in front of Yi Qinghan. "And I'm going back too. You can watch slowly here." Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan as well. An indescribable emotion flashed through her eyes. She also went back to cultivate. Her only advantage now was her battle aura, which was slightly stronger than Yi Qinghan's. She was afraid that if she didn't work hard, she would lose this advantage. What? At the border of the 3 prefectures, in the high and mighty divine city, Tu Qianjun had just ended a few months of closed-door cultivation and successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the Marquis realm. He was originally in a good mood, but he didn't expect to receive such a bad news the moment he came out of his closed-door cultivation. His face immediately turned cloudy. "Are you sure that lowly bastard could actually fight against 10,000 by himself? He actually managed to force the demon race and barbarian race to surrender, instantly killing Yao Kaka. He could instantly kill a peak-level demon emperor or barbarian emperor. Impossible. How could there be such a perverted skill? This has almost reached the might of a divine skill. This doesn't make sense." Tu Qianjun lowered his head. His eyes were flickering unceasingly. His handsome face was slightly distorted. "Reporting to young master, the news has been confirmed. We asked around, and the current situation of the Netherworld Island can prove what happened at Duanren Peak. Now, we shouldn't doubt Yi Qinghan's strength and that perverted body fusion technique that is almost equivalent to a divine skill. The most important thing for us now is how to deal with the aftermath. The House of Ares definitely knows that young master sent people to attack them, and the demon race definitely won't let the matter rest after the death of the son of the demon race's Saint Venerable. The barbarian god will probably cause a ruckus. This is troublesome." In front of Tu Qianjun was still the golden-robed elder. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice sounded very old. "Damn it, how did things turn out like this?" Tu Qianjun suddenly came to a realization after being reminded by his subordinate. His face looked even worse. The demon race probably wouldn't let the matter rest after Yao Xie's son died. The barbarian race was a one-track mind, and would probably take the opportunity to cause trouble, not to mention the House of Ares. The successors of the major clans almost all died. If those old fellows didn't jump out, nobody would believe it. He wasn't afraid if the 3 residences wanted to cause trouble. Under the supreme prestige of the divine city, those old fellows probably wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, if this matter were to spread in the divine city, and if the Lord God knew about it, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. Even his father would be implicated. Thinking about the cold eyes of that skinny man, the supreme pressure from his every move, and the decisive killing methods of the Lord God, Tu Qianjun couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. His back was drenched in sweat, and he didn't know what to do. "Young master, this matter, we still have to ask the god-slaying guards to take action. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." The old elder reminded again. Yes, I'll look for my father. He will definitely have a way." Tu Qianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking about his father, who was like a mountain that would never fall, he walked out full of confidence and headed towards the Immortal Slaughtering Tower. The Immortal Slaughtering Tower wasn't a tower, but a huge courtyard. Other than the incomparably powerful God-slaying guard in the Lord God residence, there were 4 great God-slaying guards in the divine city. They were the God-slaying guards, God-slaying guards, God-slaying guards, and God-burning guards. The God-slaying guards resided in the Immortal Slaughtering Tower. At this moment, in a study room in the Immortal Slaughtering Tower, Tu Qianjun was shyly kneeling in front of a tall and majestic brown-haired man. As for the brown-haired man, his head was lowered as he read the book in his hands. He didn't even look at Tu Qianjun, who was kneeling on the ground. It was as if he didn't notice or hear anything. After a long time, the brown-haired man finally put down the book in his hands and sighed deeply. He turned his head and said, "Get up. Since you knew to look for me when something happened, at least you aren't completely stupid." Tu Qianjun hurriedly stood up and wiped the cold sweat off his face. Looking at his calm father in front of him, he opened his mouth wide in astonishment and said, "Fei, Father, you already know about it." The massacre guard glanced at Tu Qianjun indifferently and stood up with his hands behind his back. He said proudly, "Do you know what you did wrong?" The indifferent glance from the massacre guard made Tu Qianjun feel as if his heart was heavily struck by someone. He felt suffocated, and his chest felt stuffy. After taking 2 deep breaths, his expression became even more bashful. He carefully said, "Qianjun knows his mistake. I shouldn't have sent people to ask Yao Kaka and Brute Gon to kill Yi Qing Han. I have violated the rules set by the Divine Master and made things difficult for you. Father, idiot!" The massacre guard didn't wait for Tu Qianjun to continue speaking. He suddenly turned his head and scolded, "I have been wise my whole life. How did I give birth to such a stupid fellow? Father, please tell me." The massacre guard scolded angrily. Tu Qianjun's expression immediately changed. When he was young, he had done something stupid. His father had dropped him on a tree for more than 10 days. That experience made him extremely fearful, and fearful whenever he faced the massacre guard. Now that the massacre guard suddenly became angry, he hurriedly knelt down again and lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. "You sent people to kill a Yi family's young master. Although you were wrong, I don't blame you for being hot-blooded and aggressive. It's just that you are an idiot. You killed a general realm trash. Can't you just secretly send people to assassinate him? Do you have to make it so complicated? Is your brain filled with sh*t? It's just a small matter, but after you did it, it became even more complicated. Yao Kaka is dead, and Brute Gon lost a finger. Most importantly, you are an idiot. You actually told Brute Gon, Yao Kaka, and that Shui Wuhan, you were the one who asked them to do it. You even said that if the matter was successful, you, Tu Qianjun, would owe them a favor. Is your favor very impressive? Without me, you are nothing? Idiot, you are so infuriating." Chapter 148. The more the massacre guard scolded, the angrier he got. He wanted to slap Tu Qianjun, who was on the ground, a few times. He didn't know about this at first, but after the incident at Duanren Peak, he found out. When he found out that the monster race and barbarian race had allied together, he couldn't help but be interested and sent people to investigate. He didn't expect to find out that this was done by his idiot son. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and almost dragged Tu Qianjun out of his seclusion to give him a good beating. However, after thinking about it, he decided to wait and see if his son would be so stupid that he would come to him to clean up the mess. Looking at Tu Qianjun kneeling on the ground in fear and trepidation, the massacre guard sighed. He was filled with helplessness. This matter was really King awesome. Killing a person was a small matter, but He actually allied with the two manners and even planted a spy in the house of Ares. Furthermore, this matter didn't succeed. Instead, it allowed Yi Qinghan's strength to increase greatly and obtained a skill that even the Massacre God Guard was suspicious of. All right, forget about this. However, he didn't expect Tu Qianjun, this idiot, to not only leave behind two treasures made by the Divine City as evidence, but he also told Yao Kaka and Mangon that this was his intention. Now that Yao Kaka was dead, Yao Xie would definitely find out. That barbarian god would definitely take the opportunity to rob them. As for the House of Ares, they would probably be waiting for an opportunity to cause a huge ruckus. Then, Father, what should we do? If this matter gets out of hand, the Divine Master will definitely kill me when he returns. The more Tu Qianjun heard, the more flustered he became. Thinking about the terrifying methods of that powerful man in the Divine Master Mansion, his heart turned cold, and his limbs trembled. Useless trash. You haven't even learned 1/10 of my bearing and 1/100th of my intelligence. You must be calm in everything. Even if the Divine Mountain is pressing down on you, you won't change your expression. The Massacre God Guard shook his head and sighed. It was as if he was considered calm when his expression changed. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip before saying again, "It's just a small matter, and you're already this scared. What achievements will you have in the future? This matter can be considered big or small. The main thing is that you left behind your name and evidence. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Listen, I'll make some arrangements later. First, tie up the messenger. Then, tie up the Emperor Realm Martial Artist from the War God Manor, who betrayed us as well. Cripple his cultivation and break his meridians. Make sure that after the prefecture battle ends, when the soldiers from the three manors teleport to the Divine City, they'll still be alive, but they won't be able to speak. Second, tell Yao Xie that his son was killed and wants revenge. Yao Divine City Overlord. Yao Lord. That Yao God. Xie person, God. Yao person. Demon God. God was God. Long Yao person on. Xie person. And he Yao Xing Long God. Third dragon. And he Zhen after he two, and two God Xie two Lord. Two of two person and two T two Yao two after the God. Tuesday, after listening to the God Massacre Guard's words, Tu Qianjun finally understood his father's arrangement. He couldn't help but admire the God Massacre Guard. The first reason was probably to arrange for two scapegoats to replace Tu Qianjun in dealing with the questions and disturbances from the three prefectures. The second reason was that Yi Qinghan's strength had advanced too quickly and was too terrifying. Moreover, he was definitely being targeted by Yi Qinghan. His father wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife and completely eliminate Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he wanted to borrow the knife openly and righteously. Third, since his father knew what he had done, the God Massacre Guard would definitely know. The reason why the God Massacre Guard didn't send anyone to arrest him was probably because of his father. If Tu Qianjun took the initiative to ask for forgiveness, the God Massacre Guard would definitely not kill him. After thinking through everything, Tu Qianjun's body relaxed. He couldn't help but admire the God Massacre Guard, who was sitting at the side of the table and continuing to read. It was such a complicated matter, but the God Massacre Guard was able to settle everything with just a few simple words. The older, the wiser. Tu Qianjun didn't say anything else. He knelt down again and bowed deeply. He turned around and walked out. Humph. At least he isn't that stupid. The God Massacre Guard looked at Tu Qianjun's back and shook his head. Suddenly he shouted again, "Someone go and investigate Yi Qinghan's body fusion." Such a terrifying technique shouldn't appear in the Fire Dragon dimension. What kind of secret is it hiding? As the God Massacre Guard shouted, a golden-robed man suddenly appeared. He didn't say anything and only cupped his hands at the God Massacre Guard. After listening to him, he quickly disappeared. Hades Island. The Scarlet Plains were still as red as blood. However, the people from the three races couldn't stay quiet anymore. It was as if there was a bloodthirsty feeling hidden under the endless red grass on the Scarlet Plains. It was as if they couldn't help but have the urge to kill. Half a month later, the barbarian race was the first to be unable to endure the commotion. They sent someone to talk to Yi Qinghan face to face. After receiving a positive reply from Yi Qinghan, Mangon waved his palm, that only had 4 fingers, and ordered the barbarian army to advance directly towards the Death God's camp. When they approached the Death God's camp cautiously, they realized that the House of Ares really hadn't moved. The barbarian god residents immediately led their army to occupy the Death God's camp. Then, they quickly set up their defenses. Their speed was so fast that it was as if a man who had an affair was discovered. As for the demon race's seductive demon sovereign of the fox race, he only smiled faintly and didn't think much of it. He ordered them to stay put and observe the situation. However, a day passed. The House of Ares continued to sleep, boast, and flirt. They didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the Death God's camp. 3 days passed, 5 days passed, 10 days passed. When there were still 5 days left before the end of the final battle, the House of Ares still hadn't moved. The demon sovereign of the fox race was completely dumbfounded. Finally, he couldn't resist the restlessness of his subordinates and decided to attack the Death God's camp. Kill! The demon sovereign of the fox race let out a delicate roar, and the demon race army rushed towards the Death God's camp in a frenzy. They were densely packed like a swarm of bees. Of course, Mangon wouldn't do it. They had been guarding the camp for 10 days. How could they lose the camp that they had painstakingly occupied? Hence, with bloodshot eyes, he ordered them to kill with all their might. They had to hold on for 5 days. Those who were sleeping at the House of Ares were all woken up. Those who were boasting stopped boasting, and those who were flirting stopped flirting. They gathered around the Death God's camp and began to watch the show. TSK, TSK, that demon sovereign of the fox race has such a good figure. Look at those breasts. Look at those buttocks. If she could do it for me, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Look, that demon sovereign of the snake race is too ferocious. In the blink of an eye, she poisoned at least a few hundred barbarians to death. The barbarians have actually begun to burn their brute force. Mangon has paid a lot this time. The demon race is so ferocious. The barbarians are just standing there and getting beaten. It seems that they won't be able to hold on for long. Chapter 149. The barbarians could not hold on for long. In just 1 day, the barbarians could not withstand the demon race's bombardment and retreated helplessly. It could not be said that the barbarians were weak, nor could it be said that the warriors of the barbarians were not strong. It was just that, no matter how strong they were, they could only stay where they were and bitterly defend their position. It would probably be difficult to defend against the bombardment from all directions. Mangon's face darkened. Looking at the heavy casualties of the barbarians, he helplessly waved his left hand that only had 4 fingers and ordered a retreat. The demon race was also very cooperative. When the demon race was ready to break out, they very politely opened up a path for the barbarians to retreat smoothly. However, after the demon race occupied the position, they just rested for a night and were only happy for a night. The next day, Mangon led his team again, but it seemed that his team had shrunk a lot. There were only about 10,000 people, but these 10,000 people were all tall and mighty. They were extremely fierce, and they were led by the few barbarian emperors of the barbarian race. Charge! Mangon roared, and a gentle yellow light bloomed from his body. The other barbarian emperors also flashed with yellow light at the same time. More than 10,000 people were divided into several groups and followed Mangon and the barbarian emperors. They sped up crazily and rushed straight towards the main force of the demon race like a battering ram. Bang! Ah! Ah! The barbarian race's strong defense, led by the invincible barbarian emperors, was like a huge battering ram that ran over the main force of the demon race, leaving behind demon corpses that were trampled beyond recognition. The demon race was helpless against the barbarian race's brutal attack. In a short period of time, their high-level warriors did not have the time to harm a large number of barbarian soldiers, and low-level warriors could not break through the elite team formed by Mangon at all. After a few rounds of attacks, the barbarian race lost 1,000 to 2,000 huge corpses, while the low-level demon race soldiers were either dead or injured. At least 10,000 to 20,000 died. In comparison, the casualties were 1 to 10. Seeing that Mangon waved his hand again and was about to attack again, the demon royal of the Fox clan had no choice but to give the order to retreat. If they continued to attack, the low-level soldiers of the demon clan would all be trampled to death. They had no choice but to retreat for the time being, and when the barbarian race and the other demon race retreated, the ordinary barbarians behind them hurriedly followed and entered the death god's position. It's too tragic. This death god formation is worthy of its name. It's simply a meat grinder. In just 2 days, tens of thousands of demon race and barbarian race have died. Yi Qinghan looked at the triangular formation on the left, his emotions complicated. It was the first time he had seen such a tragic scene. Although he had killed a lot of people at the foot of Duanren Peak, he didn't have such a strong visual experience. Looking at those ordinary demon clan and barbarian clan soldiers, one by one, under the saber and under the impact of the energy, they became cold corpses on the ground. Then, after the war ended, they were gathered together and cremated. In the end, they turned into dust that was blown by the wind and scattered around the blood plains. The blood-red triangle in the middle became redder and redder because of the blood of tens of thousands of people. It was like the bright red smear of his sister, Yi Qingyu, on the white wall of the Yi family's courtyard. It was so shocking. There were only Feng Zi and Hua Ji at the side. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu couldn't stand the tragic scene, so they hid in the tent in the middle of the camp. There's a prefecture battle every 30 years. Every 30 years, a generation will grow up and learn martial arts. Then they will rush here. In the end, most of them will spill their blood here and become the nutrients for the blood grass on the blood plains. This seems to be a reincarnation, an endless reincarnation. Hua Ji stood at the side, quietly. Her eyes were a little blurry, a little sad. Feng Zi also touched her nose and said embarrassedly, "The bigger the battle, the greater the hatred. The more hatred, the more we have to fight. This is also a reincarnation. This is the fate of the fire dragon continent." Yi Qinghan sighed softly and looked up at the sky. He seemed to be looking for the giant hand in the sky that controlled the fate of the fire dragon continent. However, the sky was gloomy and the wind was neither light nor light. The massacre was still going on. People were still dying. The monster race and the barbarian race became braver and fiercer as they killed. The more they killed, the redder their eyes became. They seemed to have turned into two bloodthirsty beasts. They bit each other, not caring about their own injuries. They tried to defeat the other party in the end, even if they only had one soldier left. There were no eternal friends or enemies in the world. There were only eternal interests. The monster race and the barbarian race, who were allies not long ago, suddenly became mortal enemies. They even went crazy. For days. Only 4 days. The monster race and the barbarian race actually attacked each other 6 times. More than half of them were killed or injured. Almost 100,000 heroic souls were left on the Blood Plains. The whole Blood Plains was filled with a strong smell of blood. It seemed that the sky and the earth couldn't be seen, and only blood could be seen. The last day of the great battle was approaching. The sky above the Blood Plains seemed to be especially gloomy. The wind started to blow. Kill. Mangon's big bald head was no longer bright. His eyes were bloodshot. After several days of continuous battles, not only did his allies make him feel tired, but it also made him extremely excited. It seemed that the more he killed, the more he wanted to kill. It seemed that the pleasure of killing was even better and more exciting than fooling around with the barbarian girls. Although he subconsciously thought that the barbarian race had left many of his people on the Blood Plains. But when he saw the death god's position, which had not dried up yet, his mind was filled with only killing and killing. It's the last day. Kill all these monster race people in front of me, then I can return to the barbarian race in glory and receive the warm welcome of my father and my people. I can wait for countless barbarian girls to show their flowers and virginity. Kill, let the storm come more fiercely. Mangon directly gave the order to attack. He wanted to take the position at all costs, until everyone died. The fox demon queen looked at the aggressive barbarian race and smiled disdainfully. She also gave the order to defend to the death. Her charming peach blossom eyes gradually became fiery. Recently, she didn't know what she was doing, but her mind always had a hint of restlessness to kill people. It seemed that killing people could make her feel more refreshed than seducing the inexperienced youths in her race and enjoying the first time in their lives. And since this feeling was so wonderful, then let this wonderful time last a little longer. Kill, kill, crazy, crazy. They've all gone crazy. Chapter 150. Yi Qinghan looked at the scene in front of him and resisted the urge to rush up and kill as well. He bit his lower lip and forced himself to be clear-headed. Looking ahead, the demon race and barbarian race were caught in an endless and horrifying battle. He actually became very agitated, as if he didn't like this hellish scene. He felt very uncomfortable. What's wrong, young Master Han? You can't bear to see the two races killing each other? You're too kind. Think about it. The demon race and barbarian race killed us themselves. I can't wait for all of them to die. Feng Zi saw Yi Qinghan's strange behavior and tried to console him. Yes, it's better for all of them to die. Why don't we wait until they're almost done killing, then go and finish them off? Hua Hua said darkly. No matter what, they're all living beings. Yi Qinghan sighed. He was a little disappointed and lost. Just then, Long Sinan walked over slowly and continued Yi Qinghan's words. Yes, it's too horrifying. Young Master Han, when should we attack? Wait until they're almost done killing? Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He only shook his head slightly and slowly closed his eyes, as if he couldn't bear to watch anymore. After a long time, he sighed deeply again and opened his eyes. There was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes. He turned to the 3 of them and said, Young Lady Long, come with me to that side. Feng Zi, Hua Hua, command the army and listen to our orders. Yes, okay. Long Sinan didn't say much and nodded. Hua Hua and Feng Zi were a little confused, but since Yi Qinghan and Long Sinan finally said so, they could only do as they were told. Let's go. Yi Qinghan and Long Sinan slowly walked down from the underworld god's camp and slowly walked towards the blood-red death god's camp on the left. Where are young Master Han and young Lady Long going? Yes, it's too dangerous. There's a huge battle going on over there. You idiot! Young Master Han isn't afraid of group battles. They probably can't watch it from here. It'll be better if they go closer. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng had also been alerted. They hurriedly walked to the front and began to pay close attention to Yi Qinghan and Long Sainan's whereabouts, ready to act at any time. Of course, they still had great confidence in Yi Qinghan and Long Sainan. One was at the peak of the Marquis realm, and the other was the strongest on the Nether Island. It would be rather difficult to keep them here. Xiao. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just nodded at Long Sainan. Then, both of them leapt into the air at the same time. Yi Qinghan used soul confusion to stun everyone around him. Then, he and Long Sainan steadily landed on the heads of the two tall barbarians. Brute force, the demon race commander, has ordered all of you to stop. Otherwise, I'm going to start a massacre. Yi Qinghan circulated his battle chi and roared angrily, shocking the demons and barbarians who were fighting crazily and causing them to look over in confusion. However, most of them didn't know Yi Qinghan and Long Sainan. When they saw two humans standing on the heads of the barbarians and that the demons and barbarians around them had collectively stopped moving, they became even more confused. Of course, brute force wouldn't be confused. At the foot of Duanren Peak, Yi Qinghan had also appeared in such an insufferably arrogant manner. At this moment, he was startled by Yi Qinghan's roar. At the same time, he was also shocked. When he saw Yi Qinghan's solemn expression on the barbarian's head, he knew that this young master was getting serious. He hurriedly ordered the barbarians to stop fighting. Yao Yu, the demon emperor of the Fox clan, was naturally no stranger to Yi Qinghan, who was currently standing on the heads of the barbarians. To be exact, she loved and hated him at the same time. Yi Qinghan, who was powerful and had a pretty face, had always been her favorite, and Yi Qinghan had instantly killed Yao Kaka at the foot of Duanren Peak without any hesitation. She didn't know how to explain this to that old pervert, Yao Xie, when she returned. Of course, at this moment, she was very clear that since Yi Qinghan had come and even made a move, this battle would most likely not continue. Hence, she decisively ordered for a ceasefire. Yi Qinghan nodded, and his expression gradually relaxed. He was very satisfied with the reactions of the demon clan and the barbarians. Of course, he also enjoyed the feeling of being able to control the lives of others. Once upon a time, his fate had been completely controlled by others. Now, through his constant hard work, he had a sliver of God's favor. He finally had the ability to control the fates of others. He was very happy and very carefree. Mangon, commander of the demon clan, order all of your people to retreat and retreat from the death god's camp. Both of you come here. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I will lead the entire army of the House of Ares to attack both of your clans. Yi Qinghan said again, then nodded to Long Sainan. The two of them turned around and leaped, landing in front of the death god's camp. They quietly waited for Mangon and the commander of the demon clan to arrive. Mangon touched his big bald head. Looking at the empty middle finger on his right hand, he helplessly ordered his troops to retreat. To him, Yi Qinghan's threat was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. It could cut off his life at any time. To this young master, he did not dare to say anything. At least, he did not dare to say anything on Hades Island. Yao Yu twitched her delicate nose, and her two pointy ears perked up slightly. Without much hesitation, she immediately ordered her subordinates to retreat. The demon clan was a little confused by this temporary commander's order. Since when did they have to retreat, just because a human said a few words? Why did they have to listen to that human? However, under the loud shouts of more demon sovereigns, they had no choice but to retreat from the death god's camp. Yi Qinghan calmly stood in front of the death god's camp. He looked at Mangon and 3-man sovereigns rushing over from afar. On the other side, a seductive demon sovereign was also slowly walking over with 2 demon sovereigns. Yi Qinghan smiled and felt a lot of emotions. More than a year ago, he had been bullied by the Yi family. However, he did not dare to speak up. In the barbaric mountains, he had been surrounded by Shui Yi and the others, and had almost died. Not long ago, he had been pursued by the joint forces of Yao Kaka and Man Gan. He had almost entered the tiger's den and had narrowly escaped death. However, at this moment, he could stand proudly in the face of thousands of troops. He could obediently let the Demon Clan and Man Clan armies stop fighting and make peace with his orders. He could make the important figures of the Demon Clan and Man Clan walk over obediently with flattering smiles. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and the affairs of the world are ever-changing. My lord, Mangon is here to listen to your orders. Mangon forced a smile. After passing by Duanren Peak, Yi Qinghan had defeated thousands of troops. He was already satisfied. After Yi Qinghan had extorted him to the point that he was only left with his underwear, Mangon had already decided that Yi Qinghan was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, of course, he had to speak carefully. Yao Yu of the Demon Clan greets young master Yi Qinghan. Yao Yu seemed to have figured out Yi Qinghan's identity. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were extremely seductive. Her 2 towering breasts stood proudly, as if she was subtly seducing Yi Qinghan. Of course, Yi Qinghan was a virgin who had never seen a woman before. He calmly glanced at Yao Yu's exposed snow-white breasts and secretly praised her in his heart. He collected his thoughts and said, "Have you noticed something? This place is very strange. It makes people have the urge to kill people. If you continue to fight today, I'm afraid that all of you will die. Those who don't die will also go crazy." After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, the 2 of them simultaneously thought of the uncontrollable urge to kill people. Their hearts palpitated. Mangon rubbed his bald head and said, "Indeed, I have never been so impulsive before. It is very strange. I have also fallen for it." Yao Yu patted her chest, causing her 2 towering breasts to jiggle. She said in a sweet voice, "Enough people have died. Originally, I didn't want to make a move. However, the heavens are merciful. I can only make a move to make you stop fighting." Yi Qinghan glanced at the 2 of them and continued, "Don't doubt me. Although the Demon Clan, the Barbarian Clan, and the Human Clan are different, we are all raised by our parents. We are all human beings. We all have one life. Too many people have died. That's enough. There is no need to fight anymore. Young Master Yi is very kind." Yao Yu looked at the corpses that were strewn all over the Death God's camp. She calmly nodded her head and moved her beautiful lips. Once again, she said, "It's fine if we don't fight. However, this camp—" "That's right. My lord, who does this camp belong to?" Mangon also asked anxiously. A single sentence from Yi Qinghan could determine the final ownership of this camp where more than 100,000 people had died. "It belongs to me." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and said resolutely, Chapter 151. Yao Yu and Mangon were both dumbfounded. How could this be? The 2 clans had been fighting for days and nights, and he wanted to take it away with just a word. How were they supposed to live? How were they supposed to explain this to their subordinates? How were they supposed to explain this to their clansmen? "Sir, you already have a base." Mangon finally could not hold it in anymore and muttered softly. Yao Yu also looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain. "The Death God's base is too hostile. I'm afraid you can't suppress it. I'll let the House of Aries keep it for you." Yi Qinghan did not care about their gloomy and disdainful gazes and continued, The Death God's base has a good view. It's suitable for recuperation. I'll give it to you. As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, Man Gone and Yao Yu's expressions instantly became incomparably ugly, as if their parents had just died. However, they didn't dare to show it, and could only respond with silence. Long Sinan, who was at the side, was expressionless, but in her heart, she was bursting with joy. You have any objections? Yi Qinghan saw that the two did not speak, so he emphasized his tone and said with a slight frown, Of course, no objections. Mangon forced a smile. However, his ferocious-looking face was already hideous when he smiled. Now that he smiled, he looked even more ferocious. Young Master Yi is so considerate of me, I dare not disobey. After pondering for a short while, Yao Yu agreed helplessly. Putting aside the fact that the 100,000 troops of the Divine Battle Manor were currently conserving their strength and waiting for the enemy to attack, even this handsome young man in front of them was not someone that the demon race could deal with. After thinking it through, she naturally would not learn from Mangon. Instead, she agreed without hesitation. She paused for a moment and continued to ask, Who owns the Death God's base? If young Master Yi is willing to give it to the demon clan, I am willing to agree to any of your conditions. F***CK. Mangon could not take it anymore. This vixen actually dared to seduce him. Any conditions? Wasn't it obvious that she wanted to give him to Yi Qinghan? But after he cursed, he remembered that he didn't have anything to give to Yi Qinghan. Helplessly, he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Yi, if you give me the underworld god formation, I'll give you my underwear. Let me tell you, my red underwear is not an ordinary item. It's a high-grade treasure, an ancestral treasure. This underwear can make dragons root more ferocious and last longer. With this underwear, I can have sex with 10 women in one night. Scram! Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, but Long Sinan, who was beside him, couldn't take it anymore. She furrowed her brows and shouted angrily, You should keep that Superman underwear for yourself. Yao, you don't use your seduction technique on me. It doesn't seem to work on me. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, How about this? It's up to the heavens to decide who gets the formation. Yi Qinghan took out the blue dragon dagger and said to the two of them, One of you chooses the blade and the other chooses the hilt. Later on, I will toss them into the air. Whoever lands first will be the winner. Of course, no one is allowed to play any tricks. Otherwise, it will be considered a loss. How about it? Good. It's finally fair. I choose the blade. Mangon nodded. He didn't have to give up his ancestral treasure and could obtain the formation fairly. Of course, he didn't have any objections. I also agree. I'll choose the hilt first. Yao Yu looked at Yi Qinghan resentfully, as if blaming him for not knowing how to be tender to the fairer sex. Xiao! Yi Qinghan didn't waste any time and directly tossed the dagger into the air. Under his control, the blue dragon dagger spun back and forth rapidly and flew up into the air before falling rapidly. Bang! The blue dragon dagger landed heavily on the ground. In the end, it was the hilt that landed first. Everyone present could clearly feel that it was normal for the blue dragon dagger to land on the ground. No one was cheating. The formation of the underworld god belongs to me now. Thank you, young Master Yi. What I said just now still stands. Big sister will wait for you tonight. Yao Yu was in a great mood. She laughed delicately and made another tempting invitation before leaving with her people. Mangon's face was as black as a sheet. When he saw that Yi Qinghan was about to leave, he hurriedly ran a few steps behind him and pleaded, My lord, is my red underwear really not bad? Why don't you reconsider? If you give me the formation of the underworld god, I'll strip it for you now. Why don't I call out 10 barbarian girls to do it for you? You can decide after you see the results. Get lost. Night gradually fell. The silver moon in the sky sprinkled silver light on the scarlet plain, making it look especially strange and mysterious. Tonight, all the humans, demons, and barbarians in the scarlet plain couldn't sleep. They looked at the blazing fire in front of the scarlet plain, burning countless barbarian and demon corpses, taking away countless lives that were still alive during the day. The blazing fire illuminated everyone's faces, revealing their hidden sorrow. The perfectural battle would come to an end tomorrow. Tomorrow, they would be transported to the spacious plaza of honor in front of the divine city. In this year, countless people had experienced life and death, happiness, pain, and the most important battle of their lives. They had experienced a trip to the Nether Island that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Long Synan had experienced the first battle in her life. She had experienced the worry and urgency before the battle, the anxiety and worry after losing the battle, the regret and helplessness after losing the battle, and the joy and surprise after escaping from death. Yu Qingcheng had experienced the most important battle of her life. She had fought against the enemy and Yi Qinghan. In the end, she had won the victory and won Yi Qinghan's heart. Yi Qinghan had experienced the biggest turning point in his life. He had broken through to the martial realm, and his body fusion technique had advanced. In the end, he had confirmed his position as the #1 among the young elites of the House of Aries. He finally had the 7th son of the Yi family and became the 7th son of the Yi family. Most importantly, he had obtained enough points. The younger sister of the Yi family at the back of the mountain would finally have the chance to wake up. Mangon had also experienced the most painful failure in his life. Not only did he lose his middle finger, but he had also used up almost all of the barbarian elites. In the end, he had gained nothing. Fengzi had also experienced it. Everyone had experienced an unforgettable experience in their lives. Tomorrow would be the end of this fantastic mansion battle. Everyone's thoughts were complicated and mixed. How could they fall asleep? How could they not sleep? Yi Qinghan was sitting in front of a small fire with all the young masters and young ladies. His thoughts were all over the place. He thought of his younger sister at the back of the mountain of the Yi family. He thought of the scene where Yi Qingyu slowly flew up and her green hair gradually turned white. He thought of the intoxicating smile on Yi Qingyu's face as she closed her eyes. He couldn't help but smile as well. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 thought of Yi Qingyu's instructions before they left. They thought of the self-destruction of Yi Yi and Yi Jiu. They thought of the terrifying black dragon above the Black Dragon Valley. Of course, they thought of the expressions on the faces of the chief instructor, the patriarch, and the elders when they found out that Yi Qinghan had fought 10,000 enemies by himself and possessed the soul confusion skill that was almost comparable to a godly skill. Yu Qingcheng didn't think of anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that as long as she had Yi Qinghan, she would have everything. A girl in love would only think about her lover and nothing else. This was a common problem for all girls. Of course, Yu Qingcheng, the saintess of the Yu family, was no exception. Long Synan, Fengzi, Hua Xia. Many people were thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow, they would be transported to the divine city. When the elders of the various clans received them in the divine city, they wondered what kind of expressions they would have when they learned that they had obtained the final victory, and that there were only a few casualties. The night was dark, but the wind started blowing in the middle of the night. The strong wind blew the piles of ashes in front of the death god's camp into the distance, turning them into next year's spring mud. It also blew everyone's thoughts into the distance, into the high and mighty God city in the distance. Chapter 152. Divine City Yi family's exclusive manor. Yi Qingyo was very nervous. He was a little worried and a little expectant. Originally, there was no need for him to appear here with his status. Every time the elite prefecture tournament ended, most families would only send 1 or 2 Emperor Realm Elders to welcome their respective descendants. However, this time was different. This time, the only descendant of the Yi family who possessed a holy beast had been forced to be sent to the death trap of Nether Island. The future hope of the Yi family should have grown up smoothly under the protection of the various elders of the family. However, because of the foolish actions of the father and son, Yi Jian and Yi Qingquang, the family was forced to send Yi Qinghan to the elite prefecture tournament with a shoddy excuse. Having experienced 2 elite prefecture tournaments, Yi Qingyo was very familiar with the dangers of the elite prefecture tournament and the various strange occurrences on Nether Island. Therefore, he was very worried that Yi Qinghan would die prematurely. However, he was also a little expectant. He looked forward to the holy beast's growth in the power of blood and fire. Moreover, his precious granddaughter had also gone in this time. Therefore, he decided to break the rules and personally brought Yi Ping to welcome the descendant of the Yi family who was about to return. Grand Supreme Elder, I've just received news that Yao Xie brought people into the Divine City a few days ago. Their current whereabouts are unknown. At this time, Yi Ping walked in and saw Yi Qingyo sitting alone under a large tree in the manor. He hurriedly walked over and reported, "Oh, why is this old pervert here?" Yi Qingyo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he thought of something and lightly waved his hand. "Ignore him. He's probably here to pick up his precious son. This old pervert has a son at such an old age and treats him like a treasure. Grand Supreme Elder, it's almost time. I'll go out." Yi Ping could see Yi Qingyo's worry from the side, and he was also a little worried. He looked at the sky and saw that it was almost noon, and noon was the time when all the people of Nether Island were transported to the Honor Plaza of the Divine City. Let's go. Let's go see if our little fellows can surprise us." Yi Qingyo sighed and set his mind at ease. He led the way to the southern gate of the Divine City outside the manor. "Greetings, Elder Yi Qingyo." Yi Qingyo walked to the southern gate of the Divine City and discovered that there were already many people standing in the plaza. The various clans had sent representatives to welcome their elite disciples, and Yi Qingyo was the only one with the highest seniority and strength in the House of Aries. Naturally, the people nearby had to come over to greet him. "Forget it. Let's wait for the good news together." Yi Qingyo indifferently glanced at the crowd. His gaze lingered on the representative of the Shui clan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to the surroundings of the public square. On the left side of the public square were the representatives of the barbarian race. There were about a dozen of them, but the strongest among them was only a high-level barbarian sovereign. On the right side of the public square were the representatives of the demon race. However, Yi Qingyo didn't discover any traces of Yao Xie. In front of him was a row of golden-robed men. They were the representatives of the Divine City. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. At noon, the 3 super-huge teleportation formations in the square suddenly lit up at the same time. A huge brilliance shone, blossoming into a dazzling 7-colored radiance. After a while, the brilliance dissipated. Suddenly, groups of demon race, barbarian race, and human race appeared out of nowhere in Glory Square. "Everyone from the House of Aries, come to the front. Barbarian god residents, stand on the left, and demon god residents, stand on the right." The emissary from the Divine City immediately began to arrange the people who would be teleported over. This kind of huge teleportation formation could teleport 10,000 people at a time. The remaining people would have to be teleported over again. Therefore, the people from the Divine City had to arrange for the people who were teleported over first to leave the teleportation formation, so that the next batch could be teleported over. Understood. The first to be teleported over were the lowest-ranked soldiers. These soldiers had obviously received orders from their respective leaders. Under the command of the emissary from the Divine City, they began to move in an orderly manner. Yi Qingyo looked at the dignified and high-spirited soldiers of the House of Aries. His expression suddenly became better. The representatives of the various clans beside him also smiled happily. Anyone who wasn't blind could see this. The morale of the soldiers of the House of Aries was high. They looked dignified and excited. On the other hand, the barbarians and demons were either injured or disabled. Their expressions were gloomy and their footsteps were heavy. One look was enough to tell that the House of Aries had definitely won this prefecture battle. Swoosh! The teleportation formation lit up again. Groups of soldiers from the House of Aries walked out in an orderly manner. On the other hand, the casualties on the side of the demons and barbarians were even higher. Swoosh! The third teleportation formation lit up. This situation confused Yi Qingyo and the representatives of the various clans, because the people from the House of Aries were still the same, 10,000 people. On the other hand, the demons and barbarians only had half of their people. Furthermore, they seemed to have seen a bald man who recklessly searched for information. His middle finger was actually empty. On the other hand, the demons did not see Yao Kaka. Swoosh! The fourth teleportation formation was as they expected. The House of Aries still had 10,000 people, but the teleportation formation on the side of the demons and barbarians did not light up again. The demons were already starting to get noisy. They did not see their saint son, the leader of the demons, Yao Kaka. Yao Kaka was dead. The people from the demons recalled the abnormal behavior of the saint over the past few days, and were even more certain of this. They could not help but feel very conflicted. The saint of the demons had a son at an old age, and Yao Kaka was his lifeblood. It seemed like the demons and humans would have to bear his monstrous anger this time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. What happened next made Yi Qingyo and the others even more dumbfounded. The teleportation formations of the demons and barbarians had long stopped working, but the ones at the House of Aries kept flashing. Furthermore, the people who were teleported out were all intact. There were no injuries at all. It was as if they had just been teleported to the Nether Island. This is strange. Elder Yi, this is too strange. The House of Aries had 100,000 people, but only 80,000 of them were unharmed. No, they teleported out again. There are 90,000 people now. What happened? Did they not fight the final battle? But they were not on the Scarlet Plain. So how could they teleport here in time? What is going on? An Emperor-level expert from the Feng clan was shocked. He looked at Yi Qingyo with surprise and doubt, hoping that Yi Qingyo could give him an answer. Let's wait and see. We will know when they teleport over. Yi Qingyo's expression was indifferent. He had the demeanor of a master who would not change his expression even if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, deep down, he was extremely shocked and a little worried. Could there be a problem with such a strange situation? Yi Qingyo's worries were completely shattered when the light of the last teleportation flashed. Looking at the two familiar yet strange young girls and boys at the front of the team that had been teleported over, he almost burst into tears. His granddaughter had grown up. The childishness on her face had faded, and she had grown into a big girl. Yi Qinghan had grown darker and taller. However, the occasional glimmer in his clear eyes and the calm smile on his face seemed to be silently telling Yi Qingyo that he had grown up. Ha ha, let's go and welcome them. Yi Qingyo's mouth twitched, and he smiled. Then His smile widened and turned into a chuckle. Finally, it turned into a loud laugh. Very good, they were alive. It was good that they were all alive. Being alive was more important than anything else. Chapter 153. Grandfather. After a flash of light, Yi Qingwu realized that she had arrived at a huge plaza. The troops from the House of Aries were standing neatly on the left. She began to look around in confusion, trying to see who had come to welcome them back. However, a moment later, she heard an extremely familiar voice. She was instantly overjoyed and abruptly turned her head to look in his direction. When she saw the familiar bulging eyes of Yi Qingniu, tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she excitedly pounced towards him. Yi Qinghan and the others also noticed Yi Qingniu and the others. They smiled and gestured for Yi Shisan to arrange for the elites from the House of Aries to return, while he, Fengzi, Long Sinan, and the others walked towards Yi Qingniu. Grandfather! Grandfather! Yi Qingwu was like a lost child who had suddenly found her family. She threw herself into Yi Qingniu's arms and cried loudly. Her entire body trembled. All right, my good granddaughter, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? All right, you won't look pretty if you keep crying. Yi Qingniu said with a trembling voice as he gently patted Yi Qingwu's back. Yi Qingwu's parents had both passed away when she was young. This granddaughter of his had been brought up by him, and he had doted on her since she was young. Now that she had been gone for a year, he had been worried about her. It's okay, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I've made grandfather worry. Yi Qingwu slowly regained her composure. When she heard Yi Qingniu's teasing, she finally stopped crying and smiled. She stood up shyly and held onto Yi Qingniu's hand tightly. Yi Qinghan greets the Grand Supreme Elder and all the elders of the family. Yi Qinghan walked over slowly and bowed to Yi Qingniu. Then he cupped his fists at all the elders, but he did not greet the Shui family's elders. Greetings, Elder Yi Qingniu and all the elders. Long Sinan was the second to bow, but she did not greet the Shui family's elders either. Greetings! Feng Zi, Hua, and Yu Qingcheng also came over and bowed. They all ignored the Shui family's elders, as if they had not seen them at all. Humph! The Shui family elder had not noticed that Shui Wuhan was among the Shui family disciples. He was very anxious and worried, and wanted to ask Long Sinan and the others about it. Now that he saw that Long Sinan and the others had completely ignored him, his mood worsened. Since Yi Qingniu was present, he did not say much and only snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Hee, it's good that you're all back. Yi Qingniu's face was full of smiles, and he did not even look at the Shui family elders. He looked at Yi Qinghan's surging internal qi, which was obvious that he had reached the level of a marshal. He was shocked and astonished, and he was overjoyed. How could he have the time to care about the Shui family? After carefully observing Yi Qinghan for a few moments, he once again confirmed this matter that made him extremely surprised. He wanted to open his mouth to ask about the situation. But he didn't expect that at this time there would be an incomparably powerful aura coming from behind the demon clan. He couldn't help but frown. Without another word, he turned his gaze to the sky behind the demon clan. The elders of the various clans also shut their mouths and stared in shock at the sky behind the demon race. The divine city forbade fighting, but someone had actually released his aura so brazenly. Yi Qinghan, get out here. A deafening roar suddenly came from the sky behind the demon clan. Then a black figure flew over quickly, passing by the demon clan troops, and directly flew to the front of the House of Aries. A brutal and bloodthirsty aura surrounded the entire army of the House of Aries. Bang! A ray of green light suddenly bloomed. Then, a huge green light shield suddenly formed above the army of the House of Aries. It directly isolated the evil aura released by the black figure in the sky, and then slowly flew up. Its eyes were wide open, and its head of white hair danced in the air even though there was no wind. Saint Level. Yi Qingyo immediately released his Saint Domain, protecting all the members of the House of Aries. After Yi Qingyo confirmed that the members of the House of Aries were all fine, he turned to Yao Xie and said, "Yao Xie, what are you trying to do? You damned ladyboy." Yi Qinghan, Long Sinan, and the rest looked up at the golden-haired, demon-like figure in the sky. They could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The evil and violent aura just now was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that even they did not dare to move. They only felt their bodies turn cold and suffocated. Was the power of the demon clan's Saint Venerable so powerful? The demon clan's Saint Venerable's golden hair danced in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was slightly twisted. His blood-red eyes scanned the elites of the House of Aries and said fiercely, "What am I trying to do? Your Yi family's descendants are so strong that you even dared to kill my son? Today, I will teach you an unforgettable lesson. Wild bull, get out of my way." Whoosh! Yi Qingyo was a little dumbfounded. The elders of the various clans were also dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan actually killed the son of Yao Xie? Yao Kaka, the son of Yao Xie, could be killed by Yi Qinghan? Not to mention the fact that Yao Kaka was protected by a few high-tier demon emperors and countless demon marshals. Yao Kaka's demon emperor strength was not something that Yi Qinghan could kill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Yi Qingyo was about to ask more questions, a few barbarian sovereigns flew over and shouted angrily from afar, "Yi Qingyo, your family's Yi Qinghan broke one of our young clan head's fingers, stole our young clan head's armor, and killed countless of our barbarian soldiers. If you do not give us an explanation, our barbarian race will not rest." Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, Yi Qingyo was even more dumbfounded. The elders of the various clans were even more dumbfounded. What was going on? Killing Yao Kaka, who was a demon emperor, breaking the middle finger of a barbarian sovereign, and even took away his armor, and killing countless barbarians. Was this done by Yi Qinghan? Was this something that a 16-year-old youth could do? Were Yao Xie and those barbarian sovereigns stupid? How could they say such a thing? However, when they all turned their gazes to Yi Qinghan only rubbed his hands together shyly and nodded his head. Beside him, Yi Qingwu, Long Sinan Huaji, and Fengzi also nodded their heads. Silence! Silence! Yi Qingyo and the other barbarian sovereigns fell silent at the same time. Or, rather, they were digesting this shocking and unbelievable truth. However, Yao Xie and the barbarian sovereign's anger was so direct and obvious. Yi Qinghan's reply was so direct and clean. They had no choice but to believe this heaven-defying truth. How could Yi Qinghan be so powerful? Wild bull, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Seeing Yi Qingyo silently standing in the air, Yao Xie was enraged and spoke again. Ha ha! Yi Qingyo was not staying silent. Instead, he was transmitting his voice to Yi Shisan. After learning that Yi Qinghan had not only broken through to the martial realm, but that his body fusion battle technique had also leveled up, allowing him to instantly kill all experts below the imperial realm, Yi Qingyo couldn't help but be overjoyed. In the end, his ecstasy turned into laughter, and then into maniacal laughter. His old face bloomed like a peach blossom in spring, and he seemed to have become 10 years younger. "You damned ladyboy, what are you shouting for? Are you going to fall out with me? Come on. I was able to flirt with you 30 years ago, and I can still do it now." Chapter 154. "Old man, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being impolite." The demon laughed angrily and waved his sharp claws. With a roar, a huge golden lion suddenly appeared behind him. Its blood-red eyes shone with a dazzling light as it was about to attack. Humph! Yi Qingyo did not want to be outdone. The green light barrier suddenly changed and expanded, enveloping the demon and the barbarian emperors. At the same time, a green air current was emitted from his body, and his aura suddenly soared. "All of you, stop!" Just when the situation was tense and both sides were about to attack, a loud roar came from the divine city. Immediately after, a tall figure appeared in the sky and stood on top of the walls of the divine city. "Yao Xie, Yi Qingyo, have you forgotten the rules of the divine master? How dare you attack within 100 miles of the divine city? Do you want to bear the wrath of the divine city?" The tall figure was a bald man dressed in a brocade robe. The tip of his nose was very small, and his nostrils were very large, like a garlic sticking to his face. At this moment, he was glaring angrily at Yi Qingyo and the demon as he spoke coldly. "Greetings, God-slaying guard. How would Yi Qingyo dare to break the rules of the divine master? It's just that if Yao Xie wants to kill someone, how can I not play with him?" Yi Qingyo smiled faintly and retracted his sacred domain. He cupped his hands towards the god-slaying guard. He knew that since the god-slaying guard had made his move, the fight would probably not continue. Moreover, he was the one in the right, so he naturally had nothing to fear. "Yao Xie, are you still not going to restrain yourself? Do you want me to attack?" The god-slaying guard calmly responded to Yi Qingyo's salute and turned to Yao Xie angrily. "Humph! Humph!" Yao Xie coldly snorted and helplessly retracted the phantom lion behind him. He turned his head and fell silent. "I know what happened to you guys." The god-slaying guard nodded his head in satisfaction and continued. "This time, Yao Kaka's death and Brute Tan's finger were all related to a young master of the Yi family, right? Yi Qinghan, not bad, young and promising." The god-slaying guard glanced indifferently at Yi Qinghan, who was behind Yi Qinghan, and continued. "The demon race and the brute race actually joined forces in this prefecture battle just to hunt down and kill Yi Qinghan. Then, Yi Qinghan actually managed to escape, and even obtained great power. He single-handedly defeated the demon race and brute race's army, killed Yao Kaka, and broke off one of Brute's fingers. Such an earth-shattering event is rarely seen in several hundred years. Green Night Ox, you've picked up such a treasure." Even this old man gasps in amazement at the sight of such astonishing talent. "You think too highly of me, God-slaying guard. My boy is just lucky. His future achievements are still uncertain." Yi Qingyo modestly cupped his hands, but his old face was full of joy. "Thank you, god-slaying guards, for your praise." Yi Qinghan also cupped his hands in greeting. He was such a powerful being who could actually make Yi Qingyo and Yao Xie stop immediately. Not to mention getting close to him, it was best not to provoke him. He. The god-slaying guard smiled faintly, and his garlic-like nose twitched as he continued. "Of course, the divine city is also largely responsible for Yao Kaka's death. A messenger from the divine city actually faked an order from the son of the god-slaying guard and ordered the demon race and brute race to hunt down Yi Qinghan. In the end, Yao Kaka died in battle. This person's crime cannot be forgiven, and the divine city will choose a day to execute him in public. As for Tu Qianjuan's failure to discipline his subordinates, he has already been sentenced to 5 years in the divine prison by the divine city's punishment hall. The execution will be carried out tomorrow. Does anyone have any objections?" Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. There was actually such a situation. Yi Qinghan was actually being hunted down, Or was it arranged by the messenger from the divine city? Was there something fishy going on? However, he did not have the time to investigate the situation at the moment, and the god-slaying guard had gained the upper hand by making a show of strength. He was prepared to kill a messenger from the divine city, and even the only male of the 4 guards of the divine city had been sentenced to 5 years in prison. He could not fly into a rage and could only nod faintly. The elders of the various clans also transmitted a message to their own clansmen in confusion and started to investigate the situation. Humph! Yi Qinghan snorted faintly, and his face turned gloomy. Tu Qianjun did not discipline his subordinates strictly. He had killed a messenger and imprisoned Tu Qianjun for 5 years, and he wanted to let this matter go? No way, but Yi Qinghan did not speak at this moment. He also knew that the might of the divine city was not something that he could directly go against at the moment. He could only helplessly lower his head. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, who were at the side, saw Yi Qinghan's expression and knew that he was feeling very sullen. They reached out their hands at the same time and held onto Yi Qinghan's left and right hands as a form of consolation. Humph! Every debt has its debtor. I only care about who killed my son. The demon's attitude was very strange. He only stared at Yi Qinghan with hatred and said, Yi Qinghan, you better hide in the house of Ares for the rest of your life. If you dare to participate in the next chaotic prefecture battle, I will definitely kill you. People of the demon race, scram back to the demon god residence. The demon roared angrily and left behind a vicious sentence. He actually turned around and flew towards the teleportation formation in the west. The rest of the demon race army, under the command of the demon, did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly headed towards the teleportation formation in the west. Swish! The demon's huge figure gradually disappeared into the teleportation formation. The divine city was located in the center of the 3 prefectures, but at the same time, a large number of teleportation formations were built, which could directly teleport to the main cities of the 3 prefectures. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of light flashed, and the demon race army was gradually teleported away. They actually did not even want to use their points to exchange for treasures in the divine city, even though they probably did not have many points on hand. This time, the House of Ares has won. We will rest for a day, and tomorrow we can go to the Immortal Incineration House to receive the rewards for winning the Superior Prefecture, as well as exchange the points we won for treasures. The god-slaying guard twitched his nose. Now that the matter was settled, he left behind a sentence and flew directly into the divine city. Humph! Yi Qinghan, just you wait. A few barbarian emperors also left behind a sentence, turned around, and returned to the barbarian race army. After a short rest, the barbarian race army actually headed towards the teleportation formation in the south. Almost all of their rings had been taken away by Yi Qinghan, and they were only left with a few points. Hence, they decided not to exchange for them, and directly returned to the barbarian god residence. Haha, all soldiers, set up camp here. The rest of you, follow me to the Yi family manor. Yi Qingyo let go of his previous unhappiness, landed slowly, and laughed loudly as he gave the order. Yes, the 100,000 soldiers roared in unison and quickly got to work. This time, not only did the House of Ares suffer very few casualties, but it was also a complete victory. Since they had collected most of the points from the demon race and barbarian race, it could be said that they had a great harvest. What is that? Yi Qinghan, have you seen my young master and the elites of my family? Just as everyone was about to follow Yi Qingyo into the divine city, the anxious voice of the Shui family elder came from behind. Shui Wuhen, he's dead. Yi Qinghan looked at the Shui family elder indifferently, and with a frosty expression, he said coldly, Of course, even if he is not dead, If I see him, he will undoubtedly die. Chapter 155. Divine City. In a secret room of the Yi family's manor. Yi Qingyou had already arrived, with the exception of the Shui family elders who were still in a daze outside the Divine City. Long Sainan, Yi Qinghan, and the others also took their seats. Qinghan, tell us everything that happened to you in the mansion battle. Yi Qingyou was the first to speak. He wanted to know about the god-slaying guard's abnormal trial, Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in strength, Yi Qinghan and the others' obvious hatred towards Shui Wuhen, and the many inexplicable things that happened in the prefecture battle. Of course, Yi Qingyou was not an idiot. He transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan at the same time and told him about the specific situation of Yi Qinghan's strength. Yi Qinghan nodded and stood up. He cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Qingyou and the elders, then slowly said, "It all started when we first entered Nether Island. At that time, under Yu Qingqing's suggestion, the elite disciples of our 4 families formed a super elite team. We found the demon-slaying hall and began to wait there. Then, we went to the chaotic battlefield. With our team's super strength and 3 months of seamless cooperation, we hunted down a few demon and barbarian teams. Half a month later, we were strangely surrounded by Yao Kaka and Mangan. In the end, Yi Yi and the others risked their lives to fend them off. In the Black Dragon Valley, I was lucky enough to obtain a dragon crystal, which allowed me to activate a combined battle technique. My strength also broke through to the martial realm, allowing me to instantly kill any demon or barbarian emperor. In the end, after the final battle, that's basically what happened." Yi Qinghan spoke leisurely for half an hour before he explained everything clearly. Of course, he did not mention much about his actual strength. He only mentioned that he obtained a dragon crystal and a combined battle technique. He did not mention that he had a sacred beast, and that his combined battle technique had been upgraded to a combined battle technique. The expressions of all the clan elders and Dragon City elders changed, and Yi Qingyou's face also became cloudy. However, they were certain of 3 things at the same time. First, Yi Qinghan's current strength and potential. He was a 16-year-old marshal. His overall strength could be said to be invincible under the imperial realm. Such a genius was hard to come by in 1,000 years. He was even more ferocious than his father, Yi Dao. Secondly, Shui Wuhen had colluded with the non-human kind to kill the disciples of the 4 families. Although he had intended to kill Yi Qinghan, he had almost killed all the young elites of the 4 families. Thirdly, he reckoned that Tu Qianjun must have participated in this. Otherwise, the Divine City, which had always been powerful, wouldn't have imprisoned Tu Qianjun for 5 years. Qinghan, do you have any proof that Shui Wuhen sold your whereabouts to the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan? Yi Qingyou was silent for a moment. Then he raised his head and spoke with a serious expression, his eyes shining brightly. Yes, Elder Qingyou is right. The elder of the Feng clan also had a gloomy expression. This was not a small matter. If it was true, then the implications were very deep. The other elders also had serious expressions. They stared closely at Yi Qinghan's face, waiting for his answer. "Of course I do." Yi Qinghan nodded and took out a small transparent bottle from his bosom. Inside the bottle were the remains of a few transparent insects that had been broken into 2 halves. Opening the bottle, he poured the insects on the table. Yi Qinghan looked at Long Sainan and the others again and said, "Also, I personally asked Mangan about this matter and obtained his confirmation. At that time, young Lady Long, Hua Hua, Cheng Cheng Zi, Feng Zi, and all the leaders of the elite teams of the House of Aries were present. They can all testify." After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Long Sainan's group immediately responded and stood up. Long Sainan represented them and said, We can testify for this matter. Mangon also told us that Shui Wuhan gave him and Yao Kaka a positioning crystal through the people of the Divine City. After that, Shui Wuhan suddenly disappeared, and there's no news of him even now. Humph! Yi Qingyo snorted. His left hand, which was holding onto a chair, suddenly exerted force. The left armrest of the chair was instantly shattered. His eyes bulged, and the skin on his face twitched. Like an enraged bull, he angrily shouted, "The Shui clan is so bold. Not long ago, they crippled a jade spirit physique of our clan. Now, they dare to ally with the foreign races to kill our clan's successor? Has it been a long time since Drifting Blood has appeared in Drifting Snow City? Does the Shui clan want to completely erase their name from the House of Ares? The Shui clan is too bold. Right now, I will definitely report this to the clan leader. Then, the clan leaders will discuss this. How dare the Shui clan ally with the foreign races to kill the future successors of our clans? It seems like the Drifting Snow City wants to go against the entire House of Ares. The female elder of the Yu clan was the second to speak. After confirming the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng, and knowing that Yi Qinghan was so powerful, she quickly decided on a strategy to rope in Yi Qinghan at all costs. Yi Qingyo represented the Yi clan as the direct victim. There were some things that she did not dare to say, but she could say it, and she did so without hesitation. Her goal was to make the Foam clan, the Hua clan, and the Dragon City express their stance. This is a very important matter. I do not have the right to express my stance. But since Shui Wuhan has done something that cannot be tolerated, the clan leader will not tolerate it. And I personally feel that the Drifting Snow City should be bleeding. Although the elder of the Foam clan did not speak on behalf of the Foam clan, she immediately expressed her stance. Shui Wuhan must be killed. As for the matter regarding the Shui clan, the patriarchs of the great clans must discuss it together. The elder of the Hua clan spoke vaguely. This matter was too important, and she did not have the authority to speak. Of course, Shui Wuhan must die. As for the matter regarding the Shui clan, everyone should not be angry. Let's gather the patriarchs and the palace master to discuss it before making a decision. Dragon City's stance was impartial, and he expressed his stance objectively. All right, then let's send the order. Find Shui Wuhan first. The Yi clan will offer a treasure weapon as a reward for Shui Wuhan's whereabouts. Yi Qingyo nodded slightly. It was already good enough that the representatives of the great clans had expressed their stance. As for whether or not to flatten the Drifting Snow City, such an important matter still needed the palace master and the patriarchs of the great clans to decide. Yi Qingyo immediately posted a sky-high bounty on Shui Wuhan's whereabouts. That was a treasured tool. That was a treasure that could be exchanged for half a small city. 4 high-level warriors, crystal coins, and purple crystal coins could no longer be considered wealth. Only spiritual weapons, treasured weapons, spirit pills, rare medicinal herbs, and special treasures could be considered valuable treasures. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly as he watched the elders of the great clans act in such a manner. He had originally thought that since he had such an important piece of evidence, and had personally gone to the barbarian race's base camp to let Long Sinan and the others obtain incomparably accurate evidence, it would be enough to plunge the Shui clan into eternal damnation. However, it seemed that this matter was rather complicated, and there might be more twists and turns. Long Sinan, Hua Hua, and the others were already of one mind with Yi Qinghan. When they saw the elders of the great clans express their stance, and saw Yi Qinghan's face gradually turning gloomy, they could not help but feel anxious. Fengzi and the others discussed in a low voice. Then she stood up and, ignoring the Foam clan elder's gaze, said loudly, "Young Master Han, don't worry. Shui Wuhan has schemed against us, and committed such an intolerable act. When we return, we will definitely report this to our respective patriarchs. We will not rest until the drifting Snow City's blood is spilled. Chapter 156. That afternoon, everyone chatted for the whole afternoon. Then, Yi Qingyo had a private chat with Yi Qinghan for a long time. He asked about the details of how the House of Aries' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Yi Qingyo was so happy that his face bloomed. That night, a banquet was held in the Yi family's manor. Together with the young masters and leaders of the various clans who had participated in the House of Aries battle, there were a total of 100 people. The banquet was held at dozens of tables to celebrate the House of Aries' victory. Of course, the House of Aries had a great victory, but they still held a banquet in the Yi family's manor. Moreover, Yi Qingyo was famous for being stingy and extorting people. Of course, there was another meaning to this. It was to celebrate Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in strength, and that the Yi family had a peerless genius that hadn't appeared in 1,000 years. They drank with the Yi family. Of course, Yi Qingyo and Yi Qinghan were the hosts. Yi Qingyo's strength and seniority were the highest, so naturally, no one dared to twist his whiskers. However, Yi Qinghan was different. Countless people came forward to toast him for all sorts of reasons, causing Yi Qinghan to be unable to distinguish between north and south, a 16-year-old martial realm warrior. This kind of talent hadn't appeared in the House of Aries for hundreds of years. The most important person was the popular young master of the Yi family. He had a powerful beast, and was the strongest person below the Emperor realm. This title was well-deserved. After Yi Qingquang was banished, Yi Qinghan was so favored. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate, he would definitely become the future leader of the Yi family. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan had saved their lives at the foot of Duanren Peak. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, everyone at the scene treated Yi Qinghan as a person that they had to build a good relationship with. Therefore, Yi Qinghan became the focus of the crowd without any suspense. Even Yu Qingcheng, the future wife of Yi Qinghan, had become the center of attention. Under the continuous attacks of the crowd, she was the first to retreat. After Yi Qingyo and the other clan elders accepted a few toasts, they returned to the guest rooms that the Yi family had prepared with smiles on their faces, allowing the youngsters to continue messing around. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He had gotten his points, his sister could be saved, and his strength had increased tremendously. His mother's vow seemed to be fulfilled. Therefore, he did not reject anyone who came to propose a toast to him tonight. Every cup was emptied, which added to the impression that he was heroic, young Master Han, you bastard, old phone. My limelight has been completely stolen by you. Lunatic, am jealous of you. I can't even win against you in the battlefield of love. Tonight, I'm going to get you drunk and knock you down. The lunatic was drunk. He staggered over with his shadow step while carrying a large jar of wine. He wanted to sit down next to Yi Qinghan, but unexpectedly, he sat on the ground and fell flat on his back. Ha! Yi Qinghan looked with misty eyes at Feng Zi, who was shaking his head on the ground, and laughed loudly. He scolded loudly, "Trash like you want to win against me? Get up first. If you can't get up, then just sleep here tonight." "I'm going back to sleep." After waiting for a long time, Yi Qinghan saw that Feng Zi had actually fallen asleep on the ground. He scolded him with a smile and staggered back to his room. Although he was already very drunk, he subconsciously knew that he couldn't drink anymore. If he drank anymore, he would really vomit. It was fine for people to be drunk, as they would be fine after a good night's sleep. However, if he vomited, his head would hurt for half a day the next day. However, when he groggily made his way into the room that Yi Qingyo had prepared for him in the afternoon and collapsed onto a large, soft, white bed. He felt as if there was another person on the bed. In his groggy state, he called out softly, but the person on the bed didn't respond. He simply ignored her and fell asleep in a daze. It was said that drunk people slept well, and they would sleep until the sun rose. However, that night, Yi Qinghan had a strange dream. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the back mountain of the Yi family. He saw that Yi Qingyu had woken up, and she was crying and laughing as she threw herself at him. She hugged him tightly and didn't let go for a long time. Then the scene changed. The back mountain of the Yi family suddenly changed to the foot of Duan Ren Peak. Yu Qingcheng threw herself into his arms without hesitation. He hugged Yu Qingcheng's slender waist and smelled the faint peach blossom fragrance from her green hair. Finally, the scene changed again. He was still holding a woman in his arms, but the woman was a naked woman. The scene also changed to the big bed in the backyard of the Dark Moon in the Savage City. He began to caress the voluptuous and soft body of the coquettish proprietress. Then he crossed over, got on the horse, and began to gallop to his heart's content. Then he slowly woke up. The scene changed again, and he was in the guest room of the Yi family's manor in the God City. The pink bed had changed into a soft white bed. However, in a daze, Yi Qinghan felt that the scene kept changing, but he was still hugging a woman in his arms. Why was this woman not wearing any clothes? And why did she look so familiar? He looked at the bed, at the pure and beautiful face. He looked at the faint traces of tears on the pretty face, and at the frowning brows that were slightly pained. He looked at the naked upper body of the girl on the bed, and the two huge peaks on her chest were covered with dark red love bites. Yi Qinghan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His hair stood up straight. He wanted to scream, but he didn't dare to. He wanted to give himself 2 slaps to wake himself up, but he was afraid to surprise the girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He wanted to leave, but he didn't dare to leave, and he couldn't leave. The cold sweat on his forehead had already soaked the bed sheets, his back, his thighs, and his exposed dragon root that still had remnants of white matter on it. He was very afraid, very panicked, and didn't know what to do. The current situation seemed to be more terrifying than any desperate situation he had encountered in the past, because the girl lying on the bed was Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyo's precious granddaughter, and Yi Qingyo's room was not far away, so he must have woken up by now. Yi Qingwu also got drunk last night, as Yi Qingyo's granddaughter, and also so beautiful. The most important thing was that she still didn't have a boyfriend. Of course, she became one of the targets for everyone to force her to drink. After a few rounds, she was more or less drunk. Originally, she didn't have the habit of being forced to drink, but when she saw Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinghan together last night, she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart and wanted to get drunk. But unfortunately, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu's rooms were arranged next to each other. So, in a daze, Yi Qingwu didn't even know that she had entered the wrong room. Last night, she also had a dream. She dreamed that Yi Qinghan married her, bowed to heaven and earth, entered the bridal room, and even did something shameful that made her feel both pain and love, although it was very painful. Every time she saw Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty face in a daze, she couldn't help but smile. For example, right now, she opened her eyes slightly and looked at Yi Qinghan's naked upper body, who was looking at her with tender feelings, and she couldn't help but smile shyly, but after a moment, her smile immediately froze. Looking at her naked upper body, looking at Yi Qinghan's naked upper body, she hurriedly pulled the blanket to cover herself, opened her mouth wide, and prepared to scream with all her might. But the next moment, a huge palm suddenly covered her mouth, and at the same time, Yi Qinghan's panicked voice rang in her ears. "Don't scream! Don't scream!" We can talk things over. You must take responsibility for me. Tui, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Chapter 157. Don't scream, Grandaunt. If your grandpa hears it again, he'll kill me. I know you're very excited right now, and I'm very excited too. Uffed, not excited. What did you call me again? Oh, right, I'm very flustered. We're all flustered. Actually, this matter. I don't know what I'm doing either. I said it wrong again. Anyway, I'll take responsibility for you. Don't scream, okay? Anything can be discussed as long as you don't scream. If you agree, blink a few times, and I'll let go of my hand. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at Yi Qingwu, not knowing what to do. Then he realized that Yi Qingwu had suddenly woken up and even smiled at him. At that moment, he was a little dumbfounded and even more confused. However, when he saw Yi Qingwu suddenly pull up the blanket to cover the beautiful view of her chest and open her mouth wide to scream, he suddenly woke up. Where was this place? This was the Yi family manor in the Divine City. All right, it didn't matter which manor this was. The problem was that in this manor, Yi Qingyo had slept in a room not far away last night. If Yi Qingyo heard Yi Qingwu scream and rushed in to find the naked Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu with his violent temper, he would probably kill Yi Qinghan. So, Yi Qinghan immediately turned over and jumped up. He reached out to cover Yi Qingwu's mouth and hurriedly explained in a soft voice. His eyes were full of sincerity. After a short moment of silence, 2 clear streams of tears suddenly flowed from the corners of Yi Qingwu's eyes. She stared at Yi Qinghan for a long time, then finally blinked and nodded. Phew! Yi Qinghan's entire body relaxed, and he felt weak, as if he had been fighting for a few days and nights. Seeing that Yi Qingwu nodded with certainty, he slowly loosened his palm. However, he did not dare to quickly retract his hand. Instead, he slowly stepped back, as if he was afraid that Yi Qingwu would lie to him and scream again. But after a moment, Yi Qingwu took 2 deep breaths and looked at Yi Qinghan. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly closed her eyes as if she had seen something terrifying. She opened her mouth wide and was about to scream again. Grandaunt, why are you screaming again? Didn't you promise me just now? Yi Qinghan hurriedly rushed up again and covered her mouth, begging her repeatedly. But Yi Qingwu closed her eyes. Her pretty face suddenly turned bright red, and then the redness quickly spread down to her neck. Even her cute little pink ears looked like they had been roasted. She did not speak. She just stretched out a snow-white hand and pointed at Yi Qinghan. Huh! Looking at Yi Qingwu's abnormal behavior, Yi Qinghan looked in the direction of Yi Qingwu's finger. He found that there was an angry dragon standing there, facing the sky. At this moment, as his body moved, it was swaying with the wind. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Qinghan's face quickly became redder than Yi Qingwu's. At the same time, he jumped off the bed at the fastest speed he had ever done in his life. Then, he put on his clothes at the fastest speed he had ever done in his life. He picked up the clothes that were scattered on the ground and put them on. Oh, that I've put on my clothes. You should put them on too. Don't catch a cold. Yi Qinghan put on his clothes and looked at Yi Qingwu, who was covering the quilt and lowering her head in silence. He was at a loss of what to do, so he rubbed his hands and said, Throw the clothes over. Yi Qingwu did not raise her head. She only let out a trembling voice. Yes. Seeing that Yi Qingwu did not lose her mind and make a fuss, Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He hurriedly picked up the clothes that were scattered on the ground and was about to throw them over. However, when he saw a thin piece of clothing that had been torn into strips, his face that had just recovered a little bit of calmness turned red again. He said embarrassedly, The doo-doo is so tattered. You can still wear it like this. You bastard, throw it over and turn around. Yi Qingwu quickly raised her head and glanced at it. She immediately said shyly and angrily, "Ah." Yi Qinghan hurriedly threw it on the bed and hurriedly turned around. After a moment, there was a swishing sound of clothes being put on behind him. Thinking of Yi Qingwu's blood-curdling body when he woke up in the morning, and then thinking of the doo-doo that was torn beyond recognition, Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen began to heat up again. I'm done." Yi Qingwu's weak voice came from behind. Yi Qinghan hurriedly withdrew his thoughts. He twitched the corner of his mouth and turned around. He looked at Yi Qingwu, who was sitting weakly on the bed with a face full of tears and hugging her knees. It was unknown what she was thinking. Yi Qinghan's heart was suddenly surrounded by a strong sense of guilt. How could he do such a beastly thing to Yi Qingwu? Moreover, it seemed to be a very violent kind. "Sister Yi Qingwu, Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. He wanted to say something to comfort Yi Qingwu, but he did not know what to say. He could only embarrassedly twitch the corner of his mouth. "You're still not going out. When my grandfather finds out that you're in my room, aren't you afraid that he'll find out and kill you?" Yi Qingwu bit her lips and glared at Yi Qinghan as she said, angrily, "Sister Yi Qingwu, I'll take responsibility." Looking at Yi Qingwu, who was pretending to be strong, but her body was trembling uncontrollably, Yi Qinghan could not help but have a strong desire to embrace the girl in front of him and comfort her. However, he knew that if he rushed forward now, he would definitely be kicked away by Yi Qingwu. "I don't want to talk about this now. I need to calm down. You're still not going out." Yi Qingwu's heart seemed to be in a mess. She did not listen to any of Yi Qinghan's words. She bulged her eyes and raised her eyebrows angrily. All right, don't be angry. I'll go out. I'll go out right now. We'll talk about responsibility later." Seeing that Yi Qingwu was angry, Yi Qinghan knew that he would not have a good time if he did not leave now. He hurriedly waved his hand and spoke politely as he walked out. However, after a while, Yi Qinghan came back in again. His expression was full of embarrassment. He was a little bashful as he rubbed his hands and said, "Sister Xiaowu, this seems to be my room." The two of them panicked for a while. Yi Qinghan hurriedly sent Yi Qingwu back to her room like a thief. It was already noon. Fortunately, everyone had drunk too much last night. Basically, no one had woken up. Yi Qingyou and the clan elders had woken up a long time ago. Knowing that they had drunk too much, they did not care about them. They just drank tea and chatted in the hall. After settling everything, Yi Qinghan hurriedly returned to his room and began to tidy up. His room had become extremely messy after yesterday's crazy battle. When he saw the bright red stain on the snow-white bedsheet, he could not help but curse himself 10 times in his heart. Beast! How could he get drunk and have sex? How could he get drunk and have sex? Of course, for a beauty of Yi Qingwu's level, he naturally felt that he could get drunk and should get drunk. However, getting drunk and having sex, not only did he not taste anything, he also had to bear the risk of being killed by Yi Qingyou. This was not worth it, was it? Chapter 158. Yi Qinghan tidied up everything and steadied his mind for a while before gritting his teeth and pretending to be relaxed as he walked into the hall of the manor. Most of the people in the hall had already woken up. They had finished their breakfast and were chatting in the hall. "Qinghan, come and have a seat. I'm not trying to nag you youngsters, but you need to practice your alcohol tolerance. When I was young, I drank for 3 days straight without getting drunk." Yi Qinghan hurriedly laughed and joked when he saw Yi Qinghan walk out. His words were full of concern for Yi Qinghan, Everyone in the hall turned to look at Yi Qinghan in unison. Yu Qingcheng, who was sitting to the side, gave him a concerned look, as if asking why he had woken up so late. Hee, that's right. Old Feng, didn't drink any less than you last night, but I woke up a few hours earlier than you. You can't do it, kid. Fengzi also grinned and teased. Brat, you're old Feng? What am I? Little Feng? Feng Zi's words drew a round of reprimand from an elder of the Feng family. This elder was Feng Zi's uncle, and when he saw Feng Zi's impolite words, he actually dared to call himself elder in front of Yi Qinghu and the other elders. Ha! The hall was filled with laughter and joy. This was a great victory for the House of Aries in the prefecture battle. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan did not hog all the points for himself, allowing the other clans to receive many points that could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. Of course, they were secretly delighted. Why isn't Xiao Wu up yet? Did you see her when you woke up? Yi Qinghan had a guilty conscience and nodded shyly at the crowd, not daring to speak further. However, he had just sat down next to Yi Qinghan when the latter unexpectedly turned his head and asked him about Yi Qingwu in a friendly manner. No. Why did I see her when I woke up? I wasn't in the same room as her. I didn't see her. Should I send someone up to ask? Yi Qinghan felt guilty as he looked at Yi Qinghan's bulging eyes. He hurriedly tried to explain himself, but he almost spilled the beans in his panic, so he awkwardly explained himself. Yi Qingya waved his hand and said, nonchalantly, don't worry about her. She probably has a headache from drinking too much. After we eat, if she still hasn't woken up, then there's no need to wait for her. Let's go to the immortal incineration house together to exchange for a spirit pill. The patriarch has already sent word that he has already exchanged for a spirit pill. We're just waiting for this spirit pill of yours to save your sister. Really? Yi Qinghan almost jumped to his feet when he heard this. All of his worries and vexations were thrown off the divine mountain. He stood up with a thump and looked at Yi Qinghan with an expression of wild joy. When he saw Yi Qinghan, he nodded very seriously. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into a smile. Then the smile widened, and the smile turned into a hearty laugh, and finally into a maniacal laugh. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was laughing maniacally in the hall, not only did the crowd not feel any dissatisfaction or disgust towards him. Instead, they admired and liked him even more. They roughly understood Yi Qinghan's story when they learned that he had killed a few core members of the Yi family because of his sister's death, and that he had crippled Yi Qingquang, who was the heir to the Yi family, without hesitation, and that he had killed Yi Rong in seconds. They were filled with endless love and admiration for Yi Qinghan's character of daring to love, hate, and kill. In order to win back Yi Qinghan's heart, the Yi family had no choice but to let him participate in the prefecture battle. In order to save his sister, Yi Qinghan had worked hard and crazily all along the way. In the end, through his own hard work and luck, Yi Qinghan had successfully obtained a large number of points and established an unprecedented victory for the House of Aries. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan learned that his sister was about to open for business and was awakened, he suddenly laughed unscrupulously. In this regard, not only did the crowd not feel the slightest disgust or disgust, but they also liked and admired his genuine temperament and character. On the contrary, he was very fond of and admired Yi Qinghan's genuine and affectionate character. At the same time, he placed Yi Qinghan in the category of friends that could be made the most. Everyone saw Yi Qinghan's crazy laughter and was ecstatic. Yu Qingcheng, however, saw the faint tears in Yi Qinghan's eyes under his crazy laughter. At this moment, not only was she not happy, she instead felt heartache and grievance. She was already faintly proud, She felt heartache for the heavy burden that Yi Qinghan carried, for all the grievances that he had experienced, and proud that she was able to have such an indomitable man. Let's go to the immortal burning house. Yi Qinghan laughed wildly for a while and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked out resolutely. At this moment, he didn't want to wait a moment longer. He wanted to use the fastest speed to exchange for spirit pills and return to the Yi family. He wanted to return to the side of that white-haired, white-clothed girl and save that girl. After that, he wouldn't be separated from her for even a moment. This little bastard. Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the immortal burning house together. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had already disappeared at the entrance of the hall, Yi Qingyo helplessly sighed, stood up and said to everyone with a smile, Let's go, let's go. Let's exchange for treasures. Feng Zihua hurriedly also stood up and followed with quick steps. The immortal burning tower was located on the east side of the Divine City. It was an organization that specialized in handling the affairs of the three manors. The tower master was the Burning God Guard. At this moment, a group of people from the House of Ares directly rushed towards the immortal burning tower. Along the way, all the famous people in the Divine City turned to look at them. The residents of the Divine City were originally people from the three manors. Of course, when the god-slaying Slayer built the Divine City, 10,000 people were transferred from each of the three manors. After thousands of years, the number of residents in the Divine City gradually increased. The Divine City had also been expanded several times, and the population soared. This time, the House of Ares really won a great victory. Not only did they not lose many people, they also occupied two manors by themselves and killed the demon god and barbarian god manor. Although the residents of the Divine City were descendants of the three manors, after thousands of years, they already considered themselves to be high and mighty people of the Divine City. They no longer admitted that they were descendants of the three manors. Yeah, I heard that there's a human called Yi Qinghan. He's so fierce. I heard that he even became the son of Yao Xie. Yesterday, Yao Xie was just about to go crazy in the Glory Square. Yi Qinghan, I wonder if that's Yi Qinghan? I heard that he's only 16 years old. So fierce. The residents of the Divine City began to discuss. Although they didn't know much about the Manor Wars, they were still people of the Divine City. Naturally, they were more informed. At this time, when they saw the people from the House of Ares rushing towards the immortal burning tower, they couldn't help but discuss. Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to listen to the discussions of the passers-by. He angrily rushed into the immortal burning tower and directly said to the few golden-robed people inside, House of Ares, Yi Qinghan is here to exchange points. The hall of the immortal burning tower was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. However, there were less than 10 golden-robed people in the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a golden-robed person who didn't cover her head, revealing a mature and beautiful face. It was actually a woman. Greetings, Burning God Guard. My son doesn't understand etiquette and has offended you. Please forgive him. Yi Qinghan was the second to rush into the immortal burning tower. However, when he saw the golden-robed woman sitting in the middle, he was startled. He hurriedly glared at Yi Qinghan and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, Burning God Guard. The elders behind him also followed in and saluted together. Hee, it's all right. No need to be so courteous. The Burning God Guard lightly waved her hand and said with a smile on her mature face, looking at the situation. This Burning God Guard didn't seem to be young, but her voice was gentle and clear like a young girl's. The Burning God Guard then turned his head to look at Yi Qinghan. Finally, his eyes fixed on the yellow ring on Yi Qinghan's left hand and said, You are Yi Qinghan, right? Not bad. Heroes have always been young. You have a lot of points, more than 20,000. What do you want to exchange for? Spirit pill. Yi Qinghan hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and said respectfully, I've heard a little about your matter. I'm also quite touched. A young hero with unparalleled affection. Take this spirit pill. The burning god guard lightly smiled again. There was a hint of faint admiration in his eyes. With a wave of his left hand, a green jade box on the table flew directly toward Yi Qinghan. Looking at the jade box that was glowing with a beautiful green light, Yi Qinghan hurriedly reached out to receive it. His heart was abnormally excited. The spirit pill was finally in his hands. His hard work had finally paid off. His sister could be saved. Don't fight. The spirit chi will evaporate. This spirit pill is the real deal. Hurry up and thank the burning god guard. Yi Qinghan was just about to open the jade box to see what the legendary spirit pill looked like when he received Yi Qingyo's sound transmission. He didn't dare to be careless and put away the jade box. Once again, he deeply bowed to the burning god guard. No need to be so courteous. These are the treasures for this sect battle. Among them, there is 1 low-ranked sacred tool and 50 high-ranked precious tools. Everyone, discuss for a while and take turns to exchange. Chapter 159. Low-grade Saint Artifact. Everyone looked at the back of the burning god guards, their eyes burning with passion. The number 1 treasure, the spirit pill, had been announced before the Divine City prefecture battle began. However, no one expected that there would be another Saint Artifact. Saint Artifacts were good stuff. Even the 5 great families only had 1 or 2 Saint Artifacts. The Yi family had only announced 1, Yi Qianlong's Slaughter God Saber. In fact, the Yi family had 5 Saint Artifacts, but they had not announced them. The other great families also had 4 or 5 Saint Artifacts, but they would not announce them. However, even the 5 great families, who were as rich as countries, only had a few Saint Artifacts. It could be seen that these Saint Artifacts were rare and precious. Perhaps only the Divine City would be rich enough to not treat Saint Artifacts as treasures. The eyes of the various family representatives began to shine. If they could obtain a Saint Artifact, then their family's strength would rise by a level. However, when the golden-robed envoy from the burning god house took out the list of rewards for this prefecture battle and showed it to everyone, everyone sighed and had a look of realization. The Saint Artifact was broken. Strictly speaking, only a quarter of it was an arm guard. According to the information, this was originally the left arm guard of an upper-grade Saint Artifact, the Fire God Battle Armor. However, the other 3 Saint Artifacts had been lost, so this arm guard had lost its ability to protect its owner. Therefore, it was judged to be a lower-grade Saint Artifact. Countless people shook their heads and sighed. Moreover, more people revealed looks of disdain. Without the ability to protect its owner, it could not be called a Saint Artifact for a long time. Moreover, it was the cheapest arm guard of all armors. This thing could actually be passed off as a Saint Artifact. Most importantly, it could be exchanged for such a high amount of points, the same price as the spirit pill. One had to know that an upper-grade artifact, especially a weapon or a full set of armor, was only around 6,000 to 7,000 points. Therefore, everyone looked at the information of the Saint Artifact below. Yi Qingyo also sighed. If this arm guard was just a small inner armor, he would not hesitate to ask Yi Qinghan to exchange it for it. However, it was just an arm guard. The points were not worth it. It would be better to exchange it for an upper-grade armor. After all, the arm was not the most lethal part of the body. The body was. Yi Qinghan also sighed. Originally, he had exchanged for the spirit pills and still had nearly 20,000 points left. If the sacred tool was completed, he would have exchanged for it, even if he had to use up all his points. After all, he was well aware of the might of a sacred artifact. After escaping from death many times, he understood how important a sacred artifact was to a cultivator. Boss, quickly replace that arm guard. This arm guard is a super treasure. Just as Yi Qinghan was preparing to follow the others to search for treasures and other treasures, he wanted to understand them beforehand, so that when it was his turn, he would be able to exchange for them. However, Xiao Hei's voice transmission suddenly rang in his mind. Super good treasure? Xiao Hei, what's going on? Yi Qinghan was shocked and hurriedly asked. Since even Yi Qingniu thought that this thing was not worth this price, how could Xiao Hei be so sure? I don't know the details, but I feel that this thing is definitely a good treasure. Trust me, you can just exchange for it. Xiao Hei's explanation was very vague, but it was unusually firm. Yi Qinghan could not help but nod silently. In his heart, Xiao Hei was not as simple as a beast. Ever since Xiao Hei could communicate with him through voice transmission in the desolate mountain range, Yi Qinghan no longer treated him as a beast. Instead, he treated him as a person, a brother who would accompany him in battle. At this moment, Xiao Hei asked him to do something for the first time. Not to mention that this thing was a sacred artifact. Even if it was an ordinary piece of trash, he would not hesitate to exchange for it. Everyone looked at the things on the screen clearly and understood them. Then, they began to exchange for items. Yi Qinghan originally thought that since he had exchanged for the spirit pill first, it would be Long Seinen's turn to exchange for items. He did not expect that Long Seinen would once again propose to give Yi Qinghan an opportunity to exchange for his rights, in order to repay him for his contribution to the House of Aries in the Prefectural War. Of course, no one would have any objections to this proposal. If Yi Qinghan was not around, presumably, many of them would not have the opportunity to exchange for treasures, and many of them would remain on Netherworld Island forever, turning into dust and nourishing the flowers and plants there. Exchange for the 6th high-grade treasure. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not act pretentiously. Seeing that everyone was so insistent, he did not refuse. However, when they were exchanging for treasures, Yi Qingniu immediately transmitted a message to him. The 6th treasure was a set of dragon scale armor. The entire set was made of 8th grade silver dragon scales, and its defensive power was extremely strong. It could be said to be a top-grade treasure among high-grade treasures. Yi Qingniu knew that Yi Qinghan did not have any armor, so he naturally chose the best one for him. I choose that sacred artifact, deduct the points directly from my ring, and the 10,000 points just now. Yi Qinghan did not follow Yi Qingniu's instructions. Instead, he extended his left hand and pointed at the second-ranked sacred artifact, the Fire God's arm guard. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. They all felt that Yi Qinghan was young and immature, thinking that the sacred artifact was the best and wasting so many points for nothing. Yi Qingniu transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Yu Qingcheng also faintly shook her head at Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan's stubbornness seemed to have flared up, and he insisted on the arm guard. Yi Qinghan, are you sure? I will directly remove your ring and deduct your points. The golden-robed emissary did not say much and only said coldly, I'm sure. Yi Qinghan firmly said, Good. The emissary did not say anything else. He extended a pale hand and directly suspended it above Yi Qinghan's ring. Then, a green stream of qi flowed out from his palm. The yellow ring on Yi Qinghan's middle finger directly separated from his finger and quickly flew into the golden-robed emissary's hand. This is the sacred artifact, the Fire God's arm guard. You have a total of 26,300 points. After deducting the divine spirit pills and the sacred artifact, you still have 6,300 points left. May I ask, do you want to continue exchanging your remaining points in the divine city, or Do you want to return to the Dragon City to exchange them? The golden-robed emissary took a fiery red jade box from another emissary and directly handed it to Yi Ching Han. Then, he directly recorded the remaining points on a record. Elder Yi Qingyo has full authority to deal with my remaining points. Yi Ching Han directly took the jade box and directly put it into his clothes. Then he clasped his hands towards the crowd and said, "Everyone, properly exchange your points. I drank too much last night, and my head hurts a little. I will return to the manor to rest first." With that, he directly walked back to the manor under the teasing of the crowd and the worried expression of Yu Qingsheng. Yi Qingyo nodded and said to Yi Ping behind him, "Yi Ping, you go back with Yi Ching Han. Everyone continue. This child's alcohol tolerance is too low. We have to train more in the future. Miss Long, it's your turn." Of course, Yi Ching Han was not feeling dizzy because of the hangover, but he was worried about Yi Qing Wu, who was in the manor. With the spiritual divine pills in hand, he needed to return to the Yi family as soon as possible. Thus, he wanted to see if Yi Qingwu's body was better, and if she could take the teleportation array with him to the Dragon City, and then rush back to the Yi family. Seeing Yi Qinghan following behind him, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a problem and turned his head to ask, "Elder Yi Ping, can the teleportation array in the Divine City directly send me to the Blue City?" Of course not. The teleportation array in the Divine City can only send you to the main cities of the 3 big prefectures. Although the Blue City is the main city, it does not have the qualifications to directly send you there. Yi Ping looked at Yi Qinghan's anxious expression and secretly found it funny. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, his footsteps paused, and he said with a puzzled expression, "Young Master Han, I'm afraid that you won't be able to return to the Dragon City today. I received news today that there was a small problem with the teleportation array in the Divine City this morning. It is currently being repaired. I estimate that you will have to wait a few days." Yi Qinghan's footsteps also paused, and he said in astonishment, "The teleportation array is broken?" Chapter 160. The transportation array is spoiled, and it's spoiled in the morning? Yi Qinghan asked in astonishment. This transportation array spoiled right on time. Huh? Why was it not spoiled before or after, but coincidentally spoiled today, when the people from the House of Ares were preparing to teleport back to Dragon City? Could it be that there was some mystery behind this? Young Master Han, don't worry. The transportation array at Dragon City is spoiled, and it was spoiled 2 days ago. Grand Elder has already investigated this, so there won't be any problems. Just wait a few days. Yi Ping saw Yi Qinghan's worry and hurriedly explained. Actually, when they first received the news, they also thought there was some conspiracy, but later they found out that there was a problem at Dragon City. Then there shouldn't be any problems, since it was just a matter of waiting a few days. All right then, just wait. Yi Qinghan shook his head, helplessly. He had already waited for more than a year, so a few more days wouldn't make a difference. Inside the Yi family's manor, Yi Qinghan said he was back to rest, but he ran to Yi Qingwu's room. He had just done something bad last night, so if he didn't console her today, he would feel very apologetic. Of course, he was also worried that Yi Qingwu would find out about this. Although he was a little nervous and embarrassed to see Yi Qingwu, as a man, he felt that some things should be faced bravely and not avoided. After knocking more than 10 times, Yi Qingwu finally opened the door. Yi Qinghan hurriedly dashed in and looked at the pale Yi Qingwu. He was a little ashamed, a little guilty, and also very embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, Sister Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Silence. Yi Qingwu didn't say anything and still sat on the bed. She hugged her knees, leaned against the wall, and sat with her head lowered. "Oh, right. You haven't had breakfast yet. You need to eat. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it over for you." Seeing that Yi Qinggu didn't speak, Yi Qinghan felt even more embarrassed. He twitched his mouth and laughed dryly, then continued. Silence. It was still silence. Yi Qingwu shook her head slightly and rejected Yi Qinghan's proposal. Sister Xiaowu, don't be like this. If you want to hit me or scold me, I'm willing. Don't be so silent. Yi Qinghan was anxious. If this went on, something bad would happen. Looking at Yi Qingwu's pale face, he felt distressed. No matter what, Yi Qingwu was his woman. There was still silence. The atmosphere in the room became awkward and dull. Pa, pa, pa. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan's mind raced for a few rounds at high speed. He clenched his teeth and started to slap his face hard. Palm prints quickly covered Yi Qinghan's entire face. His delicate, smiling face started to turn white and red. What are you doing? Still not stopping? Yi Qinghan's trick had finally worked. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan, who kept slapping her face hard. Her delicate face was full of red palm prints. She quickly stood up and said, angrily, Sister Xiaowu, I'm a beast. I'm an animal. I've ruined your innocence. I'm sorry. Please punish me. How about you hang me on a tree and beat me 8 to 10 times? Whip and candle, I won't make a sound. Yi Qinghan looked remorseful and said sincerely, Get lost, you bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingwu's tears turned into laughter, but she immediately realized that she shouldn't laugh. She quickly pulled her face and looked away. Hee, Sister Xiaowu, this is a sacred bracer that I just exchanged for. I'm giving it to you. This is a good thing. Yi Qinghan saw that his words were effective. He quickly took out a fiery red jade box and handed it over. To deal with a girl, one had to strike while the iron was hot, take advantage of her good mood to coax her and divert her attention. Then, this matter would be completely settled. Sacred bracer? Yi Qinghan's trick worked again. When Yi Qingwu heard that it was a sacred bracer, she immediately turned her head and looked at the red box in bewilderment. A sacred bracer was a treasure of heaven and earth. She was slightly touched that Yi Qinghan gave it to her. It's not really a sacred bracer. It doesn't have a protector or a spirit. However, the people of the divine city define it as a sacred artifact. I reckon it can be considered as an extremely strong defensive arm guard. Yi Qinghan hurriedly opened the jade box and showed it to Yi Qingwu. How terrifying. I don't want it. When the box was opened, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan were shocked. Although this bracer was made of fiery red, tiny scales, there was a sinister and terrifying demon head on the top of the bracer. When the lines on the entire body were combined, it actually gave off an evil feeling. It does look a bit scary. But other than this, I don't have anything good to give you. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He didn't think that this thing would look so evil and scary. Of course, girls wouldn't like it, but he really didn't have anything good to take out. Although he still had a sacred bracer. The bronze ring, he couldn't take it off after the Savage Mountain Range automatically protected its owner. As for the treasured bracer, the blue dragon dagger, Yi Qingwu probably wasn't used to it. There was also the inner armor, but it was a man's style. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy for him to take it off in this situation, right? Who wants your broken things? Also, you want to use these broken things to send this sister away? Yi Qingwu saw that Yi Qinghan was racking his brains over what to give her. Her complexion turned slightly better, and she said angrily, there's hope. When Yi Qinghan saw Yi Qingwu's expression and tone, he was overjoyed in his heart. It seemed that this last didn't have much anger or resistance towards him for taking her virginity. His complexion became even more sincere as he solemnly said, "Of course not. I'm prepared to give you my most important treasure to make up for the wrong thing I did last night. This treasure can be said to be priceless. It's hard to see even once in 1,000 years. Moreover, it will continue to rise in value in the future. The most important thing is that this treasure can accompany you for a lifetime and make you happy forever. You actually have such a precious treasure. What is it?" Yi Qingwu was completely confused by Yi Qinghan's words. She blinked her big eyes and asked in puzzlement, This treasure is Yi Qinghan." Yi Qinghan grinned. His serious and solemn expression immediately turned into a mischievous one. He said with a charming smile, "Sister Xiao Wu, I'm prepared to give it to you. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm going to give myself to you. Think about it. Someone like me who is affectionate, approachable, willing to help others, self-sacrificing, generous, chivalrous, broad-minded, hard-working, heaven-defying. Wait, such a good person. Wouldn't he be priceless and hard to find in 10,000 years? Moreover, I'm still young and have unlimited potential in the future. Moreover, I can accompany you for a lifetime and make you happy forever. What do you think?" TSK. Yi Qingwu blushed at Yi Qinghan's words. For 20 years, she had never heard such bold words of love and such shameless boasting. For a moment, her pretty face seemed to be on fire. She snorted and lowered her head, shyly, without saying anything. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. I'll count to 3. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Yi Qingwu, you're mine from now on." Yi Qinghan saw that his trick had worked. He continued to strike the iron while it was hot. He wanted to thoroughly take down Yi Qingwu. Then he could have Qingwu. Go to hell. How can you count like this? You're a big bastard. Haha, I don't care. You're my wife from now on. I'll kill you. After a moment, Yi Qingwu's angry voice and Yi Qinghan's dissolute laughter came from the room. Chapter 161. Shui Wuhen felt wronged, extremely wronged. He used to be the young master of the Shui family, the successor of the next patriarch, the young master of the drifting snow city. He was the center of attention, welcomed everywhere. But now, he was holed up in a small building in the divine city. He was told that he could not go out for 5 years, or else he would die. The building belonged to Tu Qianjun. Although it wasn't big, the environment was not bad. There were several servants and maids, so he didn't have to worry about food and drinks. A young master of a family who was used to living a luxurious life, surrounded by followers, and loved to play was told that he had to stay in a building and was not allowed to go out. Moreover, he had to stay there for 5 years. How could he endure such a boring life? How could he endure the days that were like a prison? However, Shui Wuheng knew that he had no choice but to endure it even if he could not endure it, because as soon as he went out of the building, he would be discovered by the 4 families and the spies of the Dragon City. Then no one would be able to protect him on the Dark Island. Tu Qianjun had given him an order, a pledge of allegiance to the Divine City, to help him kill Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate, not to mention Tu Qianjun's order. The hatred between him and Yi Qinghan was enough for him to take action. Therefore, when he saw Yi Qinghan for the first time, he immediately used the invisible worm on him. He also sent 2 locating crystal balls to Yao Kaka and Man Gone through the messengers in the Divine City. He thought that with the power of the Monster Clan and the Barbarian Clan, killing Yi Qinghan would be as easy as stepping on an ant. But he didn't expect that Yi Qinghan could escape alive, and even had a fortuitous encounter. He alone could defeat thousands of soldiers and horses, and even killed Yao Kaka. After he received the news, he didn't hesitate and fled in the night. He spent more than half a year in a cave. When the final battle was over, he didn't enter the Scarlet Plain, but went to the temporary headquarters. After the final battle, the people of the Scarlet Plain would be teleported directly to the God City. The teleportation array of the temporary headquarters would also be open for a month. Those who were not in the Scarlet Plain could teleport to the Battle Island through the temporary headquarters and then to the God City. After a few days and nights of wandering, Shui Wuhan finally arrived at the Divine City the night before yesterday. He was brought into the immortal slaughtering tower through the token that Tu Qianjun gave him. He thought that he had sacrificed so much for Tu Qianjun. Tu Qianjun would definitely put him in an important position and take good care of him. He would directly become a member of the Divine City's immortal slaughtering tower and be bestowed with high-grade cultivation methods and holy tools. Only, he didn't even get to see Tu Qianjun's face before he was directly brought here. Furthermore, he was told that he had to stay here for 5 years. Once he stepped out of the tower, he would undoubtedly die. He didn't understand what was going on. He was terrified. He wanted to go out of the building to take a look, but he was afraid that he would really die. It wasn't until this morning when Tu Qianjun finally sent someone to explain everything to him that he completely understood. Tu Qianjun had been imprisoned for 5 years. Everything that he had done had been exposed. Yi Qingyo was currently offering a high-grade treasure as a reward for his whereabouts. It was probably because of Tu Qianjun that the Massacre God Guards had arranged a tower for him. Now that everything had been exposed, the House of Ares wouldn't be able to tolerate him anymore. Although he didn't know if he would implicate the Shui clan, he knew that once he appeared in the House of Ares, he would definitely die. In fact, he already knew this beforehand and was mentally prepared for it. What he didn't expect was that God City actually couldn't tolerate or protect him now. Even the big tree that he had always wanted to rely on, Tu Qianjun, was imprisoned. It was very obvious that the Massacre God Guards wouldn't give a damn about a young master like him. They had already given him a lot of face by temporarily giving him a tower to stay in. Now that he had become a stray dog, he didn't know if the Shui clan would be implicated. Tu Qianjun was imprisoned, and he was also imprisoned. His future was bleak and bleak. How did things turn out like this? How did things turn out like this? This wasn't the life that he wanted. It wasn't the life that he had expected. Therefore, for an entire day, Shui Wuhan's gray and black eyes were filled with grievance and anger. Rage and shame filled the entire tower. Yi Qinghan's mood was very good, and he felt rather good. He had inexplicably slept with Yi Qinggu. After an entire morning of hard work, he finally settled this matter. Although Yi Qinggu didn't express it clearly, Yi Qinghan could tell from many details that Yi Qinggu actually didn't reject him. In fact, she even liked him a little. He had obtained a beautiful wife out of thin air. Furthermore, she was the kind that had power and influence. Of course, he wasn't in a good mood. Moreover, towards Yi Qinggu, he originally felt more gratitude and admiration. However, after the skin contact last night, he couldn't help but like Yi Qinggu, no matter how he looked at her. Her every frown and smile, her pure and pretty face, and her devilish figure. Any man who didn't like her would definitely be a castrated man. When he first saw Yi Qinggu in the Yi clan, he was conquered by her charm. Of course, at that time, his status in the Yi clan was very low. He could only look up to a beauty like Yi Qinggu. After that, he didn't have the time to think about these things during the mansion battle. At Duanren Peak, his strength had greatly improved and his worries had been resolved. However, at that time, he was in the honeymoon period with Yu Qingcheng. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about other women. Last night, after a violent drunkenness and an exciting erotic dream, he accidentally obtained Yi Qingwu's body. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. He resolutely and decisively captured Yi Qingwu. He believed that as long as Yi Qingwu didn't resist and didn't hate him, he would capture her sooner or later. After all, he had already obtained her body. So sooner or later, her heart would also be completely conquered. What are you thinking about? Little bastard, why are you smiling so lewdly? At this time, Yi Qinghan was at the side of a garden in the manor. He was silently thinking about how to completely capture Yi Qingwu. He didn't expect that a figure would suddenly appear beside him. Hello, Supreme Elder. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm thinking about some things that happened in the mansion battle. Why are you looking for me? Yi Qinghan quickly turned his head and saw Yi Qingyo slowly walking over. He was startled and thought that the matter between him and Yi Qingwu had been exposed. I'm here to ask you, why did you choose such a useless sacred tool in the morning? Yi Qingyo didn't seem to know about the matter between Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu. Instead, he asked about the immortal burning building in the morning. I suddenly received a message from Xiao He. He said that this sacred tool is a super treasure. Seeing that Yi Qingyo wasn't asking about Yi Qingwu, Yi Qinghan relaxed and quickly explained. Yi Qingyo raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, "Your sacred beast said that? Take out that sacred tool arm guard, and let me take a closer look. Is it really a good treasure?" Chapter 162. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan hurriedly took out the arm guard. This arm guard was made up of small, fiery red scales. It was soft and very comfortable to the touch. However, there was a frightening and ferocious demon head on top of the arm guard. It was very lifelike, and if worn on the arm, it would look like a little demon was clinging to the arm. This thing doesn't look very special. Apart from the strange material, it's very ordinary. Yi Qingyo took the arm guard and carefully examined it for a while. He also used his soul power to examine it, but didn't find anything special. After a moment of silence, he suddenly threw the arm guard into the air. Then a cyan stream of air shot out from his left hand and fiercely collided with the arm guard. Pung! The cyan stream of air fiercely collided with the fiery red arm guard, but the arm guard suddenly burst with a dazzling red light. The red light flashed and quickly disappeared. Then, the arm guard was sent flying. Yi Qingyo's eyes flashed. He turned his hand into a claw and grabbed the arm guard in the distance. Then, he carefully examined it for a while before laughing and saying, "It's indeed a good item. Unexpectedly, my attack didn't damage it in the slightest. Its defense is very strong. And, little Han, take it and wear it. This thing can probably save your life in times of danger." Yi Qinghan also clearly saw the red light just now and happily took it. Then he quickly took off his shirt and wore the arm guard inside his right arm. This thing was unexpectedly undamaged by the attack of a Saint Realm martial artist. Although Yi Qingyo probably hadn't used his full strength, its defense was still very strong. Just now, you said you were thinking about the mansion battle? Don't worry, I'll help you get revenge for Shui Wuhan plotting against you. This time, go back and gather the patriarchs of the major clans and discuss it. Don't think too much about it. Yi Qingyo suddenly thought of something and comforted him. "I'm not worried about that. You can make the decision." Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and suddenly thought of a question he wanted to ask a long time ago. "Grand Elder, I want to ask you a question. You must answer me truthfully. Is there a God in this world?" This question had been bothering Yi Qinghan for a long time. He had heard the legend of the God City since he was young. The legendary god of the God City, too, was actually a god. Furthermore, according to the legends of the Yi family, the disciples of the 5 great clans were all descendants of God. They had the blood essence of God, the mysterious summoning space, and the mysterious techniques of the 5 great clans. Once again, he saw the power of God. There were teleportation portals all over the continent, the wonders of Nether Island, and the mysteries of God City. Everything made Yi Qinghan very puzzled. Was there really a god in this world? If there was a god, then what did he look like? What kind of power did he have? Could he split the heavens and earth? Could it stop the flow of the river? Could he escape to the heavens and enter the earth? Or omnipotent God? Yi Qinghan frowned and looked at the joyful Yi Qinghan. He knew that Yi Qinghan was also very curious about the legendary god. When he was Yi Qinghan's age, he was filled with all kinds of fantasies and longings. After a moment of silence, he said, "Originally, I wouldn't tell you these things before you reach the Emperor realm. I don't want to affect your state of mind and cultivation. Since you asked, I will tell you. This world has a god, and there is more than one. There are 3. This news shocked Yi Qinghan to the point where his whole body trembled. There were really gods in this world, and there were 3 of them? Yes, actually, you all think too highly of gods. You must think that gods are omnipotent, right? Actually, gods are also a type of martial artist. However, they are just the most powerful martial artist. They are just one realm higher than the Saint realm. We call this realm the God realm. I believe you also know that when a martial artist reaches the Emperor realm, they need to start comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The more laws they comprehend, the higher their realm will be. When you completely comprehend a law of heaven and earth to perfection, you will become a god. You will break through the Saint realm and reach the God realm." Yi Qinghan spoke slowly and introduced the cultivation direction of the Emperor realm to Yi Qinghan in advance. Although Yi Qinghan was only at the first level of the martial realm, and there was still a long distance between the Divine City and Dragon City to reach the Emperor realm, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed was indeed rare. However, Yi Qinghan's speed of advancement was indeed something that could only be seen once every 10,000 years. His comprehension ability was probably also very heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to jump so many realms in just a short period of a year just by relying on luck and hard work. His overall strength had also reached the peak of the Duke realm. Therefore, he broke the rules and explained to Yi Qinghan in advance. Yi Qinghan nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Yi Qinghan seemed to understand. He continued, "As for the god of this world, the master god of the Divine City is undoubtedly one. Another one lives on the East Sea called the Hidden Island. He also calls himself the Island Master of the Hidden Island. In order to save your sister, the chief went to the Hidden Island and successfully exchanged for a spirit pill. There is also the most mysterious one. He lives in the Dark Forest, one of the 3 forbidden lands in the north. He has no name. We all call him Lord Devour. He is the king of the Dark Forest. As for the god that you think is omnipotent and can create the world, it is all fake. You know, the Saint realm in the House of Ares has the Saint realm, and the Demon Saint has the Demon Shadow. You also saw the lion behind Yaoxia that day. The Barbarian Saint has the power of the Barbarian God. Above the Saint realm is the Heavenly God realm. The most common and special skills of the Heavenly God realm have 2 obvious points. First, they have an extremely long life force. Normally, a Saint realm warrior can live up to 300 years, but if you break through to the Heavenly God realm, you will have at least 10,000 years of life. Second, a Heavenly God realm warrior can teleport. As for the other skills, It depends on the laws of heaven and earth that you have comprehended. 10,000 years of life. This is almost equivalent to immortality. Who can dodge teleportation? Who can kill it? Yi Qingyou's words and explanation had brought Yi Qinghan to a whole new level, a completely new realm, a realm that had never been known before and was incomparably mystical. Work hard. When you enter the Emperor realm, I will explain everything to you. You know too much now, so it is useless for you. What I want to tell you is that as long as you work hard, anyone can become a heavenly god realm warrior. A god. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan, his eyes sparkling. He knew that his words had touched Yi Qinghan, so he didn't say anything more. He patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and left. Immortality, teleportation, an invincible existence. The god lord of the divine city. The island master of the hidden island. Lord Devourer? Yi Qinghan stood in the garden with a silly look for a long time. His mind was filled with the longing and fantasies of becoming a god realm warrior. It turned out that a god wasn't a god, but a powerful heavenly god realm warrior. Not everyone could succeed with their hard work. Although no one had ever become a god in the past several thousand years, it still gave Yi Qinghan a strong motivation. Work hard. As long as he worked hard, he could become a god in the legends. Although this path was vague and far, at least it was a hope, a peak that he could surpass. Chapter 163. Yi Tianlong was very excited. This kind of excitement caused his soul to tremble slightly. It was just like a year ago when he first learned that Yi Qinghan had a holy beast. Ever since Yi Dao died over a decade ago, he had been cold-hearted and went into seclusion. He no longer cared about the matters of the Yi family. He had not been excited or happy for over a decade. But a year ago, Yi Qingwu had resolutely crushed the communication jade token that Yi Qingyou had given him, alarming him. In the end, he had come to the enchanted garden and seen Yi Rong's corpse, the unconscious Yi Qingyu, who had been sacrificed, and that unyielding youth standing in the middle of the field. At that time, he had been so excited that his soul had trembled. Thus, he had acted decisively. He had imprisoned Yi Jian, banished Yi Qingquang, and sent all the young elites of the family to Nether Island. He had even disgraced himself and gone to the East Sea to beg for a spirit pill. Everything had been for the sake of that youth, that grandson, who had resolutely said that he would never call him grandfather again. Today, he had finally received a piece of news. It was an urgent letter from Yi Qingyou. He had received a letter that made his soul tremble with excitement once again. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the martial realm, and his body fusion technique had advanced. His current overall strength was invincible under the Emperor realm, absolutely invincible. He had slaughtered thousands of Yao and barbarians alone, and had even killed Yao Kaka. This was because his House of Aries had obtained an unprecedented victory in history. The hand holding the letter trembled slightly. It was not because he was crazy, but because he was too excited. The smile on his lips slowly widened until it turned into a wild laugh. "Family head, what great news is there?" The laughter startled Yi Baihu, who was outside the loft. Yi Baihu looked at the laughing Yi Tianlong with a puzzled expression. He understood Yi Tianlong, so he was even more puzzled. What had happened to make the old-fashioned and serious Yi Tianlong laugh like this? Yi Tianlong did not say anything and continued to laugh. He only handed the letter in his hand to Yi Baihu. Yi Baihu quickly skimmed through the letter, and his puzzled expression was quickly replaced by shock and ecstasy. They were extremely familiar with Yi Qingyou's notes. Since it was personally written by Yi Qingyou, this matter could not be wrong. A 16-year-old marshal. Most importantly, his heaven-defying body fusion could actually level up Such an abnormal skill had actually leveled up, and it actually had the power of a godly skill. This was simply great news. If Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate at this speed, he would probably be able to threaten Sage Realm warriors once he stepped into the Emperor realm in another 10 years. He didn't know how to describe such an abnormal cultivation speed and such abnormal skills. He could only say that it was too heaven-defying. Family head, nurture this kid well. Perhaps in the future, he might break through to the heavenly god realm. The Yi family might be able to restore the glory of the ancient god era. Yi Baihu sighed, inwardly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said this to Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong's eyes sparkled with joy. This is hard to say now. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to break through to the heavenly god realm. However, I know that if this kid is nurtured well, he can at least lead the Yi family to glory for hundreds of years. Yes, I predict that the glory of the Yi family will be born from this kid. This kid has too many secrets. His future is limitless. Yi Baihu sighed as he thought of all the things that had happened to Yi Qinghan. In the past, he had been worried that Yi Qinghan, with his low strength, would be injured on Nether Island. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this kid would actually be invincible on Nether Island. He carefully calculated in his mind, when this kid returned to the Yi family, he would ask him properly. Otherwise, he suddenly remembered a piece of news he had received this morning. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Family head, I received news this morning that the teleportation formation of Dragon City has been damaged. It will probably take 2 or 3 months to repair. Do you think that someone deliberately damaged it?" The teleportation formation has been damaged? Yi Tianlong frowned slightly. He carefully digested this news. Unexpectedly, after a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no, there must be a problem here. How could the teleportation formation have been damaged so coincidentally? It hasn't been damaged for more than 10 years. Now, it's damaged just as Little Han is preparing to return?" Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu looked at each other. They both felt that something was definitely wrong. After a moment, Yi Tianlong seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly darkened, and he shouted angrily, "No, according to Yi Qinghan's mentality, he definitely wouldn't wait for a few months after knowing that I obtained the spirit pill. I'm afraid that he has already set off and rushed back to Tsang City. No, Baihu, quickly bring some people to protect him." It would take at least a month to rush back to Tsang City. Most importantly, if they wanted to rush back in a straight line, they would have to pass through an unregulated place. It was one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent, the God Down Mountain. Yi Dao had been killed by the demon race at the God Down Mountain. Thinking of this, Yi Baihu's expression changed several times. He didn't say anything and quickly prepared to go down the mountain to gather people. "No, you stay at home and keep watch. I will personally bring people there," Yi Tianlong suddenly shouted as he paced back and forth. Then his figure suddenly dashed out. At the same time, he let out a loud roar that shook the entire Yi family. "So, elders, gather at the torture chamber." Yi Tianlong's loud roar alarmed everyone in the Yi family. Yi Chang put away his spear. There was a shocked expression on his delicate face. Then he put the spear on his back and quickly ran towards the torture chamber. Yi Tianqing put down the book in his hand. Yi Tianqing put down the teacup in his hand. Dozens of elders rushed to the entrance of the torture chamber immediately. They looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know why Yi Tianlong was so angry and why he gathered everyone in the torture chamber. Then, another elder offended Yi Tianlong's dragon might. Was the incident with Yi Jian from a year ago going to repeat itself? Swish! Yi Tianlong turned into a black shadow and flew over from the mountain behind the Yi family. Then he glanced at the elders present and quickly called out their names. Yi Chang, Yi Tianxing, Yi Quan. You guys come with me. The rest of you stay at the Yi family and listen to Yi Baihu's arrangements. Let's go. Not long after, the Yi clan's black shadows rose into the air and quickly flew southwest. The citizens of Song City were shocked. They didn't understand what was going on. Why did the Yi family send out so many experts? Were they going to slaughter the holy beast blue dragon in the dense fog forest? Yi Qinghan had indeed left the divine city. On the third day, he received news from the divine city that the teleportation portal in Dragon City would need another 2 to 3 months to be repaired. Yi Qinghan found Yi Qingyou and requested to rush back. The divine city was located in the center of the 3 residences. If Yi Qinghan rushed back in a straight line, it would only take him 5 days to reach the house of Aries. Then, it would take him another half a month to reach Song City. Of course, if Yi Qingyou directly flew back with Yi Qinghan, it would only take 7 to 8 days. However, when she heard that Yi Qinghan wanted to go back, Yi Qingwu also hurriedly wanted to go back. When Yi Qinghan went back, Yi Qingcheng definitely had to follow him to the Yi family and watch as Yi Qinghan woke up Yi Qingyu. Then, she could marry Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu had all gone back. Feng Zi and Hua Zi also lost interest in staying. Yi Qingcheng had promised to give each of them 2 tranquil lake girls. Of course, they also wanted to go back. Emperors could fly, so the elders could fly as well. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to ask Yi Qingyou and the elders to fly everyone back to Song City. However, Yi Qingyou immediately rejected this childish idea. Of course, Yi Qingyou, a sage, had no problem flying with a person. The elders also had no problem carrying people, but the young masters and young mistresses were the ones who had a problem. One had to know that flying at high speed in the air would cause them to suffer from strong air pressure. At their realm, they couldn't withstand it for a long time. Emperors could use their battle qi to protect themselves, but they couldn't protect the people they brought with them. If they flew slowly, they might as well take a carriage back. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided that Yi Qingyou would lead the team and the elders of the major clans, and Dragon City would protect them together. They would first escort the young masters and young mistresses to Song City and wake up Yi Qinghan's sister. Then, they would gather the patriarchs of the major clans to discuss the Shui family. As for Yi Shi-san and the elite disciples of the major clans, they were allowed to follow slowly back to the house of Aries. On the 4th day after the battle, 6 or 7 super luxurious and fast carriages drove out of Divine City and headed straight for the house of Aries. Inside the carriage, Yi Qingyou looked at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu with a big smile. He looked outside and began to introduce the surrounding terrain to them. Little Han, in another day, we will arrive at the #1 forbidden ground, the Goddown Mountain. This is the birthplace of all the precious and saint artifacts on the continent. It is said that there are even divine artifacts there, but no one has been able to obtain them. The Goddown Mountain will open the heavenly path again in 5 years. If you become an emperor by then, I can let you go in to broaden your horizons and search for treasures. Chapter 164. Godslaying Mountain. Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged in the carriage, pretending to be asleep with his eyes half closed. In fact, it was a little awkward to sit in the same carriage with Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyou. He had secretly slept with their granddaughter, and now that the 3 of them were in the same carriage, he felt awkward no matter what he did. Therefore, apart from cultivating, he closed his eyes and remained silent. At this time, he heard Yi Qingyou mention Godslaying Mountain, and say that they would pass by God-slaying mountain tomorrow. Yi Qinghan opened her eyes in astonishment and listened attentively to his explanation. God-slaying mountain. This place was both familiar and strange to Yi Qinghan. It was familiar because this place was where Jiang Yi's father died. Back then, Yi Dao came to the fallen god mountain alone and was killed by 4 upper-tier demon thearchs. By the time the Yi clan's rescue team arrived, Yi Dao was already on the verge of death. After being rescued and brought back to the Yi clan, Yi Dao left behind a few words and passed away. Therefore, he was very familiar with this place since he was a child. Of course, he didn't understand the specific situation of God-slaying mountain at all. Hearing Yi Qingnyo's explanation, he hurriedly asked with great interest, "Supreme Elder, why does God-slaying mountain have treasured weapons and sacred weapons? And there are even divine weapons. What's so special about divine weapons? And why can't we go there until 5 years later?" "Yes, Grandpa, can't you take us into play tomorrow? I heard that God-slaying mountain is the cave residence of an ancient giant god, and there are countless treasures inside. Grandpa, tell us quickly. I'm about to die of boredom." Next to him, Yi Qingwu also hurriedly joined in the fun. She had been bored for the past few days. With her grandfather next to her, she certainly wouldn't drink Yi Qinghan and talk too much. She couldn't even be too intimate with him, so she was a little bored. Since I have nothing to do, I'll tell you. Anyway, you'll have to go in to search for treasures in the future. Strictly speaking, God-slaying mountain isn't a mountain, but a passage connected to the spatial turbulence." Yi Qingnyo touched Yi Qingwu's head and said with a doting smile. After pondering for a while, he began to explain to the two. "Not a mountain? A passageway? What else? Space turbulence?" This was the first time Yi Qinghan had heard of such a novel thing, so he asked with great interest. "Space turbulence. I'll explain these things to you after you enter the Emperor realm. You don't need to ask too many questions. Just listen carefully. Moreover, there are many questions that I can't explain clearly. They were all passed down by my ancestors." Yi Qingyo shook his head and did not answer Yi Qinghan's question. A long time ago, about 100,000 years ago, there was an extremely powerful god. Unfortunately, he was gravely wounded. Before he died, he hid all of his treasures in a place called the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, he created many small divine pavilions in the spatial turbulence of countless planes and set up connecting passages. These warriors from the material planes within a certain range of strength could enter the small divine pavilion to search for treasures every 10 years. If they were lucky enough to survive and obtain the most important treasure in the small divine pavilion, they would be able to enter the small divine pavilion to search for treasures. When this person became a god in the future, he would have the opportunity to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion to search for treasures left behind by the ancient god. Yi Qingyo chuckled as he looked at Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan, who seemed to be listening to a fairy tale. Of course, he had the same expression when he first heard this story. He paused for a moment to allow the two to digest it before continuing. Fortunately, our Flame Dragon plane, which is also the Flame Dragon continent, also has a small divine pavilion in the spatial turbulence. The connecting passage is the God-slaying mountain. As for the realm of strength that our continent can enter, only the Emperor realm can enter. Those above or below this realm can't enter. In other words, those above the Emperor realm can't enter at all. Those below the Emperor realm who enter will definitely die. After Yi Qingyo's words fell, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan were silent for a long time before they reacted. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, the two of them thought that they were really two frogs at the bottom of a well. They had originally thought that their strength and knowledge were very powerful, but they didn't expect that the waters of the Flame Dragon continent were so deep. Perhaps they had only seen a small corner of it. Then isn't the god-slaying mountain very dangerous? Yi Qingwu patted her chest to express her shock and asked with a tilt of her head, "There are 3 trials in the god-slaying mountain. You must remember that you must be careful when you enter in the future to search for treasures. In the first trial, once you enter the god-slaying mountain, you will first enter an illusory realm. This is a powerful illusory realm set up by the ancient god. Those whose soul realm hasn't reached the Emperor realm will definitely never be able to walk out of this illusory realm. They might even die directly. That's why I said that martial artists below the Emperor realm will definitely die if they enter. In the second trial, you will encounter puppets with the same strength as you. You can't use any skills inside because they are puppets without souls. Skills will be ineffective. Unless you comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, you will never be able to defeat them in your lifetime. If you can't defeat them, you can forget about passing the second trial. In the third trial, I don't know what it's like because everyone who enters has died. So fierce that no one has succeeded in passing the third trial. Then how did the Flame Dragon continent obtain so many precious and sacred weapons?" Yi Qinghan asked anxiously. Yi Qingyo was both annoyed and amused as he scolded, "You idiot! After passing the third trial, that person will directly enter the small divine pavilion and obtain the treasures in the small divine pavilion. You idiot! Once you pass the third trial, that person will enter the small divine pavilion and obtain the treasures in the small divine pavilion. The entire god-slaying mountain will be destroyed. As for the divine tools, as long as you enter the god-slaying mountain, you will have a chance to obtain them. Treasures will occasionally fly out from the central passageway of the god-slaying mountain. Whether you can find them or not will depend on your luck. Of course, only when the heavenly road opens will the Flame Dragon continent organize people in the Emperor realm to search for treasures. The time limit is 10 days, and everyone will only try their luck in the first and second trials. Very few people, or even almost no one, go to the third trial. Remember, when you go to search for treasures in the future, you cannot enter the third trial." "Oh, I see, It's quite fun. Little Han, work hard at cultivating. In the future, the 2 of us can go treasure hunting together." Yi Qingwu obviously didn't take Yi Qingyo's warning to heart and giggled. "My father, how did he die back then?" Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Qingwu and stared blankly at Yi Qingyo, asking about the cause of Yi Dao's death. "Sigh, your father was an idiot." Yi Qingyo shook his head helplessly and said with a sigh, "Your father used his astonishing strength and the 8th grade battle beast, Draconic Lion, to make a name for himself in the chaotic prefecture battle 30 years ago. Your grandfather didn't want to allow him to participate in the treasure hunt at the god-slaying mountain 10 years ago to avoid being targeted and killed by the monster race and barbarian race. But unexpectedly, that idiot father ran out of the Yi family in the middle of the night and sneaked in the moment the path of heaven opened. In the end, he was surrounded and killed by 4 monster emperors of the monster race. When the rest of the family found him, he was already on the verge of death." So that's how it happened." Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently. He was indeed more curious about the god-slaying mountain that they would arrive at the next day. What was one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent? Like, Chapter 165. Creek. The carriages slowly stopped beside a small river, and a commotion started outside the carriages. The sun was about to set, and it seemed like the main group was going to find a place to set up camp. After several days of traveling day and night, everyone was probably a little tired, so they decided to rest here for the night and continue tomorrow. Grand Elder, Young Master Han, Miss Wu, the tents have been set up. You can go down and rest." After a while, Yi Ping's faint voice came from outside the carriage. Yi Qingyo nodded, glanced at the two, and walked down the carriage first. Yi Qinghan winked at Yi Qingwu, then took her hand and prepared to walk down with her. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at him, and her charming little mouth curled up. She shook off his hand and walked down with Yi Qingyo. "Greetings, Elder Yi." The moment Yi Qingyo walked down, all the clan elders and young masters outside hurriedly saluted. Yi Qingyo's strength and seniority were the highest, and he was known as one of the top 3 in terms of attack power in the House of Aries, so it was only natural that he would receive such courtesy. "He, do as you please. We were in such a hurry this time, and everyone must have worked hard," Yi Qingyo said with a smile, and nodded, then sat down beside a fire that was already lit. "Young Master Han, Miss Wu, sit here." On the other side, Feng Zi waved at Yi Qinghan, indicating that Yi Qinghan and the others should go to another fire, where Yu Qingcheng, Long Sainan, and Long Shuelu were already sitting. "Yes." Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Yi Qingyo and the elders, then walked over with Yi Qingwu. Young people liked to sit with other young people. There was no pressure, and they were more casual. Come. Young Master Han, this is your seat. It's arranged with sister-in-law. Young Lady Wu, you should also sit next to young Master Han." Feng Zi laughed mischievously and pointed at the seat next to Yu Qingcheng. Young Master Feng, you've been very active recently. Why don't I ask Qingcheng to give you a special selection when she sends off the Tranquil Lake disciples?" When Yi Qinghan saw that his wife was being teased, of course, he couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately began to retaliate, but he wasn't polite at all. He directly sat beside Yu Qingcheng and didn't conceal his attitude at all. "Damn, there's no need for that. Just follow the usual specifications." "Ha! Consider it a slip of the tongue. I'll punish myself with a jar." When Feng Zi heard this, he immediately surrendered. If Yu Qingcheng didn't care about the Yu clan's reputation and gifted him 2 ugly freaks, he would have to suffer in silence. Yu Qingcheng was in a good mood when she saw that her man didn't even try to hide his protection for her. She raised her head and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Then she stretched out 2 white fingers towards Feng Zi and said, "2 jars." Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. They had witnessed Yu Qingcheng's prowess on the prefecture battle island. Now, Feng Zi was asking for trouble. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? The accompanying guards carried over portions of cooked meat and jars of wine. However, perhaps because of Yi Qingyo's instructions, not much wine was served. Of course, everyone knew that they had to continue their journey tomorrow. Moreover, with their elders around, they didn't dare to get drunk. Thus, everyone began to enjoy the delicacies, drink the wine, and chat idly. Tomorrow, we'll pass by the God-slaying mountain. Everyone should observe carefully. If there's a chance in the future, we'll have to go in and search for treasures. Especially young Master Han. Maybe you'll be able to go in and search for treasures in 5 years. Long Shuelu picked up a jar of wine and took a big gulp. His handsome face was faintly disappointed, seeing Yi Qinghan sitting beside 2 peerless beauties, talking to one and flirting with the other. Long Shuelu couldn't help feeling a little unbalanced. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had taken all the good things. The world is unpredictable. Maybe in a few years, young Master Long will suddenly break through to the imperial family. The God-slaying mountain, of course, is a good place. If there's a chance, you must go in and have a look. Yi Qinghan was whispering to Yu Qingcheng. Hearing Long Shuelu mention him, he had to respond. Long Sainan glanced at Long Shuelu indifferently and saw his serious disappointment. She couldn't help but scold him. If he had spent all his time on women on cultivation, he would have reached the lowest level of the martial realm. When we go back, everyone must cultivate well, and try to enter the God-slaying mountain with me in 5 years to search for treasures. Divine tools and precious tools may have a chance to break through 3 levels, or the precious treasures in the small divine pavilion. Small divine pavilion, precious treasures, even more valuable than divine tools. Long Seinen's words attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qinghan and the others had learned some things from Yi Qingyou today. However, Hua Hua, Feng Ziyue, Qingcheng, and Long Shuelu had not reached a certain level of strength yet. Of course, their families would not tell them these secrets of the Fire Dragon continent. Hua Hua couldn't help but ask. The Hua family was the most passionate about treasure hunting and adventuring. You can ask your family elders about the details. I will only tell you that the God-slaying mountain is said to have a chance to obtain a divine tool. Of course, no one knows whether anyone has obtained a divine tool in the past thousands of years. However, according to the legend, as long as you can pass 3 levels, you can definitely obtain a divine tool. If the path of heaven opens, in 5 years, we might be able to obtain a divine tool. Of course, this depends on luck, whether we can obtain the treasures in the God-slaying mountain doesn't depend entirely on our strength, but mostly on our luck. Long Seinen said confidently. As the only daughter of the chief of the Dragon Institute, and with such high talent, the Dragon City's database was naturally open to her. She also knew many secrets that others didn't know. Divine tools. Long Seinen's words made everyone's hearts burn. The most powerful families only had a few divine tools, and they didn't even have the chance to touch them, let alone use them. Now that they were told that there were a large number of divine tools in the God-slaying mountain, and there were even legendary divine tools, they were naturally tempted and excited. Long Seinen looked at everyone's expressions and nodded with satisfaction. After more than a year of contact during this trip to the school battle, they had become life and death friends. Since they were friends, it was necessary for her to encourage them to work hard on their cultivation, especially Hua Kaihua, Fengzi, and Long Shuelu. Although they were talented, they were too playful. If they continued to play, they probably wouldn't achieve much in this life. Therefore, she mentioned the matter of the God-slaying mountain to encourage them. Looking at their expressions, she knew that her words had a certain effect. After a moment of silence, she decided to add fuel to the fire and said, "However, don't be too happy. Don't think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you, if you haven't broken through to the Emperor realm, you won't have the chance to go in and search for treasures. Therefore, if you want to go in and search for treasures in 5 years, you have to work hard. Otherwise, you will have to wait for the next opening of the heavenly path in 10 years. During this time's school battle, I comprehended a lot and touched the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth. It won't be long before I enter the Emperor realm. 5 years later, I will definitely be able to enter the God-slaying mountain. As for whether or not all of you are lucky enough to be able to enter the God-slaying mountain 5 years later, it will depend on how hard you train. I really hope that when the time comes, the few of us can enter the God-slaying mountain together." Long Seinen's words shocked everyone, and they all looked at Long Seinen in astonishment. Long Seinen was actually going to break through to the Emperor realm. It wouldn't take long, at most 1 or 2 years. Long Seinen was now 28 years old, which meant that she was very likely to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 30. This was very shocking news. After all, in the past 100 years, except for Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Dao, no one had been able to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 30. After hearing this news, their first reaction was shock, and their second reaction was great pressure and slight shame. After a slight pause, they all understood her painstaking efforts at the same time. After getting along for so long, they all knew that Long Sinan wasn't someone who liked to show off. She said this and told everyone such private news to remind them that if they wanted to enter the God-slaying mountain 5 years later and try their luck to obtain treasures, holy weapons, or even divine weapons, they must break through to the Emperor realm within 5 years. She was indirectly encouraging everyone, advising them, and reminding them of the importance of cultivation. Ha. Thank you for reminding me, Miss Long. It's like a blow to my head. I'll definitely cultivate hard and strive to enter the God-slaying mountain with everyone in 5 years. We'll go on an adventure together again. Feng Zi was silent for a moment before he spoke first. He was a straightforward person, so when he said this directly, no one felt that he was showing off at all. Instead, they felt his determination. Hua also said, "Me too. I'll definitely catch up to you in 5 years. I'm still an excellent scout, an assassin." "Thank you for reminding me, cousin. Shuelu knows his mistake. I'll go into seclusion when I return to Dragon City. I won't come out until I'm done cultivating. I hope that I can go on an adventure with you in 5 years. Long Shuelu said seriously to Long Sinan with a fiery expression. Since everyone is so serious, I also have to work hard. Otherwise, I will be overtaken by you guys." Yi Qingwu chuckled, stretched her waist, stuck out her proud peaks, and said, "Yes, work hard. We'll go to the God-slaying mountain together in 5 years. Yu Qingcheng faintly nodded her head. She had incomparable confidence in her cultivation because she had Yi Qinghan, who could enter into a state of spiritual stillness. As long as she married Yi Qinghan, when the time comes for them to dual cultivate, their strength would definitely soar. Little Han, why aren't you saying anything? You're not confident." Yi Qingwu asked curiously when she saw that Yi Qinghan only smiled at them without saying anything. Breaking through to the Emperor's stage in 5 years? That's a piece of cake. Isn't it just 2 realms? I've broken through 3 realms in the past year. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said nonchalantly. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of showing off. He thought of Madman and Hua as his brothers and deliberately provoked them. Yi Qinghan's words had obviously irritated the few of them. Even Long Sinan felt slightly awkward, not to mention Hua, Feng Zi, Long Shui, and the others. Even she, who was 28 years old and had the strength of a peak duke, was too ashamed to show her face in front of Yi Qinghan's terrifying cultivation speed and powerful strength. Chapter 166. After resting for a night, the group set off again at dawn the next day. The carriages creaked as they traveled on the uneven mountain road, which surprised the birds in the forest. After walking for about 3 or 4 hours, the carriages slowly passed through the forest and came to a plain. Is that the God-slaying mountain? Through the curtain of the carriage, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qinghan saw an unusually tall mountain surrounded by white fog on the flat land in the distance. It was like a tall building rising from the ground, which stood out in the grassy plain. Yes, that's the God-slaying mountain. When we pass by, we'll stop and let you have a good look. Yi Qingyu nodded. He was not surprised by their surprised expressions. He had the same expression when he saw the God-slaying mountain for the first time. Isn't this mountain too tall? Moreover, it's standing tall and straight, and the entire mountain is surrounded by white fog, but there isn't even a trace of white fog at the top. Oh my God, there seems to be a pavilion floating above it. Is that the small divine pavilion? Yi Qingwu stood up and leaned against the window of the carriage to carefully observe the God-slaying mountain. This was the first time she had seen such a marvelous sight, and she was very surprised. When she looked up at the top of the mountain, she cried out in surprise. "Oh, it really does look like a pavilion? Could the legend be true? Can one really reach the small divine pavilion from the god-slaying mountain? Yi Qinghan also saw this strange situation. He opened his mouth wide, and his eyes wide in disbelief. The entire god-slaying mountain was surrounded by white fog. Yi Qinghan could clearly see the scenery at the top of the mountain, and there was a loft-like building suspended at the top. The reason why we were so sure that we could reach the small divine pavilion as long as we passed the third test is that no one has ever doubted this legend for thousands of years. It's because the small divine pavilion at the top really does exist, and there are many wonderful things about the god-slaying mountain that prove this point. Yi Qingyu nodded and sighed. Amazing, it's really amazing. The small divine pavilion can actually be seen? Then why doesn't anyone just fly up, barge into the small god pavilion, and directly take the treasures? Yi Qingwu twitched her little nose as she asked in confusion. Silly girl, if it was so easy, the little divine pavilion would have long ceased to exist. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingwu's cute, twitching nose, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes as he teased. Xiao Wu, you're a little confused recently. Little Han is right. If it were that easy, the God-Down Mountain would have been destroyed long ago. According to legend, as long as you get the treasure of the little divine pavilion, the God-Down Mountain will be destroyed automatically. As for why no one directly flies up, it's because of the wonderful thing about the God-Down Mountain that I mentioned just now. As long as you get close to the God-Down Mountain, you'll be affected by an invisible restrictive force. No one can fly, so you can only walk step by step. Moreover, the gravity inside is very strong. You'll know when you personally experience it. Yi Qingyu lovingly stroked Yi Qingwu's head and patiently explained to her. Uncle Ping, drive faster. I want to go to the God-Down Mountain to have some fun. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan, then turned to Yi Ping, who was sitting in front of the carriage. Although the God-Down Mountain could be seen from afar, it took the carriages more than an hour before they finally reached the foot of the mountain under the watchful eyes of the young masters and young ladies. Let's rest here and let them play for half an hour. Yi Qingyu's faint voice came from the carriages. All the elders in the carriages faintly smiled and ordered the carriages to stop. The young masters and young ladies in the carriages had already jumped off the carriages the moment the carriages stopped, preparing to go down and have a good look at the famous God-Down Mountain. With a faint smile, Yi Qinghan followed Yi Qingwu's footsteps and jumped off the carriage, preparing to walk towards the God-Down Mountain. He wanted to have a good look at the dangerous place where his father Yi Dao had died. However, the moment he jumped off the carriage, he felt that his body was many times heavier than usual. A huge force suddenly pressed down on his body. When his feet landed on the ground, his legs involuntarily bent, and he almost sat on the ground. Additionally, he felt that his blood flowed a bit slower, his chest was stuffy, and he felt uncomfortable all over. What's going on? Enemy attack. Yi Qinghan immediately operated his battle chi at high speed and merged with his battle beast. He looked around and began to investigate the situation. However, there were no strangers around, and he found that Yi Qingwu and Feng Zihua, who had landed at the same time, were also looking around nervously with shocked expressions. Obviously, they had encountered the same situation. At this time, Long Shuelu had just jumped off the carriage. Perhaps because he had gotten off too hastily, he did not stand firm and directly fell on the ground. He immediately drew his sword and began to look around nervously. Don't be nervous. Long Sinan slowly and gently walked down from another carriage, looking at the tense crowd. She smiled and said, "This is one of the wonderful environments of the God-Down Mountain. The gravity here is 10 times that of ordinary places. You'll be fine once you get used to it." Yi Qinghan immediately reacted. Yi Qingyo seemed to have told him in the morning that the gravity here was stronger than ordinary places. He didn't pay much attention to it at that time, but he didn't expect the gravity here to be so terrifying. He didn't notice it when he was in the carriage, but now that he was out of it, he found it difficult to walk. Moreover, when he jumped just now, he felt as if his blood was flowing in reverse, and he felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, with Long Seinen's reminder, Yi Qinghan hurriedly dispelled his battle beast fusion. He circulated his battle qi a few times and began to adjust his body's condition. Yi Qingyo and so many emperors were at the side. If someone had come to assassinate them, they would have discovered it long ago. At this moment, they were still sitting quietly in the carriage, which meant that this place was very safe and there was no need to worry. After Long Seinen's reminder, they all relaxed their bodies. Although they were still very confused about this phenomenon, when they remembered that Yi Qingyo, who was the top 3 in the attack on the House of Aries, was sitting in the carriage next to them without saying much, their doubts were immediately dispelled. They began to circulate their battle qi to adjust their bodies. This is amazing. There's actually such a terrifying gravity here. Walking here is much more difficult than walking outside. I have to circulate my battle qi at full strength to resist the gravity and walk freely. After a period of adjustment, they slowly adapted to the strange terrain here. Feng Zi's mouth twitched as he exclaimed in surprise. I feel like I can't even jump here. My speed is also greatly reduced. It's really amazing. After the flowers and grass recovered, he tried to jump lightly. Unexpectedly, before his feet touched the ground, he felt his blood and qi churning. He didn't dare to try again and spoke with lingering fear. Almost no one can fly near the God-slaying mountain. The stronger one is, the stronger the gravity. Everyone can only move forward on foot. Even a peak saint realm martial artist can only fly 1 or 2 meters at most, and that's under the forceful suppression of the sacred region. However, the consumption of battle qi is an astronomical figure. Therefore, most people basically move forward on foot. Long Seinen smiled faintly and explained to everyone again. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and looked up at the little divine pavilion that was floating high up in the sky. He thought to himself, no wonder no one can fly up there and directly enter the little divine pavilion to obtain the treasures. Under such strong gravity, who can fly up there? But don't the Fire Dragon continent have 3 heavenly god realm experts? Can't they fly up as well? Chapter 167. How did this white fog form? It's so dense that we can't even see the mountain clearly despite being so close to it. It's so magical. Yu Qingqing's words pulled everyone's attention away from the mountain in front of them. The god-slaying mountain was indeed one of the 3 perilous lands. When they looked at it from afar, the entire mountain looked like a stone pillar that was emitting white smoke. However, when they got closer, they could still see a white fog. This white fog was constantly rolling and completely obscuring the inside of the mountain. I wonder what's inside the white fog. Is it also a vast expanse of white? If it's a vast expanse of white, how can treasure hunters find their way? How can they see where the treasures are? Where's the danger? Hua Chao crossed his arms and looked puzzled. Actually, this white fog isn't white fog. It's something similar to an energy shield. Long Seinen already knew these things like the back of her hand. Of course, she was duty-bound to answer everyone's questions. Don't be fooled by the white fog. It's this white fog that prevents everyone from entering the god-slaying mountain. Once someone touches the white fog, it will automatically repel people and objects that get close to it. Every 10 years, 3 doors, and a row of stairs will automatically appear in the white fog. This is the path of heaven. Everyone in the Fire Dragon continent will be able to enter the god-slaying mountain through the path of heaven. of course. Warriors above the sage realm will be automatically repelled. This is too magical. This isn't something that can be done by humans. It must have been created by some ancient god with great power. Such a grand creation. It's worthy of being one of the 3 perilous lands. Feng Zi's eyes were filled with infatuation as she listened. Such a miraculous thing, such a fantastical existence, was naturally not something that could be created by humans. Only the legendary ancient gods who had the power to split the heavens, and the earth could have such earth-shattering power and such great boldness to create such a miraculous mountain. This was indeed created by a great god. There are many magical things inside. Little Feng Zi, if you want to explore and search for treasures in 5 years, you'll have to work hard. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for another 15 years. It's 10 times more dangerous for martial practitioners below the imperial realm. You'll die without a doubt. Long Sinan smiled as she tried to motivate Feng Zi again. As soon as Long Sinan finished speaking, Yu Qingcheng raised the doubt in her heart. Sister Sinan, this white mist, is it possible that even a Saint Realm expert can't break through the energy barrier? Even if there's a small crack, people can take the opportunity to sneak in. Looking at the white mist, it doesn't seem to have a strong defense. Besides, such a big mountain and such a big protective shield, there must be a weak spot, right? Long Sinan was silent for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, since you can think of this, the predecessors must have thought of it as well. Indeed, Sage Realm experts have the ability to tear a small hole in the barrier. In fact, there have been people who have done this in history, but none of the Emperor Realm experts who were sent and survived, including 3 peak Emperor Realm experts. After the Heavenly Road opened, none of them came out alive, so no one dared to try it. Strange, too strange. This place was too mysterious. The fiery dragon continent's waters are too deep. Yi Qinghan took over the conversation and sighed. The fiery dragon continent had too many secrets, the high and mighty divine city, the mist-shrouded god-slaying mountain, the hidden island in the East Sea, the boundless dark forest in the north, and the king of the forest, the god realm expert Lord Devour. There was also the misty swamp with powerful sacred beasts and many unknown existences. Yi Qinghan knew that the flame dragon continent definitely had many mystical existences and many unknown secrets. It was just that they hadn't reached a certain level of strength yet. They hadn't entered a certain realm yet, so they wouldn't be able to come in contact with and understand these things. If you want to know more, you need to be strong. Let's go closer to the white mist and have a look. Then we'll continue our journey. Yi Qingwu smiled, interrupting Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Everyone began to lift their heavy legs and walk forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally got close to the white mist. The god-slaying mountain was indeed magical. It was like an inverted cone on the flat ground. They could clearly see the mountain shrouded in white mist, extending upward in a straight line. And this white mist, from a close distance, looked like a fluttering roll of wool. It was snow-white and constantly wriggling, but it didn't spread out. Moreover, it didn't disperse, making people unable to see the situation inside the white mist. Unable to contain his curiosity, Feng Zi gently extended his hand towards the white mist. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch the white mist, he was knocked back by an invisible force. He almost fell to the ground, and his arm also went numb from the force. It's so fun, so magical. Seeing that Feng Zi was fine after touching it, Yi Qingwu also touched it. However, she was much gentler this time, and was also gently bounced back. She couldn't help but play around like a child who had seen a fun toy. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingwu's happy expression and smiled gently. After a while, he said, All right, let's go if you've had enough. Your grandfather and the elders are probably waiting anxiously. Long Sinan also smiled, faintly. Yes, let's go. Cultivate hard and strive to enter the God-slaying mountain in 5 years. Yes, in 5 years, I will work hard to come here again and enter the mountain to search for treasures. Fengzi gritted her teeth and once again gave herself a great pressure and goal. Everyone talked and laughed as they began to walk toward the convoy. After their trip to the God-slaying mountain, they all understood that there were still many mysterious and unknown places on this continent. Only by becoming stronger would they be qualified to know, understand, and explore. What's that? Long Sinan, who was walking, suddenly stopped as the smile on her face instantly froze. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan, who had an extremely high soul realm, also noticed the abnormal situation on the right side of the mountain. His face turned solemn at once. Black shadows. There were actually 3 black shadows that were rushing towards them from the other side of the mountain. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking to hear. Yet they could move so fast even under the heavy gravity of the God-slaying mountain. Obviously, the 3 people's realms were much higher than those present. Foreign race, it's the demon race. Hearing Long Sinan's words, Fengzi suddenly turned around. When he saw the 3 black shadows clearly, he roared in horror. Run! Yi Qinghan and Long Sinan exchanged a glance with each other. Yi Qinghan roared as she hurriedly ran her battle chi at full strength. Closely after that, she started to run towards the fleet with Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu crazily run. Fengzi, Hua Chao, and Long Shuelu also ran madly toward the convoy, not even bothering to wipe the cold sweat off their faces. They didn't know why there were 3 demons in this place. They didn't know why the demons had suddenly appeared, but Yi Qingyo reacted quickly. All they knew was that these 3 demons could run faster than them. Moreover, they probably knew that Yi Qingyo and the other Emperor Realm experts were present and still dared to attack them. In that case, all 3 of them were at least at the peak of the demonic Tharch realm. Or perhaps all 3 of them were demonic saints. Swoosh! A green light suddenly lit up and enveloped them. Yi Qingyo finally reacted and immediately activated his saint realm. At the same time, his furious voice rang out like a clap of thunder. Demon, how dare you use underhanded means? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Chapter 168. It was not that Yi Qingyo did not react. In fact, he had been using his spiritual consciousness to sense the situation around him while he was sitting in the carriage. To be exact, he had been on high alert ever since they were 100 miles away from the divine city. Although Yao Xia had been defeated by the god-slaying guards, he was still worried that Yao Xia or the barbarian tribe would kill him along the way. However, he was still worried that the demons or the barbarian race would ambush and kill them along the way. After all, Yi Qinghan's talent was too heaven-defying. She had such a high cultivation at such a young age. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's abnormal skills. If Yi Qinghan was allowed to grow, she would definitely become a nightmare for the demon race and barbarian race. However, just before Yao Xia appeared, there was a violent anomaly in the qi of heaven and earth in the northeast. Yi Qingyo and the elders sensed it, and they were all investigating the anomaly in the northeast. There was indeed an anomaly in the northeast, and it came from the sky. A group of people flew over from the northeast sky, and their auras were released at full force. They were extremely arrogant and could be detected from afar. Yi Qinghan and the others had low cultivation levels, so they naturally did not know, but Yi Qingyo discovered it immediately. At the same time, he immediately began to investigate whether the people in the northeast sky were friend or foe. When he sensed a familiar aura, he was slightly shocked for a moment. Why was Yi Tianlong here? And why did he bring so many experts from his clan? However, before he could figure out the answer to this question, Feng Zi's roar gave him a pleasant surprise. He immediately shivered, and with a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he discovered that behind Yi Qinghan and the others, there were 3 demon clan members flying straight towards them. Before he could think about how Yao Xie had sneaked over without alerting him, the elders in the carriage had already arrived. With a furious roar, he first activated his Saint Realm, but he directly rushed out of the carriage. His level 8 battle beast, Kuei Nyo, merged with his battle beast in the air and rushed towards Yao Xie and the others behind Yi Qinghan and the others. Yao Xie, you are a holy lord. How can you be so shameless? Sneak attacking a junior? Yi Ping reacted, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. He rushed towards Yi Qinghan and the others like a sharp sword. At the same time, he took out a signal flare and threw it into the air. Demon, you dare? Almost at the same time, several people flew out of the carriages, surrounded by battle chi, their faces filled with anger. Their young masters and young mistresses were all in front of them. If they were all slapped to death by the demon's palm, how were they going to explain this to their clan leader? They had all sensed the surging momentum in the northeast sky, and they had all sensed Yi Tianlong's domineering dragon might. Once the Yi family's unique signal flare exploded, Yi Tianlong would definitely rush over at full speed. They only needed to delay him for a moment, and they would be able to successfully protect a few young masters and young mistresses. Bang! Before the signal flare could explode, Blue Night Cow's Saint Domain suddenly shattered. Under the all-out attack of Yao Xie and the 2 Fei, Blue Night Cow's Saint Domain actually disintegrated in a single strike. At the same time, a huge golden-furred lion phantom appeared behind Yao Xie. Its blood-red eyes stared at the running Yi Qinghan and said viciously, "Yi Qinghan, you killed my son. This old demon will make sure you die without a complete corpse." After Yao Xie finished speaking, the lion phantom behind him roared and transformed into a huge golden palm, slapping down at the running Yi Qinghan and the others. "Yao Xie, how dare you?" Yi Qinghan roared again, and his speed soared again. At the same time, the battle chi in his hand flashed and transformed into a green kuei ox. With an incomparably domineering aura, it crashed into Yao Xie's huge palm. Damn it, there is another demon sage and a peak stage Fei the Arch from the Panther race. The 4 of you go and delay the demon sage. I will go and stall that panther. The Hua clan's emperor realm expert, Hua Ruoruo, laughed bitterly and shouted angrily at Yi Ping and the others. She instantly moved stealthily towards a peak demonic emperor of the panther race on Yao Xie's left. Long Xiaoxiang, concubine Yu Xiang, Feng Hua, the 4 of us will go and stop the monkey demon sage. As long as we can delay them for 5 minutes, our clan head will definitely arrive. Yi Ping gritted his teeth and shouted at the emperor realm experts of Dragon City and the Yu clan. The few people present had all experienced the chaotic provincial battle 30 years ago. Just now, the 3 Fei race experts had joined forces and shattered Yi Qinghan's Saint Domain. It was easy for them to see the strength of the 3 Fei race experts. There was no need to mention Yao Xie. The Fei race Holy Venerate had entered the demonic sage realm 50 years ago. The 4-meter-tall, ape-like Fei race expert on the right was obviously a demonic sage as well. The last Panther race expert was a peak demonic emperor. After all, if he entered the demonic sage realm, his speed would be even faster. Yi Qinghan and the others would have died under his claws. Bang! Yi Ping threw the signal flare with all his might. In the end, it rose more than 10 meters into the air and exploded with a bang. A fiery red light illuminated the surroundings. After the fiery red light flashed, an even louder and more violent roar came from the distant sky. Yao Xia, if you dare to kill Yi Qinghan, I will make the 100,000 members of the Fei race accompany him in death. Yi Tianlong had already sensed Yi Qinghan and the others when he released his spiritual consciousness. He had released his aura without restraint because he hoped that Yi Qinghan and the others would sense it. However, he did not have the time to be happy. He did not even have the time to fantasize about how to praise this grandson of his that he had neglected for more than 10 years. He sensed Yi Qinghan's Saint Domain and the chaos in the surroundings when Yao Xie and the other two destroyed the Saint Domain. Then he saw the image of a huge golden-furred lion and a dazzling red light. The red light was the Yi family's unique signal flare that Yi Ping had released. As for the image of the golden-furred lion, it was the only one in the entire continent. It was the demon shadow battle technique of one of the Fei race's Saint Venerables, Yao Xie. Therefore, he immediately merged with his battle beast and activated his battle chi at full force. He frantically rushed down the god-slaying mountain and roared. "Hold on, you must hold on." Behind him, Yi Chang and Yi Tianqing also saw the huge golden-furred lion at the foot of the god-slaying mountain. Without further ado, they merged with their battle beasts and multiplied their speed. They followed Yi Tianlong and rushed toward the god-slaying mountain. Although they did not say much, they were silently praying in their hearts. They were not very far from the god-slaying mountain. Based on their usual speed, they would arrive in 1 or 2 minutes. However, if they moved forward a little more, they would enter the range of the god-slaying mountain's gravitational field, and their speed would decrease. Therefore, they estimated that they would need at least 5 minutes to reach the battlefield. Yi Tianlong's roar made Yi Qinghan and the others who were running feel joy at the same time. Yi Tianlong was coming. As long as Yi Tianlong arrived, they would be absolutely safe. Yi Qingyou's attack was strong, but his defense was mediocre. It was evident that his Saint Domain had been instantly shattered by the 3 Fei race members' joint attack just now. But Yi Tianlong was different. His battle beast was the Earth Bear, which had the strongest defense. As long as he was within the range of his Saint Domain, Yao Xie and the others would definitely not be able to break through it in a short period of time. However, their joy only lasted for a short second. The huge golden palm above their heads had already slammed down on their heads. The golden palm contained a supreme pressure that made them feel as if the air around them had stopped flowing. Their hearts felt as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Their feet, which were already difficult to walk, felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them at this moment. They could not move at all. Chapter 169. Yi Qinghan stopped moving. Under such gravity and pressure, he could not move at all. Even if he circulated his battle chi and ruptured his meridians, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the golden palm's range. Since he couldn't escape, then he wouldn't. He looked at the pale-faced Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng beside him and felt a wave of remorse and guilt. It was all because of him that they had suffered such a calamity. He had implicated everyone. He looked at Yi Qinghan, whose face was filled with guilt and pain, and at Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, whose faces were as pale as snow, but he suddenly calmed down. However, he suddenly calmed down. The hand that was being held by Yi Qinghan also grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand. A faint blush appeared on his face, and he shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. He seemed to be telling Yi Qinghan that they didn't blame him. They didn't blame him, and they were willing to die together with Yi Qinghan. What are you standing there for? Give me your battle chi shields. Get down. Just as they were waiting for death to come, Yi Qinghu roared angrily again. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and his eyes bulged even more, as if they would fall out at any moment. Bang! Just as the golden palm was about to descend, Yi Qinghu's battle chi transformed Kuei suddenly sped up and collided with the golden palm, just as it was about to descend. The two enormous waves of energy collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. Young master! Young mistress! The elders cried out involuntarily. Long Sinan, Yi Qinghan, and the others immediately used their battle chi to form a defensive shield after Yi Qinghu roared. But under such an enormous impact of energy and such a violent explosion, how could they withstand it with their meager strength? They're not dead yet. All of you, hurry up and hold them off. Yi Qingyo scanned the area with his spiritual sense, and his pale face regained some color. He shouted at Yi Ping and the others behind him. Not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Qingyo widened his eyes and continued to charge at the demons. Since Yi Qingyo had said so, Yi Ping and the others were relieved. They split up and charged towards the demon saint of the monkey clan and the demon emperor of the leopard clan. The sound of the explosion was still echoing at the foot of the mountain. The dust around Yi Qinghan's group that was caused by the explosion slowly settled down, revealing bodies that had been blown up. Feng Zihua, Hua Lushui, and Long Shuelio's faces were covered in blood from the explosion. Of course, the blood did not flow out of their mouths, but they spat it out. Their internal organs had been injured by the strong impact, and they had suffered severe internal injuries. Long Sinan was in a slightly better state. Her strength at the peak of the Marquis realm allowed her battle chi shield to form an extremely powerful defense. She wasn't injured, but she was in a rather sorry state. There was a large hole in her purple robe, revealing her snow-white skin and a red undergarment. Han, how are you? Are you okay? Little Han, you can't die, okay? Hua Lushui was fine, but Yi Qinghan seemed to be in a rather serious state. Yi Qinghan immediately formed a battle chi shield after Yi Qingyo's warning. At the same time, he pulled Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu into his arms and threw them to the ground. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, who were in a sorry state but had not suffered any injuries, had just woken up. They immediately crawled out of Yi Qinghan's arms and couldn't help but cry out when they saw Yi Qinghan's bloody back. Hearing Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu's cries, Long Sinan didn't bother to hide her exposed back and walked over with difficulty. Hua Lushui, Feng Zihua, and Long Shuelu also wiped their mouths and walked over with heavy steps. They knew that Yao Xie wanted to kill Yi Qinghan, so the center of the explosion had been above Yi Qinghan, which was why he had suffered such severe injuries. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Why aren't you guys running away? Yi Qinghan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up slowly. He was indeed fine. The moment he was injured, the bronze ring on his ring finger had already begun to emit a white stream of air to heal him. Although his injuries looked terrible, they didn't hurt his muscles or bones, which was why he had reminded everyone to run away. Go! Seeing that Yi Qinghan could still walk freely despite being badly mutilated, Long Sinan didn't say much. She turned to Feng Zihua and Long Shuelu and said, she knew that this wasn't the time to be loyal. Everyone was an ant under a giant and could die at any time, so it was better for them to escape. She knew that Yi Tianlong was rushing over with people. Before Yi Tianlong arrived, this place wasn't safe, so they had to get away from the god-slaying mountain. The further they went, the safer they would be. Although Yi Qingyo and a few elders had gone to buy time, there were still 2 demon saints over there. As long as they attacked casually, they would be turned into ashes. Han, I'll help you escape. Hurry! Yu Qingcheng placed Yi Qinghan's hand on her shoulder and prepared to help him escape. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan's mangled back with heartache. She didn't hide her affection for Yi Qinghan in the slightest. She held Yi Qinghan's other hand and sobbed, "Little Han, hurry, we'll help you escape. As long as the chief arrives, we'll be saved." "Yi Qinghan, I'll definitely kill you today." "Yi Qingniu, get out of my way. Why are you two idiots fighting? Why aren't you going to kill Yi Qinghan?" Yao Xie roared angrily. He tried to get past Yi Qingniu to kill Yi Qinghan several times, but was stopped every time. Yi Qingniu's Kuei battle technique was based on the laws of darkness and destruction. Its attacks were ferocious and overbearing, and he would be injured if he wasn't careful. Moreover, he knew that Yi Tianlong, who was known to have the best defense in the House of Aries, was about to arrive. He became even more anxious and hurriedly roared at his subordinates. "Roar! Roar!" The Panther Beast Emperor, who was being held back by Hua Ruoro, sensed Yao Xie's fury and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly twisted his body and left Hua Ruoro to run toward Yi Qinghan. Meanwhile, the other demon saint ignored Yi Ping and the others' attacks and charged toward Yi Qinghan with his powerful defense. Yi Qinghan heard Yao Xie's angry roar and saw two demon tribe members trying their best to break free and rush toward him. "You two, hurry and leave. Their target is me." He instantly understood that if Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng continued to stay with him, they would be in even more danger. His expression was extremely resolute. "No, little Han, if you're dead, what's the point of me living? You said you'd take responsibility for me, so don't you dare abandon me." Yi Qingwu shook her head forcefully, tears streaming down her face like rain. She tightly held onto Yi Qinghan's hand, as if afraid that he would abandon her. "I'm yours to live and your ghost to die. Yi Qinghan, don't you dare abandon me." Yu Qingcheng didn't cry. She merely looked at Yi Qinghan indifferently. There was no pain, no sadness, nothing else in her quick-witted eyes, only deep affection and tenderness. "Xiao." Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, even though he was so moved that he almost cried. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to talk about love. There were no flowers on the fallen god mountain, and there was no moon at the moment. There was only a monstrous killing intent and danger that could descend at any time. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decisively used his body fusion battle skill, Soul Confusion, and directly knocked the two out. With a flash of bewitching purple light, Yi Qinghan's hands emitted two powerful battle chi, and heavily struck the backs of Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, sending them flying dozens of meters away. Then, he took a deep look at the two. He actually turned around and walked towards the right side of the fallen god mountain. "Young Lady Long, take them away. The demon race's target is me." Hearing Yi Qinghan's resolute and decisive voice, Long Sinan slightly paused. She lightly gritted her teeth and turned her head to look at Yi Qinghan's back, which was still badly mutilated, but was unusually resolute as he ran towards the back. A desolate feeling welled up in her heart. She slightly shook her head and stamped her feet, running towards the place where Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu had landed. Not far away, the leopard demon emperor seemed to have gotten rid of Hua Ruoro's obstruction and was chasing after Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Chapter 170. Hua Ruoro, go and stop that leopard for me. I'll give you 100 bottles of top-grade snow panacea later. Although Yi Qingniu was busy fighting with Yao Xie, he had left a trace of consciousness to keep a close eye on Yi Qinghan and the others. The future hope of the Yi family and his precious granddaughter were down there. How could he not keep an eye on them? At this moment, he saw that Yi Qinghan had actually left Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu behind and was heading towards the fallen god mountain. He couldn't help but call him an idiot, but he also admired Yi Qinghan's actions. Yao Xie's target was Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan continued to stay with Yi Qingwu and was accidentally hit, he would suffer even greater losses. He saw the leopard emperor tremble after Yao Xie's angry roar. His body actually trembled and shrank a little. Then his speed suddenly increased, and he broke free from Hua Ruoro in an instant. He flew towards Yi Qinghan. He knew that the leopard emperor had used his trump card to save his life. Hua Ruoro, who was only a level 2 emperor, would definitely not be able to catch up to his soaring speed. Yao Xie saw that the leopard emperor was flying towards Yi Qinghan, and his attacks became even more ferocious. He had no way of saving Yi Qinghan himself, so he could only shout at Hua Ruoro, F***CK, I'm going all out. Hua Ruoro was already very anxious after being left behind by the leopard emperor. She tried her best to catch up, but she couldn't keep up with the leopard emperor's speed. Now that she heard Yi Qingyo's sky-high price of 100 bottles of snow panacea, she couldn't care less anymore. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes, and a blood-red mist bloomed from her body. Her eyes also turned blood-red. Her speed more than doubled, and she turned into a series of afterimages as she madly flew towards the leopard emperor. Hua Ruoro is going all out. Let's go all out too. Feng Hua, the emperor realm expert of the Feng clan, suddenly sped up with a short flying sword. It kept circling around the demonic saint of the monkey clan, targeting its eyes and nose. Once it saw the demonic saint of the monkey clan coming to block it, it immediately retreated. Every minute and every second was controlled to the extreme, and his mind was rapidly consumed. The emperor realm expert of the Yu clan, concubine Yu Xiang, looked at Hua Ruoro, who was covered in blood, and knew that he was risking his life. She knew about this skill. It was the Hua family's life-saving skill called blood escape. Every time he used it, he would need to spend a lot of effort and cultivation, but it could double his speed for half an hour. However, after using this skill, Hua Ruoro's absolute strength would be greatly reduced. She would need to lie in bed for at least a month to recover. Under normal circumstances, the members of the Hua family would not easily use this skill until the very last moment. Yi Qingyo had offered a sky-high price of 100 bottles of top-grade snow panacea, so Hua Ruoro did not hesitate at all. He estimated that he would be able to make up for the loss of his cultivation with less than 50 bottles of snow panacea. He had definitely profited, so of course he would go all out. After Yi Ping attacked with all his might, he quickly retreated again. Hua Ruoro was only going all out now, but he had been going all out long ago. It looked like the four of them had easily stopped the demonic sage of the monkey race. In fact, only he knew how desperate he was to stop this demonic sage. Although the wind and fire-flying swords were constantly attacking the eyes and nose of the monkey race, they could only cause chaos. Aunt Yu Xiang's mental attack could only affect the mind of the demonic sage of the monkey race. It was not even enough for 0.1 seconds. As for Long Xiaoxiang, although he was also constantly attacking, the target of the demonic sage was Yi Qinghan. Since Long Sinan was already out of danger, he did not go all out. At this moment, he was the only one who was completely resisting the attacks of the monkey race demonic sage. Although the other three were causing chaos, he was also having a hard time resisting and almost died from severe injuries several times. However, the target of the demonic sage was Yi Qinghan. As an elder of the Yi clan and a good friend of Yi Dao in the past, how could he not resist and fight with his life on the line? Yi Qinghan was running. Although he had left Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu behind, he was running in the direction of the fallen god mountain. Of course, he did not want to commit suicide. Instead, he was running in two different directions with Long Sinan and the others. However, this running was different from the running on Nether Island. At that time, He had already reached the martial realm. Although running was tiring, he was very happy and satisfied. This time, he was running for his life. No one would sit and wait for death before their hopes were completely extinguished. Yi Tianlong was about to arrive. At this moment, the further he ran, the safer he would be. However, the strange gravity here made running very uncomfortable. Every time he lifted his leg, he had to use all the strength in his body. His battle chi was being consumed like water. Every muscle in his body felt slightly sore because of the intense exercise, and his chest felt stuffy. However, could he not run? Boom! With every passing second, violent explosions of energy clashing rang out behind him. With his strength, a casual attack from the demonic sage would probably be smashed to pieces. The demonic sage was attacking, and Yi Qingyo was defending. This place was very wide. Yi Qingyo could defend against the demonic sage's attacks for a while, but could he defend against them every time? Swish, swish. An intense, air-piercing sound rang out behind him. From the corner of his eyes, Yi Qinghan saw a short, leopard-like demon race demonic sage rushing towards him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. At this moment, he did not dare to think and could only run like crazy. A moment later, he heard Yi Qingyo's angry roar. Then, another air-piercing sound came from behind him. Hua Ruoruo was surrounded by a blood-colored mist. Like a ghost in the sky, she suddenly emerged from the air and turned into 9 figures that enveloped the Panther Demon Emperor. Suddenly surrounded by Hua Ruoruo, the Panther Demon Emperor knew that it would be very difficult for him to escape from Hua Duoduo and catch up to Yi Qinghan. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and with a ferocious expression, he shouted. His left palm actually broke off at the wrist. 5 sharp claws spread out and turned into a black light that grabbed at Yi Qinghan. "Little Han, be careful!" Yi Qingyo was relieved when he saw Hua Ruoruo use the blood escape technique and catch up to the Panther Demon Emperor. He did not expect that this demon race demonic sage would be so ruthless as to break his palm and kill Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingyo roared angrily, "Young Master Han, be careful!" Hua Ruoruo was also shocked. She had expended a great deal of her profound chi to use the blood escape technique, but she did not expect that the Demon Emperor would be even more ruthless and use her palm as a hidden weapon to attack Yi Qinghan. Oh! Yi Qinghan did not need Yi Qingyo and Hua Ruoruo's warning. He had already heard the air-piercing sound of something hard behind him. Moreover, the speed was even faster than the demon race demonic sage, and Hua Ruoruo. He did not dare to look back, and used his battle chi to form a shield to defend his back. At the same time, he quickly dodged to the side. However, he had underestimated the speed and power of the Panther Demon Emperor's broken palm. Just as he formed his battle chi shield and was about to dodge, the golden, spotted, and hairy broken palm struck his back. At the same time, the broken palm suddenly exploded, sending Yi Qinghan flying into the air. He smashed into the white mist of the God-slaying mountain not far away and fell heavily to the ground. Little Han. Chapter 171. Little Han. Yi Qingyo spat out another mouthful of blood. He waved his palm and sent out a strong, green stream of air, repelling the demon. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground in a bloody mess. He knew of the leopard tribe's exploding skill. It was a desperate skill unique to the leopard tribe. It was extremely difficult to learn and had a low success rate, but it was quite powerful. Yi Qinghan was only a first-level martial. Even if he could reach the first level of Marquis by combining with his battle beast, how could he block the attack? Yi Tianlong was about to die. If Yi Qinghan died now, how could he face Yi Tianlong? So he used his secret technique again, expending a lot of effort to forcibly increase his attack power and repel the demon. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan Yi Qing Han. He's still breathing. With a sweep, he discovered that Yi Qing Han still had a weak breath. Although there seemed to be many fractures all over his body and his internal organs had suffered severe internal injuries, it was fine as long as he wasn't dead. Yi Qingyo forced himself to let go of his worries and pounced at the demon again. At the same time, he roared at Hua Ruoro. Hua Ruoro, kill that leopard, and I'll give you another 100 bottles of snow panacea. The demon was also very angry. Looking at the crazed Yi Qing Han, his mouth twitched helplessly. With his cultivation level, he could obviously sense that Yi Qing Han still had a trace of breath. He wasn't dead. The Yi family had a large business. As long as he wasn't dead, he could probably be saved, no matter how serious his injuries were. Yi Tianlong was about to arrive. If he didn't kill Yi Qing Han now, he would probably have no chance when Yi Tianlong arrived and activated the sanctuary. So he was prepared to fight with his life. He had a son at an old age and hoped that Yao Kaka would continue the family line and continue the glory of the Golden Lion tribe. He didn't expect that Yi Qing Han would kill him at Duanren Peak. Of course, he wouldn't stop until he killed Yi Qing Han. This was the best opportunity. In order to create this opportunity for him, the Massacre God Guards had risked the wrath of the Divine Master by sending people to destroy the teleportation formation in the Dragon City. If he allowed Yi Qing Han to escape, he would have to cultivate in the Yi family for a few decades, and he would never have the chance to take revenge. Little bastard, go to hell! Yao Xie let out a loud roar. His golden hair stood on end, and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He charged head-on at the blue night bull that was charging at him. Yao Xie, you are no match for me. My clan leader is about to arrive, so why don't you retreat? You can stay here forever. Yi Qingyo exchanged countless blows with the demon at lightning speed, but he felt helpless. Both he and Yao Xie were the offensive type. One cultivated the Tao of destruction, while the other cultivated the law of fire. The two of them were evenly matched. If they fought head-on, both of them would be injured. So neither of them used their strongest moves. I want to leave, but no one in the House of Aries can stop me. Yao Xie continued to exchange blows with Yi Qingyo, but his eyes flickered from time to time as he stared at Yi Qing Han, who was outside the white fog barrier of the fallen god mountain. He seemed to be calculating how he could land another palm strike and kill Yi Qing Han. Little Han? What happened to little Han? Han, what happened to you? The exchange just now seemed to have lasted for a very long time. However, from the moment Yi Qing Han left Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng behind, the moment the Panther Demon Emperor caught up and threw out the broken palm, to the moment Yi Qing Han fell to the ground with heavy injuries, only a few seconds had passed. At this moment, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng slowly regained consciousness. Their eyes rolled around in a daze for a few times before they regained consciousness at the same time. They hurriedly looked around for Yi Qing Han, but when they finally saw Yi Qing Han sprawled on the ground in the thick white fog at the foot of the fallen god mountain, their expressions changed at the same time. They hurriedly pulled Long Sinan, who had come to help them up, and asked her. He was sent flying by the Panther Demon Emperor's broken palm. I don't know what's going on. What are you two doing? Long Sinan was also worried. When she saw that the two of them had broken free from her grasp and were actually running towards Yi Qing Han, she hurriedly grabbed them and shouted, That's right, Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, don't go over. Young Master Han will be fine. Feng Zi hurriedly followed and helped to hold the two of them back. Her expression was also very ugly, and she occasionally glanced at Yi Qing Han, who was lying in the distance, and said gloomily, Let me go. Let me go. Although Yu Qingqing usually looked very weak, at this moment her tone was unusually firm as she shouted at Long Sainan. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan's mangled body. Yi Qingwu's face was full of tears. She shook her head desperately and roared at Feng Zi. I want to go over and take a look. Feng Zi, if you don't let go, I'm going to attack. You two girls, be quiet. Yi Qinghan is not dead yet. Long girl, take them away. Yi Qingniu noticed the situation and hurriedly transmitted a message to the others, telling them to stay away from the battlefield to avoid innocent casualties. Evil demon, do you want your demon race to suffer my wrath? At this moment, Yi Tianlong's angry roar came from the northeast again, and everyone could see that there was a figure in the distance. In the northeast sky, a black shadow was breaking through the air and shooting straight towards them like a cannonball. It was likely that he had reached the periphery of the fallen God Mountain and was affected by gravity, so he could no longer fly so high. Evil demon old man, how dare you injure my nephew? This time, you will not be able to return. 3 demons, how dare you injure the children of my Yi family? In the future, I will repay you 100-fold. The dozen or so Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family behind Yi Tianlong rushed over as if they were stepping on clouds. Their auras were astonishing as they cursed in pain. They did not slow down even after reaching the area enveloped by the gravity of the fallen God Mountain. Instead, they allowed their bodies to be affected by the gravity and rushed towards the fallen God Mountain. Roar. Evil Demon's expression changed drastically. He was prepared to attack with all his might and escape regardless of success or failure. Unexpectedly, the demon saint of the monkey race, who was being attacked by Yi Ping and Long Xiaoxiang, was the first to show his might. His entire body shook, and his entire body more than doubled in size. With a flurry of attacks, he actually sent Yi Ping and Long Xiaoxiang flying. Then, this demon emperor actually ignored the attacks of Feng Hua and concubine Yu Xiang and rushed straight towards Yi Qinghan. Monkey, you dare? When Yi Qingniu saw that Yi Tianlong and Long Xiaoxiang had already arrived, he was overjoyed. As long as he could hold on for another minute, Yi Tianlong's domain would be able to completely envelop this place. Then he would be completely safe. When he saw that the demon emperor of the monkey race had actually transformed again, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly diverted a bit of his attention, using his left hand to fight against evil, while his right hand struck out at the demon emperor of the monkey race. Ha ha, Yi Qingniu, go and die. Seeing that Yi Qingniu actually dared to divert his attention and battle qi to attack the demon emperor of the monkey race, Yao Xie couldn't help but be overjoyed. His golden hair stood up once again and actually fell off on its own, turning into thousands of sharp spikes that danced in the air. Finally, the thousands of golden hair actually condensed into a golden spear that stabbed towards Yi Qingniu. This was a technique that he used to put his life on the line. His golden hair was the natal demon weapon of the lion race. The stronger he was, the sharper his golden hair would be, and the more destructive it would be. At this moment, he attacked Yi Qingniu with all his might. If Yi Qingniu was hit by him, he would most likely be severely injured, even if he didn't die. Damned ladyboy, you actually abandoned your natal demon weapon. Kuei armor transformation. When Yi Qingniu saw the sky full of golden hair turn into a spear and madly attack him, he was horrified. He had no choice but to use his life-saving technique as well. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, an azure kuei appeared behind him. The kuei roared angrily and transformed into a suit of battle armor that covered Yi Qingniu's body. Yi Qingniu only had 2 life-saving techniques. One was the kuei armor transformation, and the other was the kuei armor transformation. One was for offense, and the other was for defense. Both techniques consumed all of his battle chi and a large amount of blood and effort. After using them, he would be weakened for a month, so he definitely wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Ha ha, old Kuei, you've been tricked. Little bastard, die. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had transformed into the Kuei armor transformation, Yao Xie immediately laughed maniacally. At the same time, the golden spear actually turned illusory and directly passed by Yi Qingyo, shooting straight towards Yi Qinghan. Chapter 172. No! Yi Qingyo's face instantly turned ashen. His eyes widened as he watched the golden spear fly past him and shoot straight at Yi Qinghan. He let out a powerless roar. No! Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng shouted at the same time. There were no tears in their eyes, only infinite fear. Long Sainan was stunned. Feng Zihua was stunned. Hua Ruoruo stopped attacking. Yi Ping did not care about the bleeding wounds on his body. The flying sword floating in wind and fire seemed to have stopped moving forward. Everyone seemed to be frozen. They all stared blankly at the golden spear. It turned into a golden light with an extremely shocking, destructive aura. It shot straight at Yi Qinghan, who was lying motionless on the ground and covered in blood. Yi Qinghan, wake up! The peaceful scene was awakened by Yi Tianlong's earth-shaking roar. Everyone felt as if their eardrums had been shattered. They could not hear anything in their ears, only a constant buzzing sound. Even the god-slaying mountain seemed to tremble a few times because of this loud roar. Yi Tianlong used his battle chi to release an earth-shaking roar, as if he wanted to wake up the sleeping Yi Qinghan. He wanted to make him move his body slightly to avoid the fatal stab of the golden spear. Yi Qinghan was not dead, nor was he unconscious. He could clearly feel the injuries on his body. He could feel that almost half of his bones were broken. He could feel that his internal organs were almost shattered. He could also clearly feel that something was shooting at him at high speed. He heard Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu's cries when they woke up. He wanted to move and tell them not to come over. However, he could not move, nor did he want to move. He was healing his injuries. The white chi flow from the bronze ring had already circulated in his body several times. However, it only stopped his bleeding. It would take at least a day for his bones and internal organs to fully recover. At this moment, he heard Yi Qingyo's unwilling roar and Yi Tianlong's unwilling roar. He felt the extremely powerful chi behind him. Although he did not know what it was, he knew that if he was hit, he would be smashed into pieces and completely die. At that moment, many scenes appeared in his mind. His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness. He had not seen Yi Qingyu wake up. How could he die? He had not completely taken care of Yi Qingwu. How could he die? He had not slept with Yu Qingcheng. How could he die? He had not gone to the barbarian city to tell the coquettish lady boss that her man was very strong and could protect her. How could he die? He had not completed the oath in front of his mother's coffin. There was too much unwillingness, too much unwillingness. Yi Qinghan's heart surged with a strong desire to live. In the end, this desire turned into a trace of strength in his body. This bit of strength, however, led to a trace of battle chi in his body. He slightly opened his left palm and used all his strength to attack the white mist beside his palm. Bang! The white mist did not disappoint him. It released a weak white light that rebounded his body and sent him flying a few meters away. The long spear stuck close to Yi Qinghan's body and fiercely pierced towards the white mist. The strong chi flow from the long spear once again scraped Yi Qinghan's skin, revealing the white bones. It was a tragic sight. Bang! The long spear fiercely pierced the white mist. The white mist instantly released a light that was 100 times brighter than before. Then there was a violent explosion. After the explosion, A 2-meter-long hole was blown open in the white mist. However, the inside of the hole was pitch black. It was as if an ancient giant beast had opened its bloody mouth. Phew! Thank goodness! Yi Qingyo let out a long breath and sighed inwardly. However, halfway through his exhalation, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed again. He quickly looked at Yi Qinghan and shouted at the same time, "Not good." However, before he finished shouting, the black hole in the white mist actually began to devour the things outside of the hole like a huge mouth. For a moment, the nearby wind, sand, grass, and stones, as if pulled by an invisible force, began to madly fly towards the hole. This was not important. What was important was that Yi Qinghan was also slowly being pulled towards the hole by the huge suction force. At this moment, he happened to see Yi Qinghan's face full of blood and his eyes full of reluctance and guilt. Whoosh! Hold on! A yellow light finally descended and covered the entire god-slaying mountain battlefield. Yi Tianlong had finally rushed over. He immediately activated his holy domain in an attempt to use the power of the holy domain to stop the suction force on Yi Qinghan. However, the suction force was too strong. Yi Tianlong was too far away. Yi Qinghan was still constantly approaching the black hole. The closer he got to the hole, the faster his speed became. It seemed that he would disappear in the next second. Han, Qinghan! Yu Qingcheng knelt on the ground weakly. Her hair was disheveled, and she no longer looked like a saintess. Her pair of lively eyes stared at Yi Qinghan in the air like a dead fish. She did not dare to blink, as if he would disappear in the blink of an eye. "Little Han, you liar! You said that you would take responsibility for me." Yi Qingwu shook her head unwillingly, as if she could not believe everything in front of her eyes. Tears poured down like rain, drenching her clothes and drenching the ground. Yi Qinghan shook his head feebly. Looking at Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, he smiled instead, as if silently telling them not to be sad, not to be sad. In the end, he used all his strength to take out a green box from his bosom. With only a little bit of battle chi left in his hand, he sent the box flying. Before his body disappeared into the black hole, he shouted, "Save my sister. Wait for me to come back." No. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly disappearing into the black hole, Yu Qingcheng screamed at the top of her lungs. Then she closed her eyes and opened them again, as if she wanted to see whether Yi Qinghan could appear in her eyes again. However, she saw the black hole slowly disappearing and white fog slowly filling the air. Yi Qinghan completely disappeared. In the end, her body softened, and she directly passed out. No way, no way! Yi Qingwu seemed to have gone crazy. She kept rubbing her face and eyes and pinching her thighs, as if she wanted to prove that she was dreaming and that Yi Qinghan had not disappeared. However, after a while, she rolled her eyes and directly passed out. Long Sinan pulled her hand back, shook her head, and hugged her limp body. Given Yi Qingwu's condition, it was best for her to pass out. Young Master Han disappeared just like that. Lunatic and Hua looked at each other and saw pain and helplessness in each other's eyes. "Yao Xia, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price." Earth roar. Yi Tianlong descended from the sky and slowly landed in the center of the battlefield. His body shook, and the yellow holy domain expanded again and became denser, directly covering Yao Xia and the other two demons. His face was livid, and his long hair fluttered without wind. With a 2-meter-long crescent blade in his hand, boundless anger and killing intent rolled out from his body, as if he was going to freeze the space below the god-slaying mountain. Kill! The Yi clan's elders, whose faces were filled with anger and killing intent, continuously descended from the sky. The Night Gunner took the lead with his long spear, and without saying anything, he fiercely attacked the Leopard clan's demon, the Arch. Chapter 173. earthen roar. Following Yi Tianlong's roar, the ground beneath the god-slaying mountain began to tremble as if it was really roaring. The heaven Yuan Qi within the range of his saint domain began to fluctuate slightly, causing Yao Xie and the two demons who were preparing to escape to panic and almost fall from the sky. It should be known that regardless of whether it was the demons, barbarians, or humans, all cultivators relied on absorbing heaven-earth Yuan Qi to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From there, their bodies would become stronger, and their attacks and defenses would become more powerful. Thus, no matter how one cultivated or how high one's realm was, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi was the foundation. Cultivators were used to the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the air at every moment. They were used to using heaven-earth Yuan Qi to fight, defend, and support themselves in using various skills and abilities. At this moment, Yi Tianlong's earthen roar actually caused the ground to tremble and the heaven-earth Yuan Qi nearby to fluctuate. The three demons couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't they say that Yi Tianlong's defense was extremely strong because he had an 8th grade earth bear? How did his comprehension of the laws of earth reach such a high level? If this technique was a little stronger and the heaven-earth Yuan Qi fluctuated a little more, they wouldn't even need to fight. They could just surrender. Retreat. Yao Xie steadied himself and looked at the dozen or so emperors behind Yi Tianlong. He hurriedly gave the order to retreat. Yi Qinghan had suffered such heavy injuries. If he had been rescued by the Yi family, there was still a chance that he could be saved. However, now that he had been sucked into the god-slaying mountain, he was dead for sure. The mission this time had been completed, and his son's death had been avenged. Facing the furious Yi Tianlong and the dozen or so emperors from the Yi family, if he still didn't know how to run, he would be completely finished. Trying to run? No way. All three of you will stay here today. Great Earth Swamp. Yi Tianlong once again looked deeply at the white mist that had swallowed Yi Qinghan. A trace of sorrow flashed across his eyes, but it was instantly replaced by boundless anger. With a furious roar, his body suddenly glowed with a burst of yellow light, which quickly radiated in all directions. The yellow sacred realm also shone brightly, turning from a pale yellow to a deep yellow. As for the three demons who were frantically trying to escape from the sanctuary, their speed suddenly slowed down by more than half. The Yi family's imperial realm experts inside the sanctuary were not affected at all. Instead, their speed increased greatly, and they surrounded the three demons in an instant. They raised their weapons and began attacking Yao Xie and the others. F***CK, which bastard said that Yi Tianlong is just a turtle with strong defense. When I get back, I'll definitely tear his mouth apart. His comprehension of the laws of earth has at least reached the pinnacle of the saint realm. That old tortoise sure hid his strength well. Yao Xie cursed inwardly. The invisible suction force around his body caused his movement and reaction speed to become extremely slow. He, an upper-tier demonic saint, was actually having a hard time fending off the attacks of 5 or 6 emperors from the Yi family. Ayo! The monkey race demonic saint had just entered the demonic Dharch realm not long ago. He was much weaker than Yao Xie. Under the joint attacks of several emperors, he suffered injuries all over the place. Although they were all light injuries, they weren't fatal. However, if he continued, he knew that he would definitely die here today. He hurriedly roared, and a giant ape phantom formed above his head. It fiercely struck forward in an attempt to open up a path for him to escape from Yi Tianlong's sacred realm. However, under the influence of Yi Tianlong's great earth swamp, his body's reaction speed was slightly slower than usual. The moment the phantom formed, the nearby Yi family elders hurriedly dodged, causing his demonic saint's special skill to hit nothing but air. When he finished using his skill, he instantly surrounded the monkey race demonic saint again. All kinds of attacks poured down on the monkey race demonic saint as if they were free. Damned leopard, die for me! Yi Chang had been in closed-door cultivation for the past year after the incident with Yi Jian and Yi Qingquang. He only came out of closed-door cultivation when Yi Tianlong summoned him not long ago. He was originally at the peak of the first-level Emperor realm. After a year of quiet cultivation, he finally broke through to the second-level Emperor realm. After merging with his battle beast, his strength reached the peak of the third-level Emperor realm. He also had a huge breakthrough in his understanding of the fire elemental law. He created a set of blazing spear techniques based on his understanding of the fire elemental law. He hadn't had the chance to practice its power. Now that he was facing the demon race that killed Yi Qinghan, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The leopard demon race's strength was already greatly reduced after attacking Yi Qinghan's arm. Now that he was enveloped by Yi Tianlong's great earth swamp, his speed was extremely slow. Under the attack of Yi Chang's fiery red spear, he couldn't even last 10 moves. He already felt that it was difficult to resist. He couldn't help but let out a few strange cries at Yao Xie, as if hoping that Yao Xie would come to his rescue. Yao Xie, on the other hand, couldn't say anything. He watched as Yi Tianlong controlled the sanctuary step by step and slowly approached him. Forget about saving the other two demons. If he didn't think of a way, he wouldn't be able to escape. His natal demon weapon, a golden lion hair, had been used up in order to completely kill Yi Qinghan. His strength had also decreased by 10 to 20%. Although Yi Qingyo had used his life-saving skill, Kuei-Ox armor, and temporarily lost his attack power. Once Yi Tianlong got close and used any particularly powerful skills to attack him, he was afraid that he would die on the god-slaying mountain in the end without his natal demon weapon to protect himself. Therefore, he couldn't care less about the lives of the two demons. Once again, he transformed into a lion shadow and protected his body. He struggled to escape from the sanctuary. Raging inferno body. Yi Chang's spear was like a blazing fire stick. The spear shadow flashed and transformed into 12 spear shadows, piercing towards the panther demon, the arch in all directions, completely sealing off his escape route. Moreover, with Yi Tianlong's great earth swamp slowing him down, even if the panther demon arch wanted to escape, he couldn't keep up with Yi Chang's spear shadows. Finally, the panther demon, the arch, screamed and died under Yi Chang's raging inferno spear. The panther demon, the arch, was dead. The panther demon Thearcha's tragic death made the monkey demon sage feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. He knew that Yao Xie couldn't even protect himself now and definitely didn't have the strength to save him. He couldn't help but roar. His body glowed with a red light, and he actually ignored the attacks of the 7 or 8 elders around him. He didn't defend himself anymore, and his speed suddenly increased as he desperately flew away. Trying to escape? Great Earth, roar. Yi Tianlong took slow and strange steps and constantly approached Yao Xie and the others. At this moment, when he saw the monkey demon sage trying to escape from the encirclement at the risk of serious injuries, he snorted coldly and released the Great Earth roar. A moment later, the ground below Mount Fallen God shook again, and the heaven and earth essence chi in the air also fluctuated. This caused the monkey demon sage, who was flying at high speed, to almost tumble down. Raging inferno pierce. Yi Chang had just killed the panther demon, the arch, and flew over. Seeing that the monkey demon sage was about to escape, Yi Tianlong released the Great Earth roar. The monkey demon sage shuddered in the air and was trying to stabilize himself. Seeing such a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. The flames on the outside of the raging inferno spear converged, and eventually submerged into the spear. His palm glowed with a wave of fire, and with a forceful push, the raging inferno spear left his hand and pierced through the air towards the demon sage's back. Ah! The raging inferno spear pierced straight through the demon sage's back, leaving a long trail of blood mist. It directly pierced through the monkey demon Thearka's body. The monkey demon sage let out a tragic cry, and his body fell lifelessly. He died instantly and fell straight to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Chapter 174. Yi Tianlong, I'll pay you back double for what you've done today. Yao Xie saw two of his subordinates die horribly in quick succession and knew that he would not be able to leave if he did not leave now. A pair of blood-red eyes glared viciously at Yi Tianlong, the phantom image of the golden-furred lion enveloping his body, and his calf actually began to burn with a raging fire. His entire body erupted with an incomparably powerful aura, causing the Yi family elders to retreat and the yellow light around his body to burn into a vacuum. His speed suddenly increased by several times, and he turned into a blur as he fled into the distance. Don't chase after him. That Yao Xie is actually burning his demonic image and calf. We can't catch up. Humph, I'm afraid that his strength has been greatly damaged and his body has been crippled. The status of the demon race's Saint Venerate will be in jeopardy. He has so many enemies in the demon race. Let's see how he'll deal with the demon race's pursuit. Yi Tianlong looked at Yao Xie's gradually disappearing figure in the distance and stretched out his hands to stop the Yi family elders from pursuing him. He knew about Yao Xie's technique of burning his demonic image and calf. This was a life-saving technique that only an upper-level demon saint could use. Once it was burned, one's strength would be reduced to that of a lower-level demon saint. Not only would one's vitality be greatly damaged for the next few years, but it would also require a large amount of time and precious treasures to heal his calf. Furthermore, Yao Xie had actually used the Lion Clan's natal demon weapon to kill Yiqing Han. His strength was probably no match for an average demon saint. In the past, Yao Xie had made many enemies in order to fight for the position of the demon race's Saint Venerate. If he dared to return to the demon race this time, he would definitely be torn apart by the demon saints. Yi Tianlong shook his head and sighed as he walked towards Yi Qingniu. If Yi Qingniu had not used Kuei armor and instead used Kuei slash, he would definitely have been able to kill Yao Xie. Now that things had come to this, he could only helplessly retract his Saint Venerate and walk towards Yi Qingniu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground recuperating. Qingniu, how is it? Is it serious? Seeing Yi Qingniu's pale face and the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, Yi Tianlong hurriedly leaned over and whispered to him. Ah! Yi Qingniu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Tianlong. His expression was one of shame and regret. He coughed violently a few times and said, "Chief, I've let you down. I've let down the ancestors of the Yi family. I've sinned. Greenox, don't be like this. Now that things have come to this, I don't blame you. You've already done your best. Moreover, little Han might not die." Seeing Yi Qingniu like this, Yi Tianlong hurriedly patted him on the back and comforted him. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he looked at the thick white fog of Mount Luotian and said, "Don't you remember that he was injured so badly in the Garden of Enchantment, but he completely recovered in a day? I reckon that he has a holy artifact, and a healing one at that. What I'm worried about now is whether he can withstand the killing realm of the Land of Illusions in the God-slaying mountain. Because of Yi Qingniu, this child's inner demons are too strong. I'm afraid that he will forever fall into the Land of Illusions and become a killing machine." Yi Qingniu's spirits were greatly lifted when he heard Yi Tianlong say that Yi Qinghan might not die. Thinking back, It seemed that Yi Qinghan really had a lot of secrets. However, when he heard the latter part, he frowned again and said anxiously, "The killing realm is too terrifying. What should we do?" It wasn't easy for such a good seedling to appear in the Yi family. If he dies in our hands, how can we face our ancestors after we die? There's no other way. Yi Tianlong sighed deeply and looked at the eastern sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can only ask the great ancestor to come out of seclusion. Little Han is too important to the Yi family. No matter how the great ancestor punishes me, I have to disturb his seclusion." Great ancestor. When Yi Qingyo heard these 3 words, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. However, after a moment, he said somewhat dispiritedly, "The great ancestor left a will that unless the Yi family is in a life-and-death situation, we are not to disturb his seclusion. Moreover, even if you want to disturb him, you can't break the restriction set up by the great ancestor." Little Han's life and death concerns the rise and fall of the Yi family for 100 years or even 10,000 years. I believe the great ancestor will understand. Even if the great ancestor wants to punish me, I will accept it. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Yi Tianlong's eyes, as well as a hint of reckless madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's a simple restriction on the ancestral tomb that was set up by the great ancestor. If I go back now and directly break it, the great ancestor will definitely appear. Do you want to go back with me now, or go with them?" Sigh. I hope that the great ancestor can rescue little Han. You should go back first. I still have to watch over those 2 girls. I'm afraid that when they wake up, they will try to kill themselves. Yi Qingyo nodded, then glanced at Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng, who were in Long Seinen's arms, and said gloomily. Yi Tianlong did not hesitate. He nodded at Yi Qingyo, then turned around and stood up. He said to the Yi family elders and the crowd, "All elders and disciples of the Yi family, listen up. Escort elder Yi Qingyo, the boys, and the girls back. When you return, cultivate well. One Moon Queen will follow me to the demon god estate and completely wipe out the demon evil tribe from the demon race." After saying this, Yi Tianlong directly opened his saint domain and soared into the sky, flying rapidly towards Tsang City. Great Elder, Qinghan, why is Father not caring about him? We have to find a way to go in and bring Qinghan out. Moreover, he is so seriously injured, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on. Yi Tianlong did not allow the elders to question him. He hastily gave a few instructions and flew away. This caused Yi Chang and the others to feel annoyed and puzzled. They hurriedly surrounded Yi Qingyo and questioned him. Yi Qinghan has already been sucked into the god-slaying mountain, and besides my Kuei Nyo transformation, no one else can break the white mist restriction of the god-slaying mountain. My vitality is now seriously injured, so how can I break it? You don't have to worry about this matter. The patriarch is free to make the arrangements. Assemble the team and return to Tsang City first. Yi Qingyo opened his eyes and weakly waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to return first and think about the matter at length. Hearing Yi Qingyo's answer, the elders all sighed in sorrow. The Yi family had only produced a peerless genius in hundreds of years, but he had fallen just like that. This was a heavy loss for the family. Their only hope now was to see if Yi Tianlong could find a way to save Yi Qinghan otherwise. Feng Zi and Hua Xia sighed and looked coldly at the god-slaying mountain, which was still covered in white mist. They could not help but think of all the things that had happened with Yi Qinghan and could not believe it. But so many important figures of the Yi family had come, and none of them could do anything about it. What could they do? They could only place their hopes on Yi Tianlong, who had left in a hurry. Long Seinen's heroic eyes were also dim. looking at Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qinggu, who were sleeping in her arms. She did not know how to explain it to them when they woke up. The servants of the 4 clans and Dragon City near the carriage all sighed. The insufferably powerful Yi Qinghan, who was like an invincible god of war on the Netherworld Island, had disappeared just like that. Had he died? Just like that? For a moment, they all felt a speechless sorrow and a sense of powerlessness,